All right, everyone. Sorry about that delay. Unfortunately, this is a LAN, and well, someone kicked the Ethernet
The
cord.
prophecy fulfilled.
The prophecy was fulfilled, and that was the big concern. Should we tape down this Ethernet cord? Because if anything happens, it's gonna ruin the stream. You know, but
Better us than the casters later today, Joker.
But if you take a look at your screen there, we'll see West Branch was able to get it pretty decently far. They got it to second point, and they got 65.44 meters on the board. It's a pretty good test, but again, that allows Central Cambria here to come back into this map and tie it up with a good push of their own.
Yeah, and you know, I'm thankful that we only missed the first half of this map, and we're actually getting kind of a glimpse into how that first round went. Look at how different the compositions are compared to the ones that both of these teams started off on. We don't know exactly what happened in that first round, but what we do know is that both teams are pushing each other to the limit, to the absolute brink of their versatility as Overwatch players, and that is what makes this a compelling story, Joker.
And I really like this Sigma development coming in from Baldiff. I mean, I love Sigma on this point. That was the bread and butter in Overwatch 1. Orisa Sigma on this point right up here. DPS Diff, though, going to be able to take down Gary with a concussion mine already for West Branch to really start things off and try to keep their defensive hold. But again, if Central Cambria can find a pick, they do have somewhat of a spawn advantage at the moment. So if they can find a pick onto someone on the side of West Branch, but the game Slays is going to go down. They do get it traded out, though. The DMAC on to Fork is huge, but still, the rest of Central Cambria are there. The DPS players, Physics and Hello there coming in clutch in the back lines, taking down players. The supports are gone from West Branch. Now DPS that falls down. Hello there on the Hanzo finds that pick, but they kind of have to back away for the moment. The Goomba Stomp comes through on the ball. They're capturing the point for Central Cambria.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Central Cambria. Good push, and they've still got a distance left to trek. Some ultimates in the bank here to start off this fight, but the fight is starting off both teams rolling with advantage and getting some picks.
Yeah, Fork got a little bit over advantageous there. Almost got taken out before they could get back into the mech, but well, stays alive for the moment. And now we've making some swaps here for West Branch. The game Slays is going to go over to May. Now Baldiff has this Gravitic Flux available as well as a nice entry piece for West Branch if they do so you want to use it, and that's what they're going to use. They're going to isolate Hello there, take them down immediately because, I mean, that was the only person they had. Well, now Mophead has their Amp Matrix as well, but a crucial ultimate on the board for Central Cambria, no longer there. Now they're looking to clean up the fights. They have 3 ultimates of their own as West Branch, and now they're going to keep pushing forward, and Mophead's going to be super low. Coalescence going to be used, though, by Gary. Now this tide has been turned. The Central Cambria are going to be able to take down by Hule, who cannot use the Kitsune Rush before they go down. Riptire finds one as well, so trades keep going in their favors, but Central Cambria keeps seeming to go out on top now with the Dragon Strike coming through from below there, finding 2, as Central Cambria keep pushing forward.
I'm glad to see Bayuli in the roster for this match for West Branch. They're a player that we haven't actually gotten to watch much of over the course of the regular season, and so like I said, it's good to see him play in there. For West Branch, you know, they want to stabilize here on this third point. It's going to be challenging getting out of this choke. Oh, and what a shot. What a way to start off the fight as well from Hello.
Yeah, that's kind of just Johnny just finishing off the fight. Unless they can get back here quickly, there's just really no way to get out of this corridor at the moment if you are West Branch. After that nice shot coming through from Hello there. They do get the DMAC on the Fork, though. Self-destruct is going to come out on and take the game Slays out as well. It's going to buy them even more free push.
Yeah, not too big of a loss for West Branch. They're still going to be able to kind of push back a little bit. Fork loses mech again, which is kind of a disadvantage as they look to round this first corner of the third point. But the game Slays has already respawned. They're going to be coming into this fight with a Blizzard. If it's combo with an Amp Matrix or a Kitsune Rush, this push will be over for Central Cambria.
Wow, Grav already built up from Baldiff, and it's going to work wonders for West Branch to stabilize immediately off the back of that. 4 picks come through the Kitsune Rush cash invested as well for that extra bit of damage coming in, as now they are going to be making some swaps for Central Cambria as Fork's going to go over to the Doomfist again.
And you mentioned earlier to me, it was while we weren't live, that you might like seeing Ball Diff on the Zarya, and it's fun to see just how many tanks they can play.
It really is. Game Slay's trying to get out with their life here. Going to get that healing in from Baihu Lei. And, well, Fire Lord as well, who's now popped their Amp Matrix in the way, as Baldiff's made the swap over to the Roadhog yet again. Deal with Fork on this Doomfist. So now Hanzo Strike coming in there from Hello there, but not going to find anything quite just yet. But a lot of people are very low on the side of West Branch, and Baldiff's going to fall down. Baihu Lei falls down as well. Photon Barrier's there, but it's not going to make the difference as Central Cambria tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, big push from Central Cambria there. Really nicely played, and we got to see it all. We got to see them on their signature dive compositions. We got to see them, well, we very briefly got to see them kind of holding down the fort there on their first point defense. I think that this happened while we weren't live. A nano-boosted artillery configuration onto the Game Slays, and they just shred afterwards with it. That's absolutely beautiful. Would have loved to see that live, but for that to be captured as play of the game is absolutely worth it. Joker, this means that we'll be able to head into Map 3, the mythical Map 3, elusive as it has always been in the TEC High School Series, and so getting to see the push game mode is going to be extremely interesting.
It really is, especially with the pick comps that we've, or like the pick-based comps that we've been seeing that have been coming out from both of these two teams, especially the Roadhog. The Roadhog has been pretty prevalent.
It's been so unreasonably popular.
It's been a pretty prevalent pick so far for both of these two teams. I mean,
I know it's so bad. But not when he's being wielded by players like this.
Yeah. I mean, I like playing Roadhog. I mean, do I like playing in Pat? Not at maybe Grandmasters and Masters levels? Not really. But I'm interested to see. Are we going to be going more traditional, or are we going to be seeing these wacky comps that we've been seeing to try to deal with the countering plays that we've seen from both of these two teams?
You know what I would love to see as we head into our next map type? It's going to be push, like I mentioned. It's New Queen Street is our map. I would love to see some Sombra. Oh, look at those player cams. You can see them calming. You can see them talking. Feedback, a live, active feedback shared with each other in the roster, fortifying the team dynamic mid-series. I love high school Overwatch. It's so fun.
Oh, it really is. It really is indeed. Now, Ethan, we're heading into New Queen Street.
Sombra.
I don't know.
You know, I want it.
I like Sombra in a sense, but
that's okay.
Again, I mean, the normal kit isn't there, but the EMP, the 3 second, the 3 seconds is just disgusting.
It's so brutal.
But I feel like Sombra overall isn't where you want it to be to run it consistently.
And definitely not quite as powerful as she was in the early first year of Overwatch 2. So you're right, no Sombra, but I do like Fork on the Zarya, and West Branch is going to be rolling out on a composition that they are all too comfortable with as well. It's going to be tons of damage from West Branch against tons of sustain from Central Cambria here. That's going to be the narrative of this first fight. Although I'm really curious about Central Cambria opting for the low ground to start off this fight. That seems risky to me.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if look at any story, the high ground always wins. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
I love that.
Yeah, exactly. Coming in there already, though. The dive is going to come in from the ball diff is going to be coming in, looking to find these picks coming in, but still nothing quite just yet. Mophead is going to fall down now. All the picks going the way of West Branch. Is DPS diff going to be able to follow up on the damage coming in from ball diff there?
Yeah, well, and Joker, we mentioned it. Tons of damage from West Branch versus tons of sustain, healing, and mitigation from Central Cambria. They're going to end up making some swaps as well, and go on to the Ramattra, the Bastion. So looking to mirror some of that damage output, but West Branch is making some fantastic headway so far.
I like this change from Fork. Ravenous Vortex is just
brutal.
Is brutal to play in. I had a different word, but we're live on air, so I wasn't going to say it. but again, hey, they've already found hello there. The game slays. This Bastion pick continuing to prove vital for this West Branch composition. Fork is going to find them in the end, but again, it's just a little bit too late for Central Cambria to really turn the tide of this fight and change this narrative right now as West Branch keep pushing forward, and they still have ultimates on the board.
Yeah, 4 of them. Actually, no, 5. Almost 5 of them. And Central Cambria, that's going to put them in a really tough position as well because they're still waiting on those support ultimates to finish generating, right? They'll be able to walk into this fight, maybe at the mid-fight be able to deploy Coalescence, but if West Branch uses ultimates early enough here to establish an advantage, then it's going to be a harrowing last couple of minutes of this map.
It really is. This is going to be where, well, champions are somewhat made because there's still obviously another map to go, but Baldiff's already been using, and, well, DPS Diff as well, using their 2 ultimates in this fight.
What
and it's just going to, wow, just some nice primal mechanics coming in there from Baldiff, right? I mean, just lost for words coming in there with a nice play as they're able to keep things going. They only used 2 of those 5 ultimates.
Yeah, so they're working with a really great economy here, and Central Cambria actually forfeits some of the ultimates that they were generating or that they were close to in order to get some wholesale swaps here onto the dive composition. The Farah and Mercy combo is a particularly interesting license.
It really is. I mean, you're going to still have to deal with the game plays on this Bastion, and, well, they're going to go down to it. Now the Kitsune Rush might just solidify it all in their favor here. Lord Thethan as game slaves going in with the tank configuration, taking Mophead out of the fight. The Coalescence is there from Gary, but it's just not enough to sustain through all this damage coming out from West Branch. But the respawns are coming back from Central Cambria. There's still a chance, especially if they can find a pick on to someone from West Branch, but it just doesn't seem possible right now. Physics in the sky, not able to deal with the overwhelming presence. Hello there is going to be able to take the game's plays out. The res is going to be coming through. Physics takes down Baihule, but in the end, West Branch, wow, what a roll through push coming in from West Branch. Taking a huge statement on map number 3.
Yeah, with a really strong identity to their composition. I'm willing to bet you that this is the primal here. Yeah, this was absolutely marvelous. My my most highly esteemed star tank player, JCV Stealth. I hope you're taking notes here, man. What a beautiful primal. I mean, that is. I don't want to make assumptions. You know, I don't want to establish expectations. I've already warned us against that once today. But that's top 500 primal right there. And that's, you know, that's why this matchup is so interesting and intricate, and also why it's volatile as well, is because all 10 of these players are top 500 material. They're all almost. You might as well be semi-professional
top masters are. I think everyone's got to be at least.
Low GM, high masters.
I think they. I don't know personally, but I think
they play like top 500s when they're all in. You know, when they're all grouped up together, when they're playing like a team. It elevates every single one of them. And Central Cambria, you know, the narrative is how do they elevate themselves now after just a really unfortunate shift in the momentum of the series after push.
That is the big problem right now. Obviously, they don't have. They're on, right now, West Branch is on that Grand Finals points.
Yep.
How do you come back from it? How do you deal with the conflict of this story in their way? They need to figure it out, and they need to figure it out now, or you're not going to be able to do anything about it because Saravasa could be their last map of the season.
Yeah. Saravasa is going to be a really interesting map as well. It plays to the strengths and honestly the weaknesses of both of these teams as well. Although to say weakness is a bold claim. These teams only could ever possibly look weak against each other. But the fast-paced, brawly nature of the comps that are strong on this particular map type are going to. I just lost my whole train of thought. These players are so fun to watch, man. I love the Diff duo. They're so funny, and they're so good. They're so talented at the game too. Joker, you know, as far as you know, the narrative is concerned, we also have to think about, you know, some of the precedents, some of the lore that's been established here. West Branch got honestly a little bit spurned out of the championship title in the spring 2023 to Holidaysburg. So,
Yeah.
you know, you've got Central Cambria almost, you know, in a position to relive that same narrative this season.
Yeah, this could be a real difference maker. I mean, especially if Central Cambria can make a difference here. They can take all the momentum headed into a map 5. If they can take this, it would be massive for their confidence and massive for the momentum of the series. But this could be the falling action. We could be coming to the resolution of this matchup here and now with a fight breaking out on point A of Saravasa. Hello there, though. Taking DPS diff out of the fight early on, but still, you're going to have to walk into a lot of ults are coming in. But hello there. You know, it's going to be showing up when the lights are brightest for Central Cambria. Taking 3 picks and now looking for more. They do lose Gary in the meanwhile, but it's not going to be enough to change anything.
A small price to pay for that first team fight win on Saravasa. You know, there's a couple of like core principles of this particular map type. One of them is that you really only get 1 good fight per objective. So that was a 1 good fight for Central Cambria. There's going to be 1 more contest and, you know, maybe half of a brawl after that. But Central Cambria is making a really positive stride here. They're going to have to be careful though. Look at the ultimate generation for West Branch. They are leading.
Yeah, I know. That is an interesting thing. Bob Heb, though, is going to have that Captive Sun very quickly here, which is a lot of healing coming out from that Yari on the side of Central Cambria right now, and they're going to be able to find the game slays out already. They might not even need that ultimate coming in. DPS diff, though, going to be able to take Physics out. Now the Kitsune Rush and the Dragon Blade are going to be coming in. You've got to obviously win this fight, and they are going to be able to do so off the back of those 2 ultimates coming in as DPS diff just slicing and dicing his way through Central Cambria.
Beautiful, beautiful initiative there from West Branch. They were willing to ult first to establish the terms with which that fight was fought. Now Central Cambria forced back into spawn and possibly reconsidering considering in the first place a couple of their options here, including that Captive Sun that you had mentioned from Iyari. They've got the Coalescence to work with as well. They're only down the tank ultimate, but they'll be able to build those dragons that Death Blossom quickly enough. They still have ults to contest from West Branch though.
They cannot afford to lose Fork here, Ethan.
Yep.
If they do so, that might just be over for them on this first point. They lost Physics, though. Now, Fork getting battered all around. Baldiff takes them down, now up to 65%. And especially if you take that late stagger onto Gary as well, is huge. There still is a chance for the touch, but if you're Central Cambria, do you just give it up and have buy your chances for this next point?
I think so. Like I said, only 1 good fight. You actually have to be really discerning about the fights that you take off of the objective. They're making a push for it, Joker. You do get the touch.
You're going to get the touch there from Physics, and they're about to have this Death Blossom as well on this point, but they need to find a pick off the back of this Captive Sun coming through. The Game Slays is still somehow alive as they do lose DPS diff in the meanwhile. Hello there, coming in Lakutch with another pick onto Fire Lord. There's still a chance for them as Physics comes in with a 2K Death Blossom. They're able to keep things going their way. DPS diff is still alive. They've taken Hello there out of the fight. There's still a chance, but they're going to be able to go down to the Hellfire Shotgun. Physics coming in clutch for Central Cambria when they needed him most.
Now West Branch has a mere 10 seconds to touch the objective. Gary's going to be able to, I think, get there possibly first if, I'm sorry, not Gary, DPS diff will be able to get there first. Has the Blade on standby as well. Nothing to combo it with, but Bayou Lee is on the Mercy, which means you get some damage amplification with it. Where's the touch? Where's the touch? It's on.
Yeah, they get the touch there from Baldiff, but again, they're going to be pretty much just blown up immediately. There's the Dragon Blade, though. Can they find a pick off the back of it? They get Gary out, but they go down to the Javelin throw from Fork, and that's going to be the round, or the first flashpoint going the way of Central Cambria off of a very very back and forth flashpoint.
Yeah, this is actually a really balanced matchup so far. Both teams are demonstrating really good knowledge of how to play this particular map type. I think that this is one of the better game modes in Overwatch because you really can only play the game in one distinct way, which is for the objective. That's probably one of the longest skirmishes I've seen on a first point flashpoint game in my entire half a year of playing this game mode now, and studying and watching countless hours of it as well. I want to see Fork and what they do with the Terror Surge here.
Yeah, definitely. You don't have anything to really counter it with, or at least combo with it yet. You Could wait for hello, there's Dragon Strike and pop that through right in the midst of it all. But it's just going to let Central Canberra get this first point already in their way. The healing pylon's no longer there, though, so this perfect opportunity. But the Terror Surge is going to come out. They're going to get a lot of damage, and there comes the Dragon Strike right off the back of it. Baihule is going to fall down with DPS diff, and, well, Ball diff falls down as well, and that is going to be Central Cambria solidifying this point and getting it up to probably at least close to last fight territory.
Yeah, Joker, I'm thinking a little bit further ahead, but this, it's possible that we get to see, a series map territory here. Push being West Branch's game mode, and Central Cambria, being able to win a sweep on Flashpoint. But we're not quite there yet. What will help them do that, however, are the 3 ultimates that they're building, including that Captive Sun. Yet again, Ball diff onto the Zarya now is going to be helpful against this Orisa, but Fork, no matter what, is going to take so much damage.
Physics has this Death Blossom, and the game slice is already gone. Ethan, you might just have to give up on
Just
this
leave.
point.
Yeah.
Die and get out. You can't really afford to be staggered out here because you want to get to that next point as quickly as you can. They're still fighting it out, and they're going to use the Death Blossom as the Kitsune Rush is being used by Firelord to get into the thick of things, but they're so low. But Ball diff on this Zarya, finding Mophead out of the fight, but you've got to stay alive. You cannot go down if you are Ball diff in this engagement. You've lost DPS diff. You need to be the central pillar for West Branch, and it might just not be possible, but the grab's already built up. Oh my goodness, Ball diff might have just been able to do it with DPS diff's help, and they're able to get that res in the meanwhile as Ball diff and DPS diff, the diff duo, come in as the 11th hour for West Branch.
Yeah, they stacked their deck with those 2 particular cards in their debut last season. It's all paying off. It's coming through here for West Branch. They're so hungry for it, and they showed us that on the push game mode. They're showing it here. They're not willing to yield. Where you and I are saying, it's possibly wiser to back up, conserve our resources. They are throwing everything at the wall and making sure that it sticks there. 2 ultimates coming to this fight for West Branch, as well as 3 for Central Cambria, and it's going to be a tough brawl.
It is tough. They've lost the game slays. The Dragon Blade is there, but they're just taken down by Mophead. There's the Terror Surge coming in as well. And that should just be all they need to finally capture the second point. But the good thing is for West Branch, they got ultimates out of Central Cambria.
Yep.
That is huge going into this next fight. And Ball diff's already 50% next to that that Graviton Surge that coming up to this next fight.
Yeah.
Which, again, is game mode point, though.
Yeah, they've like I said, you get 1, maybe 2 good team fights per objective, and you're coming up on the last objective. Might as well start calling this last team fight territory, right? West Branch sees some swaps as well. DPS diff going to go onto the Junkrat. They lose Firelord X, and so maybe that's where some of the damage mitigation that D.Va is capable of is going to end up being helpful. But you want that support, you want that healer with you, because otherwise you're going to lose your Junkrat.
Oh, wow.
There's the defense matrix, so good.
What a great defense matrix coming in. Now the game slays that their artillery strike takes down Mophead, but they've lost so many as well now off the back of it. Fork's going to be able to take down Baihule there, and as well, DPS diff going off the side of the map into the drink, if you will, as Fork coming in clutch. Central Cambria are looking to take things up and tie it up, headed to a map number 5.
I would love to see a map 5. I do also love taking a little sip from that ledge there. I often find myself careening over the ledge. Central Cambria looking at a really steep advantage with 3 ultimates. They keep forcing West Branch to change the identity of their composition. I almost wonder if some of these fights, some of these strategies end up being a little bit messy, but it's tough to look clean against teams that are this good, especially when they're scoring picks like Hello There is.
Yeah, Hello There finding, oh my goodness, 3, now 4 for Central Cambria, taking no prisoners right now, 67 and counting. That might just be it. There is ultimates coming in from West Branch. They have an opportunity to touch this. They cannot afford to lose another single fight.
All diff onto the ball now because they know that they need to touch. What do? You're using Kitsune to touch, Valkyrie to sustain. You're starting things off with the Riptide, but you can't because Hello There has scored another opening pick.
Oh my goodness. Again, when the lights are brightest, and there comes the Terror Surge and the Death Blossom coming in. Physics and Fork combining, and Hello There finding Ball diff out. And now it's Central Cambria tying up the series. We're headed to a map number 5.
What a fantastic way to start the day with Division 1 Overwatch. We got a really great D2 series that we got to watch, Joker. We're always talking about how we want to watch more Overwatch. We want to be able to cast these teams more, see all of the styles that they're capable of, the dive, the brawl, the poke, on all of the different map types, except for hybrid. And and now it all comes to a head in this final map. We'll be heading to the control point game mode. Let's see, what is our map for that one? Oh, yeah. Oasis. That's a good map to end things on. A final chance for the teams to show off their best compositions on the maps that they're strongest.
And what a way to end this off. A climactic ending to the story of this grand finals here, Lord Ethan.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better to start things off for the TEC High School Series Grand Finals day here at St. Francis University. I'm just excited to get into this game whenever we get there. I cannot wait to see who we'll be seeing standing on top of the rest and who will be those Grand Finals champions.
Yeah, and this narrative is so interesting because both teams are acting as the protagonist and antagonist of the story, right? Both teams are driving the story forwards. The series must go on undeterred. It cannot be stopped. It cannot be stayed. And both teams are also the antagonists. They're trying to slow each other down. They're trying to stop the story from evolving in the way that it has. And it's made for quite the arena to demonstrate how effective these players are in their multi-dimensional skill expressions. Joker, I have never in my life seen players who are so good at so many different things than these teams.
I know. The sheer amount of the flexibility that we've seen from both Fork and Baldiff throughout this entire series. Constantly I believe adapting. We've seen every tank now besides Reinhardt.
Yep.
Unless I'm forgetting another one.
Maga, but he's banned.
Yes, Malga is well, but he's banned. But, yeah, I mean, that's the only thing we haven't seen today. I mean, that capability to play heroes at that many heroes at a high level is insane.
Yeah.
You don't see that from top-level players at all because most of them are specialized into those traditional Overwatch 1 main tank, off-tank roles.
Yep.
To see that from both of these two players is huge and great for their potential growth going into collegiate whenever they graduate from high school.
Yeah, well, and they've had a year, a little over a year to get really good at all of these different tank characters, but you need so much more than a year to get as good at Overwatch as these players are.
And a nice pick already comes through from Fork off the back of that javelin throw out of the game's plays, taking them down already, allowing Central Cambria to take advantage of this high ground with this composition that they're running. A lot of damage, can deal a lot of instant burst damage that can come through. It's Hello there finds Firelord yet again early on. The res is going to be there, though. They still got this chance to come through, but DPS's diff is very low right now. You can't really push in right now.
I got to say, hello there on the Hanzo. I mean, hello there. You are no Mr. Gary, but man, do the two of them probably look fantastic next to each other.
I know. I would love TechCon. We'll see it.
We'll
we need to see a Hanzo 1v1.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
But now the switch over onto from Baldiff onto the Winston here is going to allow them to take this high ground away from Central Cambria. And now this is a huge way to come into this next fight, and they're looking to take down Hello there. That's their win condition, but they've already lost the game slays out of the fight thanks to that javelin spin, and now they're going to probably lose Baldiff as well. They're going to be able to jump out for the moment, get that healing in, but Baihule's falling down, and now it's just Firelord. But so that's all they're going to really need because the Amp Matrix is going to come through clutch, getting all that healing, but the Terror Surge is going to take them down in the end. But Fork has fallen down. There's still players left on the point from Central Cambria. Mophead's going to go down low. They're going to rotate away, but Baldiff's fallen down. The point has still not flipped into the way of Central Cambria, into the favor of West Branch quite just yet. They keep staggering it out. They're still not in control of this point, and they're getting it up to almost last fight territory. The Dragon Blade has to be popped there by DPS Dev to try to even get this point into their favor right now. As now finally they've taken down Gary, they're going to be able to take down Fork, but is the point going to finally flip in their way? And it finally does.
Yeah, and what you see there is just a byproduct of Central Cambria exercising some incredible high-level discipline. Who has next touch? How long can we stay? And West Branch as well needed to show off some high-level discipline in target prioritization, and that's how they're able to eventually clear off that point, because Central Cambria has a lot of sustenance on that objective. They also have a lot of ultimates here to use. West Branch at a little bit of a deficit here, but at least they control the point, which means they can take the pace.
Yeah, as now the Dragon Strike is going to come through.
Oh my
goodness, how do you find that shot? Hello there. Coming in already. DPS Dev is going to trade it back, though. They take Gary out, who had that coalescence is huge. And now this is going to be West Branch able to push the objective. They've got the res back into this fight. Game Slice is there, but they're down and out yet again. Hello there, Solo. Physics so low, but going to be able to find the pick onto DPS Dev. Now, Ball Diff in the back line, taking Mophead down. But Firelord's down as well. Oh my goodness, hello there, finding these picks, and they're able to flip the point back into their favor.
West Branch does prompt Gary to use the Coalescence, though. Thankfully for Central Cambria, Mophead wasn't prompted to use the Captive Sun. If the game slays can just live, they'll be able to use the Overclock, and there won't be anything to combo with it except for the damage amplification from Bayou Lee, but that's all you need to get the one-shots. They're in so early, though, and they're being hunted as well.
Game Slice with the Overclock. Can they find something? Only they find is the spawn room. Terra Surge coming in. The res is going to be there, but Bayou pays for it with their life. And in the end, this is looking like Central Cambria's first fight, first map won on map number 5. As the picks keep going their way. DPS Diff has popped the blade, but it's just not going to be enough here for them. As that is going to be round 1 going the way of Central Cambria, putting them on to Grand Finals champ point.
Central Cambria's found themselves. Found out what pace they want to stride at. How they want to establish momentum. How they're engaging. How they're going to think about the game. Like I mentioned earlier, part of this matchup is also thinking around the game, the pace, and how the enemy team is playing it. And remember, both teams are serving as antagonists to each other's story. Central Cambria refuses to get slowed down here by West Branch, but look, West Branch is wanting to do nothing but slow them down. You've got the hard CC, a front-loaded CC kit from Ball Diff on the Roadhog, DPS Diff onto the Mei, which is interesting to me. I might have seen the Game Slays on the Mei, but the Game Slays is going to mirror the Hanzo. Joker, consider the nerves in this match. You're duking it out for a championship title in a best-of-5 series, going the whole distance, and you're just getting stopped at every angle. Both of these teams, depending on the map type.
Yeah, this is looking really good right now. This is going to be, we're coming to the conclusion of our story here, Lord Thethan. Who will come out on top, Central Cambria or West Branch? It could be all decided on this round of Oasis, as the game slice is so low. Ball Diff going to be forced out, but it's going to be Gary going down first, but the trade is there. On to Hello there. There's still an opportunity for both of these two squads to take this fight in their way, as DPS Diff goes down low, but Bayou Lee is going to be the one to fall down. Trades still keep coming all around here. Ball Diff still so healthy thanks to that take a breather, and they're able to take down Fork in this fight. Start things off well. A nice hook comes there as well, almost taking down Mophead very low at the moment. No one's looking at them. They were a little 1 HP, finally to be taken down, and West Branch are going to be able to open things up in their favor.
They get the first capture of the objective as well. I like Ball Diff's approach here to just get on the Roadhog and then put yourself right in the face of some of the most lethal opponents on the opposition. It's going to mean that being confronted by Fork on the Orisa, but there are ways that you can counterplay that. You just want to be able to plant yourself between Hello there and the arrows that they're aiming for the game slays.
Yeah, it's Hello there looking for the spam damage is coming through. The whole hog is there onto Fork, taking them down away from the healing pylon, as well as Physics is going to fall. Mophead as well, as there it is yet again. A nice hook from long range. Ball Diff going crazy for West Branch right now, as West Branch keep things going their way up to 40%.
Not a nice hook. That hook was nonsense. I mean, it was a very nice hook from Ball Diff, but.
Central Cambria there, though.
Look at Central Cambria has 5 ults here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's That's so much for West Branch to have to deal with.
Kind of scary indeed, but the Terror Surge is going to be the one to come in. But in the response, the Blizzard comes out right onto Fork. That's just their priority target, and they're going to be able to find Fork out of the fight. But now, hello, there's Pop. Their Dragon Striking is found too. Now, Central Cambria can open things up fully in their way. Baldiff finds hello there. But again, it's just that consolation prize for West Branch at the moment as Central Cambria come through at 70% for West Branch.
Yeah, it cost them 4 of their ultimates. West Branch, up until a certain point, was playing really nicely around them. I particularly liked the Blizzard from DPS Diff, and it did slow down Central Cambria for long enough for them to find a little bit of agency in that fight. And agency is going to be what they need to reestablish here. You can start that by going up to the high ground, putting the game slays in a position to just do enough damage to get that tactical visor for this next fight.
Like to swap over from Fork as well over to the Zarya. It's going to make them a little bit like Leslie to target them out of the fight early on. But there's the Kitsune Rush coming in from Baihu Lei, and it's already to help them find Moped out of the fight. Not going to be able to find anything with that Deadeye from Physics as well. Just going to be able to hide around that pillar for the moment. But now still waiting it out. Baldiff so low. Going to be able to take that breather and stay alive now with the Tactical Visor coming in from the Game Slays. Not going to be able to find anything, but the damage is there coming in from the whole hog from Baldiff. Taking down hello there as well, as they're up to 80% and counting. But again, they don't have ultimates to deal with it. They're going to be coming close to some though.
It's going to be last team fight territory as well here. So, you know, not only are you...
Oh no!
What a boop!
What a boop indeed, but still 95 and counting. You need to be able to touch the point. They are gonna get the point in as well, but they're so low. Hello there's made the swap over to the Tracer, taking the Game Slays out of the fight. They still have pretty much a decent amount of sustain on the point for the side of Central Cambria. They're able to take it back, but the real kicker for West Branch is they have this Blizzard online.
That's right, but you're going up against the sustain that Mophead is capable of, the Coalescence that Gary will have. Hello there is going to generate this Pulse Bomb, I think, before the fight even really gets to break out, but that's some nice CC onto Fork.
Yeah, Fork being caught out there, but still alive. There's the Blizzard online, and Mophead falls down before they can use that Captive Sun. It's a huge opening now for West Branch. They've got their Sound Barrier. They've got the Kitsune Rush, if so needed, to wrap things up. Gary trying to find something with that Coalescence, but it's just not possible. As the damage coming through from that Kitsune Rush is just massive. Right there, it goes down. Hello there. The point is going to be flipped. The overtime bar ticking away. Fork trying to get the touch. They get there in the end, but they're only met with so much damage coming out from West Branch. The Captain's Son not gonna do enough. A nice hook comes through to finish it off, and what other way would we have it? Round number 3 on map number 5 for the grand finals.
Especially when you know, TEC has a storied history, Joker, of us never being able to make it this far, even if it was during the championships, during the playoffs. So absolutely, what a way for the story to come to an end. But it's not quite over yet. It's a last sub-map of the final map, last round, and the final chance for both of these teams to make what will be the last adaptations of the season. It sounds a little bit daunting, honestly, but the fact is that it's hopeful. Yeah. You've got one last shot, one last chance.
It's a culmination of their journey thus far, throughout the entire regular season, through the playoffs and into the grand finals. Can they figure out the adaptations that need to be made? Baldiff still on this Roadhog, but going into Fork on the Orisa is a very tall task to ask.
Absolutely, and Central Cambria is on some really comfortable picks for their style, but also comfortable picks for the map as well. Both of these teams, neither of them really have a disadvantage against the other. It's just who's going to play this Oasis University map a little bit better.
Ooh, they might have caught out Physics there. They do. They're looking for DPS Diff. A nice hook coming in onto the middle there. It's going to be able to get that healing, though, but still, in the end, it doesn't really matter. You get the first point. Another hook. No! Oh, my goodness. Just showing efficient for horses right now is Baldiff as they keep pushing forward. Gonna get that take a breather. Another one coming onto Fork. Stop. Just let him play the game.
This is how you do it. This is how you play Oasis University a little bit better. You make space with that. Mr. Gary's able to get the game sliced, though, and that's a big way to start this fight.
Yes, they've got the game slays out of the fight, like you said. Now this is the opening that Central Cambria can walk forward and look for more, but are they going to do it? They can't do it again to them, can they? The hook can't come in. They get Physics out of the fight. Now the whole hog is being burned down, but they are taken down. They tried to change that fight with a whole hog at very low HP. It's just not going to be possible for West Branch right now, but they're already up to 36%.
They're only up to 36%.
Yeah.
I wonder how distorted the perception of time is between you and me, Joker, and the players, because that probably felt extremely short-lived for West Branch. They're looking to retake the objective. They got support ultimates to help them do so, but they don't want to use too much here because they want Central Cambria to be forced to use their ultimates as well.
I really like the opportunity to use this Kitsune rush to go into this, but the Terra Surge is going to come out first from Fork, but there's the artillery strike, and that's going to be onto a lot of damage coming through as Fork is now caught out in between those May walls. There's the Blizzard coming out as well. The game slays has been felled out, but the Coalescence is not going to be enough to stave off the aggression through the Blizzard as DPS Diff takes down Hello there, as that is going to be a nice re-engage coming in, and West Branch takes back the point.
That's exactly right. Point progress is equal as well. You got one support ultimate for both teams. I really like West Branch's discipline to not use the Kitsune rush there. It's going to be helpful to either kite away from or just out damage the amplification matrix that Mobhead has to deploy this fight.
As now they come into this fight.
And it's a hog mare.
Bayoulay's very low at the moment. Yeah, the hog swap over from Fork. Game Slays is going to be called out here, though. Taken down with a back smack from Fork, but now the whole hog's just going to take everyone off the side of the map. Baldiff coming in yet again with this whole hog at this perfect time. It's up to 72%. This could be very close to last fight territory, and they're very close to this Blizzard.
The good thing for Central Cambria is that they were all knocked off the map at the same time. Like I mentioned, Baldiff is playing the map exceptionally well right now, but Central Cambria didn't have to use their ultimates, or rather, they have to use their ultimates in what is last team fight territory. Blizzard, they forfeit the amplification matrix. Go to the life weaver. That's a great way to stay healed because there's so much damage.
There's the Blizzard coming online. That's a perfect engage, but no one's going to get caught in it. They're all able to kite around thanks to Fire Lord's speed boost, and they take down Physics early on. Baldiff very low, but there's the Blizzard coming out as well. This might just be it here, Lord Thethan. Hello there's going to fall down. Gary's going down. Fork, the remaining player left on point. It's just Mophead left. The overtime bar ticks away. The book has been written. The story has been told. West Branch are your TEC High School Series Division 1 Overwatch champions.
West Branch gets that win that they've been looking for since the spring, Joker. They finally got it. You know, there's no Hollidaysburg to stand in their way, but there was Central Cambria, man. Central Cambria showed up today. They showed up the entire season for their debut. And they said, you're not going to take this easily.
But again, I feel like it was that veteran presence coming in from Baldiff, that just stable the tank member for West Branch, pulling them there in the end and helping to solidify the grand finals for West Branch.
Yeah. And for as much, Joker, as you know me, I would love to rant and ramble about how about the incredible story of this match. Really establish for ourselves a denouement to reflect on all of the teams, their journeys, and this particular series. We got to get a move on. So on the other side of a short break, we'll be able to present West Branch with that plaque for Division 1 Overwatch Fall 2023 champions, as well as a short interview, and after that, we get to move on to Rocket League.
The Overwatch Division 1 series for TEC. We've got the plaque for West Branch. Here you guys go. Congratulations. All right, I'm going to throw it off to Lord Thethan for the interview with Gummy.
Thank you so much, Joker. Man, what a story that we got to watch today. A couple of people have already commented, "Hey, great casting," and the fact is that it takes great players to create great casting and a fantastic story to follow. Obviously the season has concluded, but the story isn't over. How do the next chapters for West Branch unfold? What is ahead of you guys and the program as a whole?
Hopefully we go to extend to more games. Hopefully come here for more championships and more games.
Yeah.
Clearly have some very talented players.
Yeah.
They worked hard. They got this far last year and barely just lost it.
Yep.
So it's great to have them get it this year.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can keep going.
Absolutely. That's so exciting to hear because West Branch is one of those teams that we want to see more of. One of the cool parts about being here in person, getting to celebrate the ability to play competitively with each other, has me thinking on my blessings and how blessed I am to be able to watch this team play and win today. So I wanted to ask you guys, what are some of the blessings that you guys have been counting this season?
All the little wins, all the losses that we learned from.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't lost any games, but we still had losses that we had to overcome.
Yeah.
Things get heated. They obviously get mad at each other.
Yeah.
It happens. But we've learned to overcome with that. Thankfully, we've used what we've learned to win today.
Absolutely, overcoming those peaks to soar to new heights. Gotta get that running start. And do you guys don't have any seniors on the squad, do you?
No, not this year. This year we got another year until we have a senior.
One more year. I cannot wait to see them. Thank you so much for answering my questions, and congratulations to you and the team today. And we're looking forward to seeing you guys again over the summer and next year.
Can't wait to be back.
Guys, we'll be heading over to Rocket League here shortly, so stay with us. We're going to head off to a short break, and then we get to switch titles. See you guys here in a couple of moments.
And welcome to the day we've all been waiting for, the Tech High School Series 2023 Championship. And we got the wonderful student section behind us. My name is Hot Sauce. I am in the booth here with your boy Q. How are we doing today?
Yo, what it do? I'm excited to get down into it. You mentioned we're getting ready for some Rocket League action, Division 1. And you know what? I was excited for some banging matchups. I figured the gameplay was going to be fire, but what I didn't expect was this student section behind us. This thing's lit right now. Can you believe that?
I absolutely love to see the students out here supporting each other, the kind of hype. I love this kind of stuff. So, yeah, I'm super excited for this one. We got two amazing teams. You know, Forest Hills was undefeated throughout the entire regular season, postseason. California 9-1 as well. You know, it's going to be an exciting best of 7.
Yeah, when you talk about both of these teams only dropping one series, and the one series that was dropped was between these two teams, really lets you know how good these squads are. This should be a banger of a matchup, and you know, a lot of the time during the season we see best of 5s. We get the best of 7 today, which gives these teams a little bit more time. Everything obviously being on the line, and we get to crown a champion at the end of this as well.
Yeah, and to give a little history here, right? Last season as well, these two teams met in the championship. California area actually looking to close it out with a sweep when Forest Hills had to reverse sweep to take the championship. So there's definitely some history between these two teams here.
We got the history between the two teams. Like we said, they've played before. But you know what? Let's go ahead and kind of see how these two teams got here. Let's kind of talk a little bit about how California area was kind of able to get here through the playoffs.
Area against Connellsville did find the sweep. In that semifinal, they went 3-1 as well, so certainly performing very well. But yeah, it's going to be a tough match for them today. As we know, Forest Hills super talented. Pig B is the GOAT. You know, he's been a staple of Forest Hills for a long time. So I believe we got a little video on Forest Hills' journey in this playoff as well.
Yeah, let's see how they did here to get here.
School Series Championship hosted by St. Francis University. I'm Hot Sauce, your TEC shoutcaster, and this is the TEC playoff recap for 2023. And first, we're going to take a look at the journey of Forest Hills, 9-0 throughout the regular season, clinching that #1 seed in the playoff bracket. In round 1, they met against Penn Trafford, but they got out the brooms and got a 3-0 sweep, advancing to round 2, where they took on Shade Central. 3-1 victory, advancing them onto the championships, where they'll be taking on California area. In round 1, when they met up against Penn Trafford, we'll see here quickly off of kickoff, a nice booming shot that bounces off the side wall here. Pig B able to settle it down and push it into the corner of Penn Trafford, where he finds a cross to midfield, and Fungus is able to bang it into the back of the net, putting them up 3-0. They would later go on to win this series 3-0 against Penn Trafford, advancing on to that round 2 against Shade Central. Here in the semifinals versus Shade Central, we'll see once more Pig B, who has been a GOAT for Forest Hills, finds a nice little flick over the head of the defender, putting it into the back of the net, putting Forest Hills up by 2. We'll take a look at another clip here from the same series. Pig B able to get up into the air. He finds the flip reset as well, giving that extra goal to Forest Hills. They were able to go on and win this one here in a 3-1 fashion. This has been your 2023 playoff recap for Forest Hills.
What's that? You sent us.
I mean, what a great journey for Forest Hills. Pig B, always fun to watch. Exwavo on the other side of things, equally as fun to watch. But I mean, we've got the starting lineup coming up next, I think, Q.
Yeah, let's see it.
Rocket League D1.
Jordan, VRT Jordan, Rocket League D1.
Joseph, player JD3, Rocket League Division 1.
Robbie, Exwavo, Rocket League D1.
Jaden Staines, Pig B. I play Rocket League D1.
Nick Noon, I'm Fungus69, I play Rocket League D1.
Kaden Eggy, Bumgus69, I play Rocket League D1.
Heath Krasinski,
Heath KO7. I play Rocket League for D1.
Chase Allison, Pup Gaming. I play Rocket League for D1.
Ben Grove, manager, coach, Forest Hills Esports, Rocket League.
Oh man, and you can hear that student section behind us. Obviously, when Pig B came up there, we all know and love the star there. But we are obviously getting into our D1 championships here. This about gets us to that halfway point. So we've gotten to see our starting lineups as far as for our rosters for our two teams here. But we've also got our TEC rosters as far as for our event today.
Our engineer, Johnstown, PA.
James Marlin, broadcast, Duncansville, PA.
Daniel Leitner, production, St. Francis University.
Jaden Morse, production, Altoona, PA.
James Schwartzmiller, photographer, Rural Valley, PA.
Brian McKicko, operations, Northern Cambria.
Seth Mason, sideline reporter, Coletown, USA.
With the introductions out of the way, we are ready to get these players loaded into the lobby. We'll remind you, it is a best of 7 here today. And before we get into it, I do have to say, I think, nonetheless, Ixwavo is going to win the best hair award.
Oh, the best hair award for sure. Definitely got to go to Ixwavo. I mean, when I saw him here kind of walking around, it's definitely hard to miss. The best hair in the business for sure. It feels like really the matchup to be looking for here if we're talking about individuals. Definitely going to be Ixwavo between Ixwavo and Pig B. Also to keep in mind, we didn't talk about it here yet, but actually the winner of this matchup for Division I get themselves a spot in the Pennsylvania Interscholastic Esports Association Championship, which is really cool. A lot on the line today.
Yeah, I mean, to make it into the state championship, you know, after winning a championship here, it's got to feel great. But, yeah, I think you nailed it. I think we're going to see both Pig B and Ixwavo duking it out head-to-head. You know, I feel like California has to make sure that they attack Pig B. They can't allow Pig B to get up in the air and have so much retail, because when he's in the air, he's really controlling that ball. You know, you're seeing 2-3 flip resets. The guy's insane.
Look, as someone who likes to play a little aggressive whenever I play online, I know the demo play isn't everyone's favorite, Hot Sauce. I get it. But I do have to agree. I think if you're looking for a way to slow this this player down, that's the best way to do it. It's the demo. Even if you just get the bumps when they're looking to go up in the air, enough to kind of break up the rhythm and just get them uncomfortable. I also feel like one thing that we've seen from multiple teams in TEC is through the season they continue to get better. So even though we might have seen California area drop theirs matchup before, they have a chance to kind of bounce back here. But let's get down and do what it do. Game number 1. Let's go, Hot Sauce.
Oh, man, I'm excited. This Pig B already into the corner, has the aerial space. We see up, trying to find the defensive stop, nearly there, but this one's going to go past the goal as well. Tucked into the corner. Shady will drive it out across midfield, down into the Forest Hills territory, battling it out with Heath. This ball will fall down midside, and right now we got a lot of early back and forth pong here, Q.
And almost there, but you can see Pig B's going to get it off the rebound, leaves it up off the backboard. Unfortunately, no one going to be able to follow there. Another touch, leaves it off the backboard. Pig B going to drill it home, and that's going to be the first goal of the series.
The student section is hype. They are loving it. The excitement here, you can feel it. And this is why I love LAN events, Q.
Oh, I love it here. You got them going wild here behind us. We're only 30 seconds in, and Forest Hills has themselves ready to go. It's going to be up to California area to try and find some sort of response.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great early goal. Jordan with a banger of a shot. Heath is going to find a dirty save here. Now a bit of back and forth. Pig B on the counterattack. Has a chance. The does it again.
And back to back, just like that. Pig B showing up. 2 shots, 2 goals, and they've got themselves a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're California here, you just have to take a deep breath, take a reset. These things happen. It's a best of 7. 4:09 left on the clock is so much time in a game like Rocket
There
League.
is so much time left, but that also unfortunately means that this squad for Forest Hills has plenty of time to try and run it up here in game number 1. It's a 7-game series. It's a long series, so if you can really take the wind out of the sails in game number 1 and run up the score, that's what Forest Hills is looking to do.
Yeah, we see Jordan now into the corner trying to get some traction here. Shady will tuck this one away. Now still in that Forest Hills territory, trying to pass back toward Ixwavo. Pig B will read this one, though. Off the side wall, looking for more, floating around midfield. Pup into the air, will drive it down. Ixwavo is there. Pig B with a save. And again, a lot of long back and forth booming plays here.
Seeing the back and forth as the pendulum swings. Now it's going to be Forest Hills trying to get the clear. Pig B's got an open field. They can get a second touch on it. And there it is. Pig B with the hat trick just 90 seconds into game number 1.
They absolutely came to play today, and it shows. Pig B throwing the hats. The hat trick is already here.
And we've got the crowd going nuts, the student section here to show up and show out for Forest Hills. And I'm pretty sure the players downstairs can hear them going crazy right now.
Yeah, you know, it's really great to see not only the students, but the parents and the teachers continuously showing support here for these students. And they've come a long way. They've worked really, really hard to get here.
You can see going to be able to get the save here is Heath, but this ball is floating in front of the goal, and it's going to be a second knock to the side, and now it's going to be Heath trying to see if they can get it all the way up the field. Exalvo has something to say about it. Shady here in the corner gets the second touch, leaving it off. You can see what's looking across for Exalvo, but Exalvo a little far behind. Second touch left off the backboard. No one there to finish, and who else but Pig B rise into the skies. I think that's going to be number 4, but it's just off the post. Punched back in by Pup Gaming.
Forest Hills is so good on their rotation. Second and third chance opportunities continuously coming in. And, you know, we see Jordan and Exalvo kind of bumping into each other in the goal there. They need to take a deep breath, reset, work on those rotations, back post in, and see if they can start and get on the board here.
The California area's got to figure out something, even if it's just simply slowing down the side of Forest Hills. Usually in this sort of situation where it's 4-0, I say let's at least get a consolation goal. Show yourself that you can get some offense going, but your defense needs to prove that it can step up and slow down this attack.
Yeah, I would love to see that aggressive play that we talked about. I want to see some of those bumps. I want to see those demos. Just take them out of the game or possibly get into their head mentally as well and just kind of change up the pace of the game a little bit.
And we see California area trying to get up out of their zone. Unfortunately, to no avail. Heath, second touch off the top. That was filthy, and Forest Hills up 5.
Oh my, Forest Hills is absolutely firing on all cylinders at the moment. Heath with a beautiful double tap, now up by 5.
That's insane here for Forest Hills. In a best of 7, sometimes you'll see teams for that first 90 seconds or so try to feel out the opposition. In here, it's been all gas, no break. Big clear coming in here as well. They're looking to try and go down the opposite side, score once again.
If there's one thing I've learned about either of these teams, you can't count them out until that final game is played. Yes, game 1 might be a little out of hand, but we've seen reverse sweeps before as well. So California, again, just needs to find a way to score a goal here. They may not take game 1, but they need to start to build that confidence, that momentum for game number 2.
Here it is, Pig B in the sky looking to get control off the mounts. Oh, we've got 2 players off each other. Pig B sends that on the target, and Pig B punches it home. One more time. California area is struggling right now.
I mean, there's a reason that Pig B is in the top 0.1% of the world. And, he's just exuberating that all over the pitch today.
Pig B has been a player that we have been watching all season long, been on a lot of the highlights that I've been seeing over on the Twitter or X or whatever you call it. But Pig B really showing up here in championships Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, right now, game 1 is the Pig B show at the moment. Yes, we've seen some good goals from Heath as well, but Pig B really just showcasing all of the skills, the aerial control, the mechanical ability. But Jordan will find a nice save here. Shady into the corner. Exalvo trying to find some leeway, trying to alleviate some of this pressure because Forest Hills has just been absolutely relentless.
They have just, it's been from the word go. They spent so much time on the other side of the pitch here, Hot Sauce. It doesn't feel like California area has really had anything going on the side as far as offense, and you can see even now, still with their heels back up on the goal line. Another one from Pig B, and that is 5 from Pig B by himself.
Yeah, Pig B looking for the number 2 hat trick in game number 1. And, you see it again. Pig B he gets up in the air with ease. He can virtually do whatever he wants with the ball. And, it may look easy on the screen, but it is so incredibly tough to do it and do it that well.
You called it the Pig B show, and it's really been just that. Wouldn't even be surprised to see him get the double hattie here before the time expires. Pig B pushing the ball up, trying to get the ball off the sidewall. Go and do it, Pig B. Oh, it's just high.
Just a bit too high. Shady trying to get out across midfield, will be knocked off the ball, and Jordan will find a touch here. Exalvo's kind of been back, maybe playing more of that goalie role, trying to look for those counter opportunities. I think I'd like to see Exalvo get a little bit more involved, and again, I want to see some more of these demos.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they got to do something to be a little bit more disruptive here, especially because it doesn't look like they can match the pace that we're seeing over on the side of Forest Hills. They're just bigger, they're faster, they're stronger. They have 7 goals in California area. I don't even know if they've got more than just a couple of shots. They've spent so much time down here. You've got an open goal here, but not enough time. 7-0 in game number 1, Hot Sauce. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, 7-0.
Yeah.
7-0 is a tough start for California. We see Big B flexing, looking like Luffy down there with that hat on. I love it. But, Ixlavo, the crew, they have the talent. We've seen them before. Again, I'm rooting for my boy Ixlavo. I'd like to see this go to at least 5, 6, maybe even 7 games. So I'm hoping they can turn it around a little bit.
I feel like if you're going to do it here, we've got to see California area. They've got to take either game 2 or 3. I feel like if you give this squad from Forest Hills any more momentum, it's a wrap. Just the way that they're looking right now is insane.
Yeah, and I think I used to feel like that as well, but after seeing Forest Hills reverse sweep last year, I don't count it out of the cards. Anything is possible at any given Sunday, as they say. But yeah, I think California really needs to win game number 2 to give them that fighting chance. If you allow a team like Forest Hills to get out and get out early, it's tough to come back from because they're only going to drop so many games.
I feel like if you drop game number 2 here, Hot Sauce, your best chance is if it's like a 3-2 slugfest, right? Like where you keep it close and then you lose it there at the end. Because if you let Forest Hills come out here in these first 90 seconds and get 3-4 goals the way we saw them last game, at that point, I think it's an immovable force, and I don't know if there's I don't think that there's anything slowing it down,
Yeah, and that can get in your head mentally. And
yeah.
I think these students have done a great job throughout the entire year of not letting it affect them, being able to take that deep breath, being able to reset and talk among the teammates. So, hopefully that game 1 doesn't affect them. 7-1 can be tough, but we're going to get game 2 underway.
Let's get down into it. Game number 2. This has got to be where California area gets themselves some sort of a rebound here. You see Ixlavo is going to take this ball, playing it a little bit slow, trying to see if they can get Pigby to make a move first here. And there it is. Ixlavo going to be able to put a score on the board early.
Absolutely love to see my boy Ixlavo popping off a beautiful flick over the head, and he just drives it into the back of the net. If you're California area, this is absolutely what you want.
That was the response that you needed here. You score quick here, you get a point on the board, you show just how easy it is. And of course I say it's easy. You and I, Hot Sauce, we both know it ain't easy, but at least you show yourself that it's doable. Now it's going to be up to Forest Hills to show that they can come from behind and still have control.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the defense going up for this one a little bit out of position. The other members not able to get back in time, and Pigby will find the equalizer here. So good job by Forest Hills to answer back. But I am liking what I'm seeing from California. I saw a previous play, Pigby up in the air. California was able to go up and just hit Pigby off the ball. So again, just getting more aggressive. I'm liking what I'm seeing thus far.
Yeah, I mean, when we even watch back that replay, right, if you just imagine one player coming in being able to be disrupted, even if it's not demo, just enough to be a bump, something to get him so he's not sitting there looking up and watching the rebound, right? That's something that you need to find. Here's going to be Pigby, though, once again, rising to the sky, over one defender, flips it over the other, and that's going to be a second goal just that quick. That's insane.
He's so good, top 0.1% in the world for a reason. And he's just barely able to get that over the car of Ixlavo there, now giving them the 1-point lead.
And that has got to be just a little frustrating, a little deflating over on that side of California area. You come out here, you get that first goal, you get a lead, and then just so quickly, you're down by 1. Let's call it 2 after Gaming pumped one in as well.
Yeah, again, Forest Hills just firing on all cylinders. They are working like a well-oiled machine here. And, I mean, you love to see it. I would like to see California kind of step it up and get more aggressive, find those bumps or those demos. I think it could change the pace of the game.
Yeah, you got to find something here to be disruptive, because obviously just sitting back and trying to find the counterattacks isn't working for you, right? We saw them trying to kind of adjust that in game number 1, and I think you just inevitably at that rate, you give Pigby too much room to be comfortable, to feel fine. Here's the elbow over one, wide open net, and they're going to be able to cut that 2-goal lead in half.
Love to see it here. Ixlavo battling up the field here, fighting through everybody. No defenders able to get back in time, and Ixlavo able to hit it into the back of the net there, cutting that lead down by 1.
So you've at least made this deficit manageable. You're down by 1 here. That's going to be the good news for you. But remember how quickly Forest Hills was able to respond before. You've got to make sure that you can keep your defense nice and airtight here. Unfortunately, Zalvo wasn't able to get a nose on it. Shady wasn't able to get one there. That's 2 missed hits that you cannot afford. Luckily, this is going to be a ball going the opposite way, but that's an easy save for Pup Gaming.
Yeah, Pup will find the save. Shady will take it away. Looking to pressure in here once more. Pigby up into the corner, now into the air, and this is where they have to be careful. Jordan will go up and contest. This is what we were talking about. This is what California needs to do. They have to get up and contest early.
Here it is. Pigby is going to be able to get the save, send this thing over towards the corner here. And there's the Pigby. Exalvo can match up even just in the corner with the Nick self. Exalvo going to try and get control. Heath says not today. Shady says, you know what? We're going to Uno reverse card this one more time. Also, Shady does a good job of getting the boost. Tries to look for somebody on the center, but unfortunately, no one going to be there. Now it's Forest Hills going the opposite way. 1 touch, 2 touch, and Pigby now has the hat trick.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes so naturally for Pigby, and you see it here once more, up into the air, finding the double tap, redirecting off the tire to that bottom right post, and now with a 2-point lead.
And this is going to be tough here, man. We talked about how if in game 2 you can at least keep the score manageable. California area's in a way sort of done that here, right? The goal difference is only 2. You've shown yourself the ability that you can score here, but the offense still, it feels like the pressure hasn't been much. We've seen them be able to score in 2 relatively quick trips. For the most part, it has been Forest Hills being able to dictate the pace here, and if they can't find a way to prevent that, they're going to be in some trouble, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, I mean, Pigby already up in the air, looking for the flip reset. Heath, Pup Gaming also have been playing just phenomenal here today. Pigby once more into the tack, will bump into Heath as they get a little bit of a coagulation there into the sidewall. Jordan, though, looking for the pass to Ixwalo. It doesn't connect here. Shady will find it and keep the drive alive. This one's going to go by Ixwalo, though, and Pigby should find the clear.
And here it is, Pigby in the sky. That's a dangerous sight. Able to make the play, but it's just off the right post. The good news for Forest Hills is they do still have possession of it here, but it's going to be a big booming hit down the other side, going to go in the corner, but Pigby does a good job of retrieving here. Now tries to turn the defense into offense.
Yeah, now at midfield, Ixwalo will find the stop. Doesn't quite get the touch they need, and Heath, with a banger of a shot from near midfield, will find goal number 5.
And this was a thing of beauty, setting it up here, and Heath going to be able to drive it home, realizing that the cars were looking more towards one post, able to punch it to the other side. And it's a 3-goal lead with 1 minute and 44 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, California did great initially on their attack. They kept the game close, but now Forest Hills starting to run away with it. Again, I would like to see maybe Ixwalo get a little more involved here. He's kind of been playing that third man, that back role, kind of helping with that goalie opposition. But again, now Pigby on the attack. Ixwalo will find a save here to keep the score here by 3.
The only problem is it does seem like Forest Hills doing a good job when they're down here, making sure they're boost depriving. Pigby's going to find that thing off the rebound and dunks it back home. And this is starting to be another runaway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they can hear, but the student section obviously is absolutely thrilled. I wouldn't be surprised if neighbors surrounding could hear. And again, you love to see the hype for the students.
Oh, the hype is here. And I feel like Forest Hills, their players have to be hearing it downstairs and feeding off it because they just continue to bring the hype, bring the noise, and bring the funk. Remember, they were able to run up, I think it was 7 in game number 1. They've already got 6 goals here in this game with 1 minute left to play. They just continue to keep the pedal pushed down.
Yeah, and it just seems like they're doing such a good job at not only maintaining possession of the ball, but possession of the field as well. California area hasn't gotten many opportunities outside of their zone. So again, I think, we talked about it. We probably sound like a broken record, but those bumps and those demos are something that I would like to see.
Yeah, it's just something. It feels like we're seeing there, though, a little bit from our friend Jordan, able to get that at least going the opposite way. Xovo's going to get it in the corner. One pass across, does a beautiful pass to Shady, but Pigby just a little bit quicker, able to knock that thing to the side. They haven't been able to get the clear, but they have at least been able to slow down the attack.
Slow down just a little bit. Now Shady here across midfield. Can't find the touch they need. Up into the air is Pup Gaming. Off into the corner, back across midfield. Shady will find the booming clear here. Pigby up into the air where he's most comfortable. Looking for the razzle-dazzle once more, but this one will go to the wayside. 5 seconds on the clock, and Forest Hills will take game number 2.
Yeah, Forest Hills has just been looking oh so dominant. If my math is correct, 13 goals in the first 2 games, and they've only surrendered a pair of them things. You can hear the student section. They are pumped.
They are Forest Hills, and they came to play. I mean, Forest Hills was 9-0 throughout the regular season, postseason. We know why they're here. They've won the championship for the last couple seasons for at least as long as I've been here. So, Rocket League is something that is just natural to them, and it certainly shows.
Well, you had mentioned as far as, last year when we had seen this matchup, it was kind of going the other way around, and then we saw the reverse sweep. We're not quite to that reverse sweep territory just quite yet, and I think if I'm California area, the way that Forest Hills is looking, I wouldn't depend on that because they're really speeding things up on that Forest Hills side, but you know that it's possible. So I feel like this time between these games is so crucial. We saw they were kind of all head down just a little bit. I hope they can find some way to kind of get the camaraderie back together because Game 3 is going to be so huge here.
Yeah, and they came out swinging initially. They had a couple of nice goals. It's, consistency is key. You have to play so well for that 5 minutes, especially against a team like Forest Hills because they're going to capitalize on almost any mistake in front of them.
Yeah, I think Forest Hills has shown time and time again this season. It's one thing to be able to play the pace with them for 2-3 minutes. It's something completely different to play it for a full 5 minutes. And even a team like California area, who only lost 1 series this whole season over here in TEC High School, it's really showing the dominance of Forest Hills and the fact they're able to do this to an opposition like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, California 9-1, you mentioned it, another amazing team. Their only loss to Forest Hills, which I think was a 3-1 series as well. And honestly, Forest Hills hasn't, I think they've only dropped 3 games out of every series throughout the entire regular season. So 27-3 is just an insane feat on its own.
Yeah, that's an insane win rate. You mentioned it, it's 3 games. We're not talking series. 3 games and best of 5s. That's insane. And one of them being to this California area squad. So I'm sure they're hoping to at least be able to steal 1 here, but it is going to be Pup Gaming. 1 minute and 5 seconds here into game number 3, going to be able to score first.
Yeah, and when these two teams met in the regular season, the game that was taken away from them was actually with a sub. They didn't even have their strong starting 3. So California off to a bit of a rough start here, but again, I have faith in the boys to bring it back. I would love to see this series kind of be extended.
Well, one good news for you if you are a fan of California area hot sauce is when we look at the last 2 games, when we were a minute in, I believe Forest Hills had at least 2 goals. So the defense starting to slow things down. But unfortunately, when it comes to Rocket League, you got to have both the defense and the offense. Pig B going to leave that off the backboard for Heath. The triple commit. You could see how much of a presence Pig B has when he goes in the sky.
Yeah, and if you look at the replay right here, we see a triple commit from the defense. All 3 members going up. You got to work on that communication, and that's where, we talk about maybe not letting that get into your mental. We know Ixuavo has led the team before, so maybe just stepping up and working on that communication, kind of dictating some of these roles, or maybe even assigning someone to just be a nuisance to Pig B.
Sometimes it's all you got to do. You know what? Let's play this thing at 2v3. It's almost like that boxing 1 defense, right? But Pig B, you can see here, if you give him room, he's going to score, and all of a sudden Forest Hills up 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how do you stop someone like Pig B?
Yeah.
He's SSL, he's top 0.1% in the world for a reason. On the other side of things, Ixuavo has the SSL title as well. Equally, very, very talented. But right now, Forest Hills is just playing on all, firing on all cylinders.
And for our viewers at home, if you can't hear the student section behind us saying, you can't guard them, Pig B just putting on the show. You called it the Pig B show in game 1, but it's really been all series.
Yeah, I mean, he's just having an absolute day. We see Ixuavo, though, with a big demo onto Pig B, and this is what we were talking about in some of those previous games. Find that demo on Pig B, become a little bit of a nuisance, try to frustrate them, any way that you can, because you need something to slow Pig B down.
You got to find some way to at least change the game plan because, they say if you continue to try to do the same thing over and over again, expect a different result. That's the sign of insanity. So California area's got to figure something out. You're running out of time here as well. We are now at that just about halfway point in game number 3. You've got a 3-goal deficit, and you've yet to score here as well.
Yeah, I mean, being held scoreless is tough. Halfway point upon us. The lead isn't out of hand just yet, so they still have an opportunity, but they need to start kicking it in gear. You look, 30 seconds to make a solid play, so there's plenty of opportunities for them to find the back of the net.
You can see Ixuavo had a nice little shot, but Pup Gaming sends it to the side. There's the teamwork coming in. Nice job by Heath to pass that to Pig B towards the corner. I think Pig B was trying to see if they can get the defense to catch themselves out of position, trying to rotate over for it, but Unfortunately, their game plan pretty tight over on their side despite the 3-goal deficit. Nice little pass over to the side from Pig B. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Should be Heath coming over from that 50. That's a whiff. That's going to be an open net on the other side, but Pig B does enough to track it down.
Yeah, great job of just putting some power on it, putting it up over the goal, off the backboard, and giving his team another opportunity. We see Jordan now firing a shot toward the goal. Heath will go up and find the save here. Jordan not ready to be done just yet, though. Now the ball in front of the net will be knocked away by the defender and sent back toward that California area side.
Well, we've been spending so much time. Oh, no, you can't have a little touch like that. Pig B, the triple touch doesn't punch it in, and it gets sent back towards the side, which means the Forest Hills team is going to have to go screaming back. Pup Gaming is going to try and field this thing out of the corner. Gets it past 2. He's going to field it off the hood here, trying to continue moving it forward. But California area trying to turn up the heat in these last 70 seconds. Oh, but no, that's going to be not a wide open net. Goes to the corner. We're good. We're good.
It's so close, back and forth. But, I mean, again, California with only a minute left, they can't afford to give up another goal, and they need to find the back of the net. But it seems like Forest Hills in the air, on the ground, offense, defense, it doesn't matter. They're playing near perfect here today.
Yeah, I mean, really, if you had to put together a game plan for what a great, solid series would look like, they're just showing it right here. Pig B also just built different, and Pig B gets his second here in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, just flying through the air. He makes it look so effortlessly. He finds the flip reset off the crossbar, bar down, and Forest Hills leading game number 3 by 4. Most likely going to clutch this one up and be at series point for the championship.
California area's got to find some way to put some offense together. Even at this point, there it is. VRT Jordan's going to be able to at least find one here. Kind of feels like it was a little bit of a, just playing aggressive, but I feel like their offense has to find some semblance of control. Even if it's not necessarily running it up here in these last 30 seconds, you've got to play a lot of time down in that Forest Hill side to show you going into game 4 you can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw some good pass plays there from Shady and Jordan, but again, they have to do that consistently for 5 full minutes, and as we know, it's tough to do against a team like Forest Hills.
Zavo's going to field this thing in the corner, try to get the second touch there before our friends from Forest Hills get to it. Unfortunately, going to be to no avail. Now with a double commit there, it's going to be a wide open field on the opposite side. Rotation from Zavo, going to be on point. Rises up to the sky, over one, tries to get the second touch, past the other, but it is Pig B there to field it. Up in the sky, one more time off the backboard. No one there to punch it home, but it doesn't matter. Locked down, and it's Forest Hills up 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0. We can see the coach maybe talking it over with some of the players there, working on a strategy, working on something that might, kind of work for them. But again, all high fives and happiness over there on the Forest Hills. 3-0 here in the championship. Now just sitting in the driver's seat. It is their game to win.
And in case you couldn't hear, back behind us, Hot Sauce, they are indeed Forest Hills. They have shown up here to play. It is 3 games into this series, and California area, who has beat every team other than Forest Hills this year, has scored 3 goals.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the shots, Pig B has 6 alone, where there's only 4 in the total of California. They've just had a trouble kind of getting out of their defensive end. So, again, I think those bumps, those demos could kind of help that a little bit. We did see a little more of that in the last game. Hopefully they can kind of do that tenfold here in game number 4.
Well, you know what? Let's set the table here a little bit, because let's remember that last year things were in the opposite sort of situation. 3 up as far as for California area, and then it was Forest Hills who were able to pull off the reverse sweep. So let's see if California area can do it here in game number 4.
Hey, I would love to see him take this game and send it into game 5, but of course, Forest Hills wants to close it out, clutch that championship, and get their spot in the PIEA Pennsylvania State Championship as well. So, I'm sure they're hungry for this one.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you all but taste it, right? You're 3-0. You've been so dominant. You came in with a game plan, and you've been able to deliver thus far. And, I know we were talking before we went live, and you had told me you talked with Exovo earlier, and they had a game plan too. And I believe I had mentioned, everyone's got a game plan until you get punched in the mouth. They've been punched in the mouth here. Can they respond? That's the real question.
Yeah, I absolutely hope so. Zuavo going up will find the defensive stop here, looking to carry out, but Heath, the third man rotations for Forest Hills is what's been on point. They're continuously keeping the ball down here in that California area. We see Pig B with a nice flick here to put the ball at midfield, but Forest Hills just doing a great job of controlling the possession.
Yeah, it's so clean down here as well. Sometimes we'll see teams, they might be able to spend a lot of time over on the opposite side of the pitch, but it's not like they're in complete control. Speaking of control here, California area, Zalvo, the player that we were looking for an answer, is going to be able to punch one home. However, it's the first goal. The question is, can you run it up from here?
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see my boy Ixuavo popping off, stealing the first goal here in Game 4, building that momentum. Now they have to run with it. They have to keep it going. On the Forest Hill side, we did see Pup Gaming go ahead and sit this one out. Fungus is going to jump in, so they have a nice big roster, maybe rotating some of these players in and, giving them a chance at this championship game. And there it is. Fungus gets a spot in the championship game, and he finds the equalizer.
You get to be able to slide in, and you mentioned the equalizer here, and you can hear that student section behind us. They are definitely happy to see it. It only took 9 seconds as well.
Yeah, I remember growing up and we had the student sections in like basketball and football. It's great to see that esports has come this far as well. It's great to see the students and everybody being hyped for each other. I absolutely love the atmosphere at the beautiful St. Francis University. And if you haven't been to a LAN, you need to go to a LAN.
Yeah, someone needs to make sure that they tag my man Jake Lucky. I see he's been posting stuff about high school esports, and there's Shady going to be able to take the lead once again. And that's something that we haven't seen from this California area squad. Not taking the lead once, but twice in a game. Is this where the offense starts to turn things around?
Yeah, Ixuavo getting involved. Now Shady's getting involved as well. The whole team starting to amp it up. Could this be the turning point to kind of break that ice and hopefully extend the series for California area?
It only took them 9 seconds to find a response last time around here in Game 4. That has expired here for Forest Hills, but they are still looking to try and tie things up at 2. Pig P's going to send that thing just a tad bit high. Fungus going to do a good job of keeping it alive here in the zone. Shady off the side, I think, looking to try and set things up in the middle there, but no one to deliver for California area, but they are still at least in the offensive zone.
Yeah, Jordan was able to get up there in time and find the shot, but Pigby off the ceiling now will find the flip reset as well, driving into the corner. Shady tries to find the clear, but it does get centered. Ixuavo will be able to go up and find the cart to the ball and buy some more time here.
Here it is, Shady with the pick here, going to be able to go the opposite way, left it off the backboard, but oh, there it is, a second bump to at least move the ball forward. Second one's going to send that on the target there, but it is going to get sent aside by Forest Hills. They're going to now try and turn defense into offense. Pigby here, going to rise to the sky, leaves it off the backboard, tries to drop it down, not going to be able to find a target. Rebound, that's not going to find an answer as well, but it's going to be still from the net here.
Shady with a dirty save. I don't know how that one did not go in, but California has certainly picked up the pace. Can they continue to do this for the remaining 2 minutes? I would love to see it as Shady finds another save across midfield here, looking for that counter attack. Ixuavo with a banger of a shot, going to be a hair high as Pigby will find the save. Jordan comes in, but can't quite get there in time.
It's okay though, Shady keeps things alive. It's a wide open net here, and California area gets their first 2-goal lead of the series.
Shady doing a phenomenal job. He has picked up the pace, attacking the ball with a fierceness, and now for the first time in this series, a 2-point lead. California finally having a cushion, a little bit of breathing room.
Good news for you if you're Forest Hill. You mentioned that breathing room, right? But I feel like knowing how things have happened in the past, you don't want to give up too much momentum over that California area side. Pigby going to try and make some magic happen. Not going to be able to find the back of the net here. Faking in the corner. Second touch here. Going to go for the cross, but unfortunately gets interrupted by Ixuavo. Now it's going to be Ixuavo trying to go the opposite way here. Going to be punched home.
Let's go!
Goes coast to coast.
Ixuavo bringing it back down the field. You nailed it, coast to coast. Ixuavo trying to do the most out here. The 3-point lead with 91 seconds on the clock, and 91 seconds is still a lot of time. Forest Hills is dangerous. California has to continue to play at this pace.
Yeah, we know if anything that Forest Hills has the ability to be able to put 3 across the goal line in 90 seconds. The question is California area going to allow that to happen? Because they look really good here in game number 4. They might even try and punch it home 1 or 2 more times. Jordan's going to be able to at least interrupt that one. Ball still sitting in front of the net. Jordan's going to get interrupted by Fungus here. Now it's going to be Pigby looking for the clear out here.
Yeah, I've noticed that California isn't giving up so much retail to Forest Hills. They're pressuring that ball. They're attacking that ball as well. They're hungry. They're aggressive. And I think that has been the big difference maker here in game number 4.
Pigby going to try and get the pinch there to keep the ball moving forward. He does a good job of at least doing that. He's going to try and field this thing off the side. Overshoots it just a little bit. And now with Fungus letting the ball past them, it's going to be all to Pigby here. But Pigby does field this thing, get to the sidewall. Now should be able to get to the air from here. Has a full tank of gas. And when Pigby has the ball in the sky, no magic's going to happen.
What a dirty, dirty move. You'll see Pigby carrying the ball through the air, looking for that reset, and it looks like it's going to go to the ground, but he allows it to hit the ground and pop it up over the defender. Just beautiful situational awareness by Pigby.
And that's one thing that we've seen Pigby be able to set up a few times through this series, because he's done that a couple times, where you rise up a couple times, let the ball drop, a couple times you play it and keep it up in the air, so you keep the defenders guessing, right? If you do one thing too consistent, it becomes easy to read. 30 seconds here, still plenty of time, especially because you're past everyone. You're trying to get the shot off the backboard. Who's there? Drill home. But Shady got a huge demo.
Yeah, Shady had a huge demo. That attacker was coming in, most likely going to score that goal as well, because of that demo, kind of alleviated that pressure. Now just 10 seconds left on the clock. California area should secure game number 4.
Unless that happens to find the back of the target here, because there is still technically enough time, but now as we get to 3-2, the math ain't mathing to me. California area is going to be able to extend this series, and they're going to be able to take game number 4.
Absolutely. I love to see this from California area, and this is the California team that we're used to. Had they played like this from the beginning, this series would be much closer. The only tough thing is now they've already given up 3. Forest Hills only needs one more game. So California has to play flawlessly for 15 plus minutes if they want to steal this championship away.
Which is tough, right? Because we've seen if you give Pigby and them over on that Forest Hills side, if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, right? So you mentioned that perfect game plan, and it's really hard to play 5 minutes of perfect Rocket League against this Forest Hills squad. It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I did like what we saw from Ixwalo kind of getting up earlier. We saw him knocking Pigby away, taking the ball from Pigby a couple times. Shady with some big plays, even in the background, not necessarily on the ball. I always say it's important to look for that play after the play, so to speak, where after you shoot or after you pass, when you're circling out, you should be looking for that demo. Certainly saved the day there. California extended by 1, now into game number 5.
Let's see if they can go and get us to another game. As Shady tries to get themselves a very quick shot, but Heath's going to be able to send that thing to the side. He's going to be able to find Pigby streaking up the field, or it wasn't Pigby actually, that was Jordan who was streaking up the, or not Jordan, Heath that was streaking up the field, but regardless, they weren't able to move it up too far. But it is now Forest Hills, it is in control. You can see they're in the offensive zone, they're looking to strike first.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jordan bumps into Ixwabo there. Hopefully it doesn't hot. Looking for the double tap as well. And Shady, who has really stepped it up here in these last couple games, finds another beautiful save.
Pigby doesn't let the clear, though. That's going to be off the backboard, off the rebound here for somebody. One fake. Here's Alvo's going to be able to get control. Tries to go up the field here with it, but you can see Heath does a good job of interrupting here. Kind of gotten the ball to a stall here around that midfield line, and let's get passed back forward. Of course, when Pigby's going in the corner, you know you got to be careful. You got to be aggressive, and you can see they did a job of that with the bump, which slows out the clear.
Absolutely. Swavo looking for a double tap of his own, goes just wide and right to the post here. Fungus looking to carry out, will be taken away from Jordan. Pigby now into the air, has to be careful, but Shady already waiting patiently, will read this play once more toward the net, but Fungus finds another defensive stop.
Here it is now. Heath gets the second touch here as well to be able to at least send that thing up past the midfield line, but it goes only about that far as Jordan's going to be able to get the steal, but then very quickly gets their pocket picked here by Heath. That's coming off the rebound, but nobody there to deliver. It gets sent to the side where Pigby is going to be able to field this thing. I think going to be looking for a beautiful pass. Shot on the target, but Jordan comes in with the save.
Yeah, the defense here for California has stepped up. Shady, Jordan, everybody finding nice saves. They swallow with a big bump off the ball. Unfortunately, can't turn something out of that. Now Pigby across midfield, bumping into a Forest Hills player, unfortunately. A bit of a double commit there. And now California looking for that counterattack.
Bravo pulls the ball up, and unfortunately nobody's going to get that second touch on it. Really good job by the defense here to send that thing over towards at least the left side of the field. They haven't been able to get the clear here, unfortunately. We've kind of talked about it a lot early in those first 3 games where California wasn't spending a lot of time on offense. They've kind of flipped the script on that a little bit here. That chip shot almost being able to work. Now they got to make sure they can get back to defense. Pigby does that. Now has about 70 in the tank. Going to rise up, but you can see nothing really to do here. Ooh, nice little second pop-up. Was looking for Fungus, but unfortunately not able to connect.
Yeah, you know, and boost management and consumption is such an important part of the game as well. We see Pigby certainly doing it very well there. Now Ixwabo won't bite on the flick over the head, finds a nice stop floating around near the net. Ixwabo pass across midfield. Jordan, though, the defensive stop is there. Now Pigby once more on the counterattack, looking for the double tap. Waterfall in front of the net, but just a little too much on that one.
Tried to break out the protractor, and that thing would have been absolutely filthy if that thing would have hit, but unfortunately it did not here. Shady with the big hit. hit. That's going to be on target. Someone's got to be able to at least knock that thing aside. And Pig B is going to be able to at least do that. Now, being able to do enough to send things forward a little bit more. You got to try and flip the field, but not going to be able to do it. And a good job by Fungus here to come in. I thought when that went over his elbows head, I think that was on target for a goal.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot from midfield. The defense comes away with a stop. Jordan with a nice pass once more across midfield. Just a little bit too much power on that one. As we see California area on the back pedal. Pig B already up into the air looking for the double tap. Can't quite get it. Fungus with a banger of a shot. Up by 90 seconds on the clock, and what a close game Game 5 has been.
And this student section is going nuts. They know that they took the lead here in game number 5, and they are now 90 seconds away from being crowned champion.
90 seconds away from being champions. California area not ready to be done yet. They have certainly picked it up in these last 2 games. Now knocking at the net once more. Swobo! Shady fires the shot. The save is there. And just nearly almost getting that equalizer.
Here's Exovo looking to pick the pockets of Pig B. Second touch here is going to send it off the sidewall. You see looking across, but the third player had already started rotating back to defense. Being Jordan, you can understand wanting to be a little tentative and being worried about Pig B on the quick attack. But if you were there, that was there for the taking. Instead, now you've got to find some way to get the clear, get the ball upfield, and punch it in the neck. And you only got 50 seconds left.
50 seconds. It is enough time to find one, though. The defense chance have come in. They're trying to work the net here off the sidewall. Shady can't get there in time. Fungus will power down into the corner, looking for a second chance opportunity as Shady goes around. Pig B will have to circle off. Now near the net, Heath will find the stop.
Oh!
Pig B somehow gets the save.
What a huge save here. Now they're looking to go the opposite way. Shady's got to be able to at least get a touch on it to avoid it being from right in front of the net. Going to be able to do at least that, but now they've got 20 seconds. Time of the essence. Pig B looking for the pass to Fungus, and I think that might be the nail in the coffin.
That most likely is the nail in the coffin. Forest Hills up by 2 with just 15 seconds left. But, I mean, regardless of what team you're on, you have to hold your head high. California area had a phenomenal year.
Warm up the buzz behind us. That is tough here from the Forest Hills student section here. And you can understand it, man. Their team has put on a show. Pig B gets them one more for the road.
Yeah, our California area has to put everything forward at this point. They have to go for it. So, they're taking that risk, and these things do happen. So the scoreline might look a little different, but Game 5 was super, super close. You couldn't ask for a more exciting Game 5.
It was one of those things where they were able to keep the lid tight for so long, but Forest Hills kind of like Pringles. Once you pop, the fun don't stop. 3 goals just like that, and Forest Hills are your D1 TEC champions.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to go through. It was a tough series, but I mean, they were able to take a game away from Forest Hills. They played very well. If you're California, like I said, hold your heads high. You guys have a plethora of talent amongst your team. You're only getting better with each year, and I expect to see them back in the championship next year as well. But again, congratulations to Forest Hills, your 2023 Tech High School Rocket League champions.
And as much as the student section was here, they're waiting to wait for the team that's going to be coming up the stairs to give them a warm welcome. That is so cool, Hot
I
Sauce.
love it. It's got to feel great, right? And I mean, the students are great. We see Grove there on the camera. He's been, just a staple for Forest Hills, the coach. I've had a chance to go to Forest Hills and meet him, and he's a wonderful guy with a wonderful program there. And ironically, I've got to visit California as well. And, the students, everybody there is so wonderful. So, again, both of these schools did a phenomenal job throughout the regular and postseason. Unfortunately, it didn't go California way today. But, again, you hold your heads high, and your GGs go next.
Well, there's a good news is this is just the fall, right? So They got some time. They've got the winter here to kind of take a little break, and then come springtime, try and see if they can find themselves a little bit of a shot at redemption potentially here, right? So should definitely be interesting. But that's going to do it as far as our Division I championship here, your Hot Sauce. But you know what's good? I see a new student section starting to pile in behind us. We've got Division II going to be starting up here shortly as well. Should be a banger. But before we get to that, we've also got to make sure that we present our nice little plaque as well as get a quick interview. We'll be back with that right after a quick break. Hey, what it do? What it do? We are back. Welcome on back here. We've got our champions here from Division One Rocket League, and you gotta give it up for our coach here and our squad from Forest Hills. Congrats, coach.
Well, first of all, congratulations on another great year. This must be pretty normal for you guys. I mean, it seems like you get the Rocket League championship almost every season.
Absolutely. It's a blessing, and especially for Jaden and the rest of the guys. He's played with so many different kids in our school, and everybody's excited to play and be a part of the team, and to see the school administrators and other students supporting us. It all comes together here for the finals, and without them, we wouldn't be here, and the parents and all of our community.
Yeah, well, and they certainly seem to love you as well. They were chanting Daddy Grove up here earlier as well. So it's great to see how passionate the students are and how much they love you as well. Are there any seniors?
No, we have a bunch of juniors and a sophomore. So
all returning next year.
Yep.
I mean,
like
they
you
were
said, get
so
used to it.
dangerous last season, equally dangerous this season. I have a strong feeling we'll see you back in the championship next season.
Absolutely, and give it to California area too. They played a great game, and Zavo's a great player, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see them again as well.
Yeah, I absolutely love them as well. I was telling these are the only two schools that I've had an opportunity to visit so far, but the students make it so worth it, and it's great to see the community, the parents, everybody coming together, and yeah, congratulations.
Thank you guys, and thank you for covering us for all season. It means a lot to them and all of the parents in our Forest Hills Rangers community.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hot Sauce.
Yep. All right, now we got the they call him the MVP, the legend, the GOAT, looking like Luffy with his hat on. All right. So, how many championships do you have now?
I think it's at 3.
3 in a row for Pig B. I mean, what's next for you? I know last year at TechCon you left early to do some RLCS stuff. There's got to be colleges looking at you. Have you thought about that or any plans yet? I know you're only a junior, but
Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to go yet, but I'm probably going to go somewhere with like Esports and Rocket League there.
now as far as colleges go, do you have a degree? Do you know what direction you want to go outside of esports as well, or
Computer science or finance?
computer science? Okay, so he's got the skills and the big brain as well, I guess. Is that right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yep. Well, it's always fun to watch you play. I mean, your mechanical ability, your aerial control is, I mean, there's nobody that can really match it. Xwavo's close, but there's nobody that can really match your skills. So it's a ton of fun getting to watch you guys play. It's even more fun to get past you guys.
Yeah, thank you. It's really fun playing with them too.
All right. Well, I definitely look forward to seeing you guys in the championship next year. It was a pleasure, and congratulations, brother.
Thank you, man.
Yep.
Oh.
All right, guys. That is your TEC High School Series 2023 Rocket League champions for Division One. Forest Hills has done it 3 times in a row now. I do believe we are going to take a short break as we get Division Two set up and ready to go. We certainly appreciate everyone watching. Get your snacks, get your drinks, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we got more Rocket League action.
And what it do, it's your boy Q back again for some more TEC high school action. We got some Division II Rocket League on the mic with my boy over here, Hot Sauce. And you know what? We got ourselves another student section here for Division II as well.
Absolutely love to see the students show up as well. And, you know, as we talked about before we kind of got going here, you were kind of mentioning to me that between these two teams, only one game has been dropped throughout the entire season. Well,
yeah, we're in for a banger here. This isn't like before where the two teams have faced off against one another during the season either. So really the only kind of experience they've had with one another is through tape, some VOD reviewing and stuff like that, which should make things interesting. And yeah, we've got a 7-0 Gateway. They've won all 21 and they've lost 0 over on the other side. We've got Greater Altoona 8-0. They are 24-1, so both teams looking really, really good. But you know what? Let's go ahead and look at how Gateway was able to get here to the grand finals.
Welcome to the Tech High School Series Championship hosted. Welcome to the Tech High School Series Championship hosted by St. Francis University. I'm Hot Sauce, your TEC shoutcaster, and this is the TEC playoff recap for 2023. Taking a look at Gateway in Division II, 7-0 on the regular season, able to clinch that number 2 seed in playoffs. And round 1 going up against Westmont Hilltop, where they were able to break out the brooms and find a sweep of their own, advancing onto the semifinals where they took on Forest Hills and once again finding another 3-0 victory. Now they find themselves in the championship against Greater Altoona CTC. In round 1, Gateway went up against Westmont Hilltop. And in clip number 1, we'll take a look from this assist from Lost. We see Pak Puke in the backfield here, able to find that boost and a banger of a shot into the net, putting them up 4-0. And another clip from the same series, Gateway up 4-0. This time we'll see Pop Puke assisting over toward Lost here, and Lost able to find the back of the net as well, giving Gateway that 5-0 lead. Gateway then advancing on to semifinals where they went up against Forest Hills. In clip 3 here, we'll see Sergeant Cooligan keeping it cool as he steals the ball away from Forest Hills and is able to find the back of the net, giving them a big 8-1 lead. In this next clip, we'll take a look at Gateway Forest Hills, all tied up with just 15 seconds left on the clock. I'm sorry, I beat you in the corner over the defender, barely finding the goal, breaking the tie, and winning Game 3 with just 8 seconds remaining. And this has been your Gateway recap for Playoff 2023. What a journey it was for Gateway, and to remain undefeated throughout the season as well. But I mean, we couldn't ask for a better series. Both of these teams undefeated, this time in a best-of-5 as well.
Yeah, going to be a best-of-5, going to be a banger. Now, we've gotten to see how Gateway got here to the grand final. Let's go ahead and see how Greater Altoona got here to the grand finals.
Series Championship hosted by St. Francis University. I'm Hot Sauce, your TEC shoutcaster, and this is the TEC playoff recap for 2023. Taking a look at Division II Rocket League, we have Greater Altoona CTC, who was 6-2 throughout the regular season, able to clinch that number 1 seed, where they went up against Boyertown, and they were able to break out the brooms and find the 3-0 sweep. Advancing on to the semifinals where they met Penn Trafford in a best-of-5 where they took the victory 3-1. Now they find themselves in the championship match versus Gateway, who is the only remaining undefeated team left in Division II Rocket League. Taking a look at that semifinal match versus Penn Trafford, here in clip number 1, we'll see Cosmic able to come down the field high and dry through the air. We'll see a nice tap off the backboard here where Sweaty Boy will come in and find the goal, giving them the 4-1 lead versus Penn Trafford. In the second clip here during the same series, we'll see Sweaty Boy this time carrying it down into the corner where he finds the assist over to the Cosmic goal here, once again giving Greater Altoona the 5-2 lead. This time we'll see Vanillas from Greater Altoona, dribbling down the field here into the corner, able to find the pass across midfield here to Sweaty, who finds the banger into the back of the net, giving him the 1-0 lead versus Penn Trafford. And in the final clip from this phenomenal series, we see Greater Altoona up 2-0 here as Vanilla dribbles down to the Penn Trafford side. We'll see finding the assist over the defender here as Sweaty Boy able to tuck it into the back of the net. And this has been your Tech Playoff Recap 2023 for Greater Altoona CTC.
All right, so as we can see, Hot Sauce, we've got two banger teams here. I mean, really, this is one of those perfect examples of an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. One loss between the two. This might not be Division One, but we're still going to get a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, it certainly feels like Division One. You know, I typically cast Division One throughout the regular season, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't get an opportunity to really watch these two teams play because certainly there's a plethora of talent out on the field.
Yeah, I think this is right here is just going to be really kind of showcasing that, hey, you know what, there's a really good way to kind of cultivate that talent. Even if you've got multiple teams, we've got two squads here. And it's funny seeing that we've seen a couple of these squads that the kind of their Division One team is just as good as their Division Two team. Like they're always up there and competing. Kind of thinking of some of these we've seen throughout the course of the day. I think both of these squads are going to try and cap this thing off and see if they can finish off their perfect seasons. Let's get down to it. Game number one. Let's get it, Hot Sauce.
Game number one underway. Both of these teams obviously wanting to clinch that first game, kind of get in that driver's seat as we like to talk about. But right now it's Greater Altoona on the attack. We see Cosmic with the ball. Lost will find the defensive stop back across midfield. Cosmic is retreating, tucked into the corner, will find the clear as well, but Cooligan not too far behind.
See, they still got the ball down here in the offensive zone for Gateway. That's going to get sent just a little bit far to the right side, but now this could be a chance for a good counterattack from Greater Altoona, but unfortunately they cannot keep control of the ball. Actually, a really good job by the defense to keep the pressure down here. Sergeant Cooligan, second touch, not going to be able to find the pass. This is going to be where Greater Altoona tries to get a little bit of relief.
Relief here at midfield. We'll see if they can push it any further. Cosmic trying to pinch off the wall. We'll get a little help from the teammate here as Cooligan goes up. Unfortunately, can't put the card to the ball. Lost will apply a little bit of help here as the ball floats around midfield. Cosmic shoots toward the net. The defensive stop is there once again. And I think both of these teams just kind of feeling each other out at the moment.
Yeah, this is what we definitely see a lot of teams usually tend to do in this first 60 to 90 seconds here, and especially in a best of five, you want to make sure that you don't come out and try and play, you know, a way that almost plays into the opposition here. And that's going to be Lost. I thought was going to score one on themselves here, but at least going to be able to send it to the side, allowing Sergeant Cooligan now to move this ball upfield.
Upfield here off to Lost, who fires a shot. Vanilla with a beautiful save, but I'm sorry I beat you will come in and cap it off, giving him the first goal of the series.
Doing a good job of rising up and getting the block, but unfortunately the ball just kind of bounces right down there. It's a biscuit sitting in front of the basket. It's going to be an easy one to punch home here for Gateway. It takes them about 90 seconds to find the first goal, but the good news is, on the flip side, it took them a whole 90 seconds to find and figure things out. Maybe you're going to be able to dissect things and find an answer here.
If they can do just that and dissect the opposition here, Cosmic up into the air will find the touch, but BU is already there waiting. This will go just past the car. It looks like Vanilla will rest it down. A big demo from Lost as they take it away. And razzle dazzle, just a nice little finesse there to the right side.
And allowing that aggression to really open things up. The demo, then you're able to punch it home into that bottom right-hand corner. All of a sudden, in a matter of about 25 seconds, Gateway is going to be able to be up by 2.
Yeah, it's nice to have that extra goal, a little cushion, a little breathing room, as we like to call it. But as we know, this is Rocket League, and 3 minutes is so much time in a game like this. Greater Altoona needs to get something going. We talked about looking for that aggressiveness, maybe those bumps or demos to kind of help get that initiated.
Here's Sergeant Cooligan going to field this ball, at least send it towards the side. I'm sorry I beat you. Gets a second touch, looking for Lost in the center, but it is going to be Greater Altoona keeping the ball down here on their offensive side, at least temporarily, back and forth over this 50-yard line. Neither team really wanting to concede much. It's going to be a big demo here from Greater Altoona. Nice job by Vanilla to buy a little bit of additional space, and now they're going the other way, but Lost with a big booming clear sends it back over to Greater Altoona.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing a lot of these big booming clears here in game number one as Cosmic will find the flick over one defender. Lost will win the 50 here as it floats back down. And Cosmic, though, quick to attack the ball. BU looking to press it out. Cosmic once more will keep the drive alive. Now in midfield in front of the net. Nobody quite there just yet. Vanilla will push it off to the side, giving him a second chance opportunity, but Cooligan is going to take this one away. And again, I mean, just a lot of Pong action right now.
Yeah, neither team really able to seize control. Nice demo here coming out from Cosmic, and you can hear the Greater Altoona crowd. They're excited about that one. That gives them a point.
Yeah, it gives them a point there. We see the crew behind us getting hype for the team. Greater Altoona just one away from tying it up here. 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time to work with, and now maybe finally falling into that play style they're used to.
Yeah, you know, maybe a little bit of that feeling out the opposition here. I am going to be kind of interested to see here from both squads if they go down in these games early, what they respond, because, you know, with the records that they both have being pretty well unblemished, I would imagine most of these squads used to being able to really control the pace of the game, especially looking over on the side of Greater Altoona, where right now it's Gateway just really able to seize the control. They're able to spend a lot of time down on this side of the field. They're playing aggressive as well.
Yeah, a nice attempt from Sorry I Beat You there, but unfortunately it will be stopped. A big demo coming out from Cooligan as well, trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but right now looking pretty relentless across midfield. A nice pass to Cooligan. Beat You looking to collect on that. Not the greatest touch, though, unfortunately in front of the net and lost with a banger.
And there it is. You can see it comes up off of the rebound here, trying to get the read. And I feel like Sergeant Cooligan there doing a good job of inserting themselves, making sure that that save doesn't become an easy clear. It leaves the ball in front. You poke that thing home. 74 seconds to try and find two if you're Greater Altoona.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's just kind of getting in there, being disruptive, even if he's not part of the actual play. You love to see everybody get involved. Now it's Greater Altoona who has to find two more, but right now the possession maintaining on their side. We see another big demo from Lost, a banger of a shot that is just a hair to the left of the post.
It looked like they had the wide open net there as well off the rebound. Just unfortunately not going to be able to capitalize here as Greater Altoona now has to fall back to defense. It's going to be a center coming across, but they're doing enough to at least get themselves a clear, at least sends it more up towards that midfield line. And you can see Gateway now going to have to fall back to defense just a little bit. I think Sergeant Cooligan was looking for a back pass to at least get some control, but their defense now has to make sure it stands tall.
Yeah, they need to stand tall for 30 more seconds. Greater Altoona trying to crack the vault. Sweaty goes up, but the Gateway player will get there a little bit quicker as Lost tucks it into the corner. Now in front of the net, a dangerous position to be in. Cooligan will fire one, but the defense finds the stop.
Now with 15 seconds left on the clock, if you're Greater Altoona, it feels like you got to find a way to flip this pitch, get a goal now and get one off the kickoff. And with this now being in your back right-hand corner, I just don't see it being a plausible solution, which does mean as the clock happens to strike zero here, it's going to be Gateway taking game number one.
At Gateway, we see the high fives down there. We see the coach in the background as well, congratulating the teammates. And, you know, maybe Greater Altoona talking over what possibly they could do different there. Again, we saw them off to a little bit of a slow start. They were able to find a goal, but again, I'm a fan of the bumps and the demos. Yeah. I like that aggressive play style. I certainly think it could help Greater Altoona here.
Yeah, it felt like we saw a little bit of it going around there. We can see our student section here not too happy of our result in game number one. It didn't feel like they were that far behind, though. I think the one thing that I was a little concerned about more so was on the offensive side. We only saw them being able to register 2 shots in game number one. Their defense did a pretty decent job in stints, but your defense can only do so much if your offense isn't giving yourself some assistance as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They say defense wins games, but if you don't score, you can't win.
Right.
So certainly they need to get a little bit more involved. If they can do that here in game 2. Lost with a touch near midfield. Sergeant Cooligan already on the attack, and right now Gateway has just been absolutely relentless through these first 2 games.
And now they got control here again. That's going to be a beautiful pass, and it goes just off the side post here, but Gateway still looking to score in the raindrop drop top, and that's going to fall back in the back of the net, and Gateway's got a lead again.
Yes, Cooligan doing it one more time and just really playing off the chip shot there, the crossbar down, and Gateway once more in that driver's seat.
Now they've got to find themselves a way over on that Greater Altoona side to see if they can find a response. You would prefer sooner than later, especially since this is the best of 5. This is not quite as long of a series as we saw was allowed in, our Division 1 series. If they win one more, all of a sudden Gateway's on championship point.
Yeah, there's not as much leeway to work with in these best of 5, so really every moment counts here. And right now Gateway applying that pressure once more near the front of the net. A nice pass off the wall into the corner. Can't quite get there in time. The defense will find the stop, and Vanilla looks to carry out.
You can see he gets that second touch here as well from Vanilla, keeping the ball moving forward, but at some point it is going to be Gateway. Now gets a big booming clear, trying to see if they can get the second touch before the opposition, but not going to be able to do so. But it is Greater Altoona that now has this ball in their back right-hand corner. You got to find some sort of sign and way to be able to get the relief valve pressed, and they're now at least on the offensive side. Can you connect? That's the real question.
Can you connect? They certainly need to find one here. Get that equalizer sooner than later, but right now on the counter attack is Gateway pressing down in the corner. They have to be careful. Greater Altoona will find the clear. One defender to beat. That's cool again up on the sidewall. Cosmic looking to carry toward the net. A second defender, and they get it.
And there it is. You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be a special flavor. Vanilla just being able to hit just as nice, and Greater Altoona going to tie things up.
Yeah, you see the student section behind us getting hype, and we'll see some of them a little bit later. I saw Kratzer back there, who's on the Valorant squad that will be in the championship game as well today. So love to see the student section getting involved, all tied up here 1-1 in game number 2.
Now it's going to be Gateway trying to move this ball forward. Cosmic does a good job of rising to the sky, but it only passes it back to I'm Sorry I Beat You, who allows Gateway to sort of get control of this ball. You can see it's only temporary as Greater Altoona now going to send it forward. Big demo from Vanilla. I think Vanilla actually saved that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge demo, but unfortunately driving into the goal, I think the ball bounced off the back of the car, preventing it from going into the back of the net. We'll see if they can get something here, though. Lost looking to take it away from him. Nobody in the goal, wide open. Cosmic able to get back just in time and send it to the side.
Yeah, able to come out of nowhere, being able to get the save, but they still got to find some way to get the pressure relieved. That's going to be a center coming across. Second touch from I'm Sorry I Beat You. You can see they were trying to get that big boost in the corner. Weren't going to be able to do just that. However, no one else able to pick it up, so it's not really as big of a deal. Sergeant Cooligan going to move this ball forward. Going to be a second touch from I'm Sorry I Beat You, and Gateway regain the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Cooligan just barely able to sneak this one by. Again, kind of off that side wall. You see him circling back there and beat you with that second chance opportunity. It seems like Gateway is capitalizing on almost every opportunity in front of them.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't seem like Greater Altoona has really made very many mistakes. It's just Gateway is making sure to capitalize on the mistakes that do happen to come across, and that's kind of the unfortunate situation when you have an opposition that's played so good for so long. That consistency on either side of the pitch means that you don't have very much room for error.
Yeah, very little room for error. Why these both teams are in the championship match. Why they, one is undefeated, one has only lost one round as well. So certainly deserving of being here. We see Sweaty Boy on the defense. A couple big demos come in. Nobody in the goal, and Lost will get it. That might have been a little bit of an own goal.
Yeah, we're going to have to see here on the replay. But it felt like probably, nope, Lost got just in front of it. No. Yeah, Cosmic gets the second touch there. Yeah, that is very, very unfortunate here. You don't have very much room for error as well. You've got 2 minutes left here. You need to find at least 2 if you're Greater Altoona.
Yeah, I'd love to see him, potentially tie this up, even send it into an overtime. They don't really want Gateway to get onto that series point so quickly here. So 1:45 on the clock. Cosmic on the attack. A nice shot toward the net, off the post. The MVP, the most valuable post, does it again.
Yeah, and I'm Sorry I Beat You did a pretty good job of Randy Orton impression there, coming out of nowhere to be able to get the save as well, sort of like an RKO. Now going to move the ball forward. That's going to be off the backboard. Lost is a backflip to try and get control to be able to push the ball forward more, but to no avail. Cooligan tries to do the same thing off the backboard, but Greater Altoona doing a good job on the defensive side.
Yeah, doing a great job down there on defense. Now looking to get something here on the attacking side. Into the corner is Sweaty. He'll chip it up for Cosmic. Looking for the double tap. This one's going to be just a hair high. Rotating around is Sweaty. Might get a second chance opportunity. The flick is not there. The defense finds the stop once more.
Yeah, I'll give him an A for effort, but unfortunately effort doesn't necessarily get you the results that you're looking for here. 55 seconds, and the more that Gateway spend over on this Greater Altoona side, it makes it that much tougher for them to find some sort of a comeback. Lost hits that thing up in the front left-hand corner, gets the second touch to at least make sure they can test it here. More time that gets wasted off the clock because time is on their side.
Absolutely. The more time they can eat up, the better for them. Now with that 2-point lead, only 30 seconds remaining. Greater Altoona needs to find a goal here within the next 15 seconds or so if they want to give themselves a reasonable shot, and only one they will have.
You see Cooligan doing a good job moving the ball up here, which makes that time continue to tick away. It makes it a little bit harder for Greater Altoona in these closing seconds. We've now reached that 15-second mark. Feels like you've got to capitalize on this trip and then still be able to pull off some magic off a kickoff. It's going to be a big booming clear here from Gateway. 5 seconds left. This ball's going to touch the ground more than likely with the score still remaining the same, which means Gateway is going to be on championship point.
Yeah, now sitting at championship point, and honestly, now they have still yet to lose a single game throughout the regular season or the postseason. We see the thumbs up, we see the hype from the crew right there, and you know it feels good obviously when you're up by 2, but love to see the hype from the students.
You love the hype, and you can see them there. If you can read lips, one more. They know that that's all they need to be able to complete the perfect split here and be the Division II champions here for TEC High School. It's going to take a lot over on that Greater Altoona side to switch the script.
Hey, we've certainly seen reverse sweeps before, even in the championship matches, so that we know they're capable of it, but certainly a tall, tough task here as we see Cosmic already kicking it into gear. Sorry, I Beat You was there waiting, and a shot from Lost. What an angle.
This is tough here. 9 seconds into game number 3, and when you're already on championship point, to be able to take the lead that quickly, this has got to be just a little deflating on that Greater Altoona side.
Yeah, I mean, in any sport, right, momentum is huge. The confidence certainly being exuberated out on the pitch here today. And, well, they are once again in that driver's seat. You can't count Greater Altoona out. They're undefeated for a reason. They have the ability to score, maybe work off some of those bumps and demos. I'd like to see them find this equalizer, within the next minute or so.
I mean, the good news for you if you're Greater Altoona, if this thing goes to 5, momentum's going to be on your side because you've won the last 2. But that starts here in game number 3, and unfortunately you're already down by 1. You've got to find at least the equalizer and then take the lead from there, and it just doesn't seem like Gateway's defense is looking to relinquish any sort of control. As you see a nice pass across, that's going to be off the crossbar, and once again the woodwork coming into big play.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see any double commits from Gateway. They're really spreading the field very, very well. Really good pass plays as well, being selfless, each member looking for another. So, I mean, right now, just playing near perfect Rocket League.
It's hard, right? It feels like, as you mentioned, the perfect Rocket League that's getting played over on that side. And you know what? I'm sorry, I Beat You is going to be able to go from coast to coast with the help here from Lost. Able to be a beautiful dime pass. And that's that. When you see that happening on an elimination game, it's just so hard to stop.
Yeah, I mean, the give and goes, and obviously he's already up in the air. For the defender to get up there and challenge it is very, very difficult. Now with that 2-0 lead, once again in the driver's seat, they have that cushion. They can continue to do what's been working for them and potentially close out the series.
Oh no, this ball's going the opposite way. They're trying to close the distance, and no, it's going to be Lost finding another one. And we're only 90 seconds into game number 3, and Greater Altoona down by 3.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in those player cams, they were all smiles. It seems like they've really hit their stride here, especially in Game 3. A well-oiled machine out here. The cohesiveness between this Gateway crew is really, really fun to watch.
And they just seem to be able to find what works for them normally, and now they got to see if they can find something here over on that Greater Altoona side, because Gateway is locked in here. You mentioned the smiles, the vibes are high, and now the lead is high as well. Greater Altoona's got to find some sort of response here. It feels like you've got to at least cut this lead down to 2 before halftime.
Yeah, you really need to find, at a minimum, a goal here before we hit that 2:30 mark, just to give yourself a fighting opportunity here. But easier said than done up here with a team like Gateway. They nearly get one here. We seem kind of a little squirrely there in the defense. Maybe something that they noticed, maybe a crack in the vault that they can capitalize on. But unfortunately, they were unable to get that one.
See a little bit of the bumping coming out here from Cosmic, which got Cooligan out of the way. Sweaty Boy is going to be able to capitalize off the pass from Cosmic here. And 8 seconds before that halftime marker, they're going to be able to at least find their first.
Yeah, you know, we were hoping for 2, but at a minimum of 1, so they did that.
There's still the kickoff.
2:38, yes, and 2:38 is a lot of time. You can certainly find 2 goals in 2.5 minutes here in a game like Rocket League. So now maybe finding a stride of their own that could be the confidence booster they need heading into the final half of this.
Now their defense needs to make sure that they don't allow any sort of quick response to take the wind out of their sails. You had mentioned how much time is left on the clock, and that is plenty of time in Rocket League, but you cannot allow this deficit to re-extend to 3. They're having some troubles getting this ball pressure out of their zone here. That's going to come out from the sky. It looked like at least a double commit, but nobody there from Gateway to be able to punish it. Vanilla at least moves the ball forward. Another touch here as well, and that's going to be Sweaty Boy. Finds a second goal here.
I did not see that coming. It kind of fell apart there for Gateway a bit, and Sweaty Boy over the top powers it in. You see the defender trying to get back in time. BU will touch the ball, but it's already in the back of the net.
And now all of a sudden the vibe's completely different over on that Greater Altoona side. You're feeling better. You found the back of the net here back to back. Now you just need one more, and all of a sudden things are tied up. And if you find 2, maybe you'll be able to take that lead and extend this series, but you can't allow another one. Good job here to at least send that one aside. And you see Cosmic trying to choose a little bit of violence here as well to see if that helps with them moving the ball upfield.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the demo, so love to see him getting involved there now, looking for a counterattack of their own. Cosmic with no boost, however, will find a pinch. This one's going to go booming past the net here. See him rotating around, will be able to re-up on that boost. So we often talk about how important boost management is. We see some of that coming into play here.
Now he's going to be lost here, going to make sure that they're slowing down this offensive attack and now actually trying to see if they can turn defense into offense here. Remember, as far as for the side of our team from Gateway, they just got to play keep away for 75 seconds. They've got the lead here. They've got to keep the ball down here, and they're gravy. But now it's going to be Greater Altoona with some sort of counter, trying to see if they can move the ball up. This seems to be floating more towards center side. I'm sorry, IBG does a good job of at least sending it towards the midfield line. Now with more pressure, Greater Altoona's in some trouble here, Hot Sauce.
And now on the back pedal, Lost will fire a chip shot. Vanilla goes up, and unfortunately, I'm not sure if they were out of boost or what happened there, but couldn't quite get up high enough to contest.
Oh, and you can see Cosmic, if they had just a little bit more of their hood there, they would have been able to get a nudge onto that and at least avoided the goal. But now all of a sudden, what was looking manageable, now you're in trouble. You've got to move with a sense of urgency. You've got to find one here.
Yes, you have to pick up the pace. Now just 45 on the clock. They have that 2-point lead, and BU looks like he's not slowing down anytime soon. Once more knocking at the net. Nothing will come of this one. Vanilla now a counter opportunity, but the ball will be knocked away to the wayside.
There he is, going to be able to at least win the 50 here is Cosmic, moving the ball forward, but you got to get the control here. With 26 seconds left on the clock, you can't really afford to play the hit-around game. Every hit has to have a purpose. That's going to be a pass, but great job by Sergeant Cooligan. The clear. Going to try and look for a pass across to, I'm sorry, I beat you. Not going to be there, but with 12 seconds left, it looks like it's all but written, especially,
oh my!
He actually saved that!
That was insane, but regardless, only 2 seconds on the clock. Down, and they'll get it with no time left on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, your Division II Rocket League champions, Gateway does it without dropping a single game.
And you can see all smiles on that Gateway side. They are feeling good, and they should. Taking down a team that had only lost 1 game, and you walk away with the sweep. They looked really, really good here.
Yeah, all high fives. You love to see the hype as well. On the other side of things, I mean, Greater Altoona, they've been a staple at TEC for a long time. We're going to see them a little bit later here in Valorant as well.
Back to back, actually.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, they have a phenomenal esports program as well, but just I love to see them have fun out there. Again, congratulations to Gateway, though, on a perfect season.
A perfect season, and they'll get the chance to raise that plaque here in a moment. We'll get to chat with one of the players or one of the coaches here, but we'll be bringing that to y'all right after a quick break. Don't go nowhere.
Hello and welcome back. We're with the 2023 Rocket League Division II champions. Congratulations again. We are here with Coach Amy.
Allie.
Or Allie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Allie.
It's all good, it's all good.
But again, so completely undefeated, absolute perfect season. Game 3 of this tournament was a little bit hectic. What was going through your guys' heads?
I think we just were nervous. This is our first time making it this far, but we got caught up. We got our head in the game, and we did it.
And how long have you been coaching for now?
I've been coaching since last season.
Last season.
I'm my junior year, and I'm a senior right now.
And you play as well?
I play occasionally with Overwatch.
Okay. And what's your favorite part about coaching, do you think?
My favorite part is being able to mentor my friends as well as just watch the people that I've grown up with make it this far.
Yeah, well,
and also being able to do it with my best friend, Sai.
That's amazing. Well, you certainly did a phenomenal job. Congratulations again on an absolute perfect season. It was a lot of fun to watch, but certainly even more fun to cast for you guys.
Thank you.
Yep, congratulations.
All right.
All right, Sai? Sai is the esports manager, is that correct?
Yep.
And you started this 2 years ago.
Yep.
And
right
what inspired you to start this?
So our school recently built a room, and they weren't really using it for anything. I was like, esports. And then from there, I just kept going to administration, teachers. And with persistence, we got it established.
Oh, I love to see that determination. Obviously, esports doing wonderful things for kids now with college scholarship opportunities and things like that. But again, congratulations on a perfect season. Love what you're doing here. All right, we are here with the big man himself, Sergeant Cooligan. We got to see some razzle dazzle out there. Love the aerial control. I mean, what was going through your head in the series? Were you pretty confident going in? I mean, you guys haven't dropped a single game, so.
I knew we were the better team. I knew, like, together with me, Daniel, and Emmanuel, the man, you know, him too. I knew that, like, I knew we were going to pull through, you know. I know Altoona's a great team, you know, props to them. They've been here every single season, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know, so I was nervous, but I wasn't scared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys played really well. It was fun to cut to the cams down below and see you guys high-fiving. And I forget who someone was, one more. We could read the lips in there, you know, and we saw the side. So it's really fun to see the excitement, and you guys certainly deserve it. You played absolutely phenomenal.
Real quick. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Cooligan's mom. Yeah.
Hi, Archer.
Well, I guess, you know, we should take a moment to thank all the parents and the students as well, because it's great to see everybody getting involved and being hype. And again, I mean, esports in the Olympics now, so there's so many more opportunities for wonderful students like you. So I look forward to seeing you back in the championship next year. And again, congratulations on your perfect season.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
All right, guys, that is your 2023 Division II Rocket League champions. We are going to take a short break so we can get some Valorant set up, guys. Please don't go anywhere. When we come back, we got more TEC action for you. Welcome back to the Tech High School Series Championship. This time we'll be in Valorant, and in the booth with me this time is TJ. How are you doing, TJ?
I'm doing great today, Hot. We're in for two lovely matches. We've got the first one up, though, Division 1, Winber versus Altoona. Both of these teams sitting 6-1 in Division 1. They've been doing an excellent job throughout this season, and this is the match that's going to matter for them.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. Obviously, they both have a loss. I saw Mr. Gary and them lose to Shade Central earlier in the season. They were able to topple them in the playoffs and continue this run into the championship. So certainly look forward to this, especially because it's a best of 3. You get a little bit more of that action. If you happen to drop a game, you still have a second chance opportunity.
Yeah, that second chance is going to be huge for these players, unlike the regular season where it's just a best of 1, that extra cushion for comfort. And we're going to see how they do today. Let's take a look at the bracket, though. How did these teams get here today? We've got Winber, the first seed, Greater Altoona, CTC, the number 2 seed, both of them taking down their lesser seed opponents respectfully. And, I mean, we're in for a really good match today.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, Sage Central was the only team to beat Winber during their season as well. So for Winber to come back out and really show a dominant performance in that game. So I definitely think they're going to be hungry. You had mentioned they've been to the championship before, but never really able to clutch that championship. Greater Altoona CT has been here time and time again. Their roster is stacked as well.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the roster, I'm looking at Kratzer. That's the man to watch for Altoona today. He's been an absolute beast this season. He's looking to really push his team over the line, secure themselves a championship. We just saw their Division II Rocket League team unfortunately not able to take the Division II title. That went to Gateway, but hey, multiple chances here for Altoona here on Championship Saturday, and I think this is the team to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love Kratzer as well. He's got gray hair, right? But he mains Rays, which is one of my favorites ever since I started playing Valorant. Super fun to watch. I know in this first one here, I think banned Ascent, and Winber picked Bind. Bind is a phenomenal map for Rays as well. So I'm really looking forward to see how this plays out because I know that CT loves Bind. They pick it a lot throughout the regular season as well. So I feel like this is a comfortable map for both teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a very comfortable map 1. Once we make it to map 2, though, we are going to see split, and that'll be Altoona starting on the attacking side. For map 1, though, Winber going to start on the defense. I like starting on the defense on Bind. It's a much more defensive-heavy map. If we see these teams really clash on these sites, using the 2 teleporters as effectively as possible, we're going to see some really high-paced action on this map.
Oh, yeah, and when CTC attacks on Bind, they are so fast. The duelists are constantly getting in there, getting behind the scene, causing those defenders to have to turn around, really making some big plays, and usually fragging out before they get traded out as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see very quick entries from this Altoona side as we get into the map. Let's take a look at the starting lineup, though, for both of these rosters and get into the game very shortly.
Valorant Division 1.
Caden Kratzer, Valorant Division 1.
Gage Wah, Vale, and then D1.
Aiden Quirin, Yoshiono, Valorant D1.
Brian Kelly, Coach, Greater Altoona Career and Technology Center.
Garrett Kirkwood, Mr. Gary, and Valorant D1.
Andrew Minahan, Anjaz, Valorant D1.
Raymond Stockley, Bucky, Valorant D1.
Jaron Pavlovich, Pluto.
And yeah, that is our starting lineup for map number 1. And talking about the Altoona side, we've got a lovely little cheer section over here from the Altoona CTC boys, and they're looking to give some moral support to their teammates. I mean, we have so many Altoona players here today. I love seeing all the jerseys, all the players here supporting their other teams, and it's going to be amazing to have this type of moral support behind them.
Yeah, and they're going to be on screen a little bit later as well as Greater Altoona's Division II team has also made it to the championship here in Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have so many players, all these high schools coming here today, showing up for the championship. We're going to have map 1 on your screen very, very shortly as Bind going to be the pick. We do have Winber starting on the defense. We are going to get those players into the map very shortly. A little bit of audio issues from one of the players, but we are ready to go.
Yeah, we can see the cams there. We see Mr. Gary on the front on the left side. I think Bain there on the right side. And I had a chance to meet both coaches as well. Phenomenal people. I love what they're doing here with the program. And Mr. Gary's mom is actually the coach for Wimber.
Yeah, Mr. Gary's mom had a lovely conversation with her earlier about how she stepped up to be the coach of Wimber after they were almost close to shutting the program down. And just hearing those, hearing support from parents and keeping these programs alive is just what you love to hear in this scene.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to crack into bind here. Mr. Gary locking down that Reina as they so often do. Pluto, will be handling the race. I do like the Brim pick here as well. KO, a great asset as well, especially if you're going up against another race, able to nullify that showstopper and things like that. So I'm really liking what I see so far. Claw on the Chamber, which we don't see much Chamber anymore since that nerf, but Chamber does do well on bind.
He does do very well on bind. I mean, there's so much verticality and versatility, especially like with on tube on the B site and lamps on A. That teleport can send you basically miles through walls on bind with all of these crevices that you can work around. So I'm really excited to see where he decides to stick himself on the defense. Once we make it to there, they're going to start on the attack. But I'd really love to see how he uses that teleport to really work his way around the map and, really trick up the enemy team.
Yeah, and it looks like, Greater Altoona only going with the one duelist here this time versus the two on the other side of things. So I'm always interested to see these team compositions and how they utilize it, to their benefit.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see 2 Sentinels. And, I mean, that might be a little bit of a hindrance on attack, but once defense sets in for these guys, if they can keep a good amount of rounds on their attacking side and really work into that defense, that Sage Wall, the trademark, those are going to be the slows. Those are going to be huge deterrences when entering sites.
Yeah, we could see them there on the cams again, maybe hooking up their own keyboards. It's always good to bring your own peripherals, something that you're used to, want to feel comfortable, especially in this championship game. We want to remind everybody it is a best of 3 for this 2023 championship. Wimber, Greater Altoona, both 6-1 as they clash head-to-head here in game number 1 on bind.
Game number 1, up to 3 maps here. I'd love to see a game 3 between these teams. I mean, such competition here today as the pistol round ready to start things off, and it's going to be Pluto met with a bombardment of players as the Greater Altoona CTC squad working their way up A main slowly.
Yeah, and I like what they did here. They really kind of waited a few seconds before they pushed. We saw Pluto looking for that intel, but now it's going to come tenfold, rushing in toward Lamps here. We see the Roomba going out. Nobody will find it just yet as they do destroy it. The plant down with ease.
Down with ease, and they all back away, ready for post. We see the teleport away from Vale as Pluto working his way in through Lamps. Kratzer's holding the angle as Pluto spots him out, gets the first, but going to be traded out as players rushing in from CT. It's going to be Anjas in the 1-versus-1. Can't find Vale as 2 more kills come on through. Bucky throwing a flash high, will flash his own teammates, but this push being slowed down. Bucky able to equalize slowly but surely, but Kratzer from the behind, gonna find the last 2 kills in Greater Altoona, starting us off with an excellent pistol round.
Yeah, Kratzer with a triple kill and a big one. We talked about how he is a player to look out for. Kratzer on the side of CTC, Mr. Gary on the side of Wimber, and I have a feeling that these two are going to be duking out all day.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. What happens? I'm going to wait till round 3. These bonus rounds are usually pretty one-sided, although would love to see some trickery from the Wimber side to maybe take that one away on the lighter buy. Look at that. We got a judge up from Kratzer on the raise. I'm expecting a double satchel here, Hot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've been rocking the judge throughout the regular season, kind of getting in the heads of their opponents. Now, we often know that when you lose that first round, you typically lose the second round as well as you're saving that economy. So that third round, I think, is going to be really, really important for Wimber.
Yeah, we see the double satchel in Kratzer. He's going to be low with it and will take a little bit of damage from his own paint shells, but is now working his way into Lamps. And Bane with the Bucky going to start things off instead. 2 shotguns sitting inside of Lamps right now with post plan. And oh no, Kratzer working his way up, finds another, but can't find Bucky, and a gun's now in the hands of Wimber.
Yeah, Bucky with that classic, making it happen now into Lamps. Whoa, but Bane with the Bucky, waiting patiently, will tap the head and get the bread. Now the flash coming out, trying to create some space here as they continue to push in. The spike ticking away. Bane has an idea. Oh, but you got caught with a knife out, and that is a Valorant no-no.
Can't take a knife to a gunfight, but they'll still take the round. They will drop 2 guns. It will be the judge in the Bucky that will be gone from their economy as they work into this third round bonus. But a 2-0, good start, and we do see a full buy here from the Wimber side, ready to own up with these Vandals. A little bit of light shield as it looks like they might have forced a little bit too heavy into that second round, but at this point, it's still a very, very healthy buy for these guys going into their first full buy round.
Yeah, definitely a winnable round for them. They have the gun advantage as well. So it looks like they're kind of resting toward the B side, it would appear at this point, as the wall drops, and now they're quickly pushing in. They have the shotties again. Kratzer with that Boomba looking for a little intel. Will spot one. Pluto has to back off in a hurry, but Creator and Pluto with the crossfire. A 2K for Pluto, and Winber starting to fight back.
Yeah, wonderful fight back. Looks like Mr. Gary taking the teleporter, finding Yoshi and Bucky, able to clean things up. That Sage Wall was not even did not even do a single thing to that push, and the kills still came through. I mean, it was beautiful placement, beautiful work from those guys. And the first full buy round going to go the way of Winber. Now we see how Altoona does with rifles in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important to win that round 3 if you're Winber. You can't really afford to kind of put yourself in a bad economic position. So doing what they need to do. Now on the other side of things, we see Greater Altoona forcing up. So now we have our first rifle on rifle round. And obviously if you win this, there's a tendency that you're going to win the following one as well.
Yeah, I mean, the economies are both in shambles here after the few pistols and full buys, as Hookah is going to be completely blocked off by that Sage Wall, taken away. His Creator playing on the high ground here. The flash, do they look up hot?
Yeah, you know, they've been checking left and right. When they came out last time, they made sure to have a person checking each side, but Kratzer will blast in, finds the headshot onto Creator. Yoshi gets another through the wall as well, and now a 4-player advantage as Mr. Gary is the lone member. He's going to have to get an ace here, but Vale will end this quickly. A flawless round for Greater Altoona.
A flawless round indeed. I'm not sure if I liked the teleporter play from Mr. Gary. When you're in those clutch situations, giving away your position immediately is not something that you really want to do, but giving it away, it's going to be looks like they're still going to have money to invest here, Hot, as the money came through from last round just a little. Looks like Vandals and Light Shield the way to go for Winber here, as they're down by 2, but still plenty of games left. Plenty of rounds left to be had. I enjoy seeing that these full buy rounds coming through from these teams. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fast from these guys. The Rays pushing in, and the trademark hasn't been used much, I believe, from Claw on the chamber on the side of Greater Altoona, but they're still doing an excellent job with these pushes.
Yeah, we see the dog coming in through lamps, just looking for a little intel as well. The Molly will come out in both directions here. They're trying to get a foothold on this site, get that spike down, and it looks like Yoshi is going to be able to do that.
Yeah, post plant comes through. Pluto going to find some trades as Bane finds Creator, and Pluto takes him right back down. Vale finds Mr. Gary as Pluto, Vandal in hand, finds one flash, looks for another, finds the head of Yoshi, but Claw finds 1, 2, making a third, and the round goes the way of Altoona like a switch flipped.
Unbelievable performance by Claw there to come away with a triple kill. And again, you can see the hype. You can kind of see them laughing. They're obviously having a good time at the moment. Winber a little bit more serious as they're in a bit of a hole here, but we know how talented they are. You can't count them out. Mr. Gary 1-4 at the moment. We need to see Mr. Gary start popping off.
Yeah, Mr. Gary, I mean, he's the highlight player for Winber, one of the best players on this roster. He is most likely the man making the calls inside of that room right now, calling the shots despite being the Reyna of that team, the insta-lock duelist, you could say, as Creator sitting up high on this wall, prepared for another B hit.
Yeah, you know, Creator's done a good job of switching sides as well. Yoshi doesn't look up with the dog. I don't think they spot Creator as well. On the back pedal, though, Kratzer already blasting in. The heal will come out. But again, the smokes from Brim buying this time. They need to try to flash before they push out. We'll see the wall from Sage as well. This will give him a little bit of ground onto the site. Bane finds one. A beautiful headshot, and the spike will go down once more.
Yeah, very quick run. Oh my goodness, Kratzer. A beautiful double from him. It's just down to Mr. Gary coming in from long. Vale's going to peek in. A headshot with the Sheriff as the spray is dropped for a little bit of bad manners. Can't find the Vandal in the smoke, though, as Kratzer now pushes in. Boombot's not going to spot him, and Mr. Gary is able to continue this one. 2 kills now. Finds Yoshi up high. A shot fired, but no kill yet as he picks up a Phantom. Flash comes through, but Claw able to close it down there. Mr. Gary, though, looking hot, and it looks like he finally warmed up after some words from us.
Yeah, absolutely. Great positioning by Greater Altoona there to clutch that round. But, I mean, that was an eco round for Winber, so they're not expected to win. The fact that you can come away with a couple kills and maybe put a little bit of a dent in that economy on the other side. And we talked about wanting Mr. Gary to kind of hit that stride, seemingly maybe coming into that play now.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really liking this chamber pick. I'm also looking at it. There's not only playing 2 Sentinels here, Hot, they're playing 2 healers. this. They have both Sky and Sage. The damage that they take from entering these sites, regardless of how much they take, it's all going to be given right back to the players. Even a Resurrection comes through, Sky's heal drops onto all the players, and even if they take massive damage here, they'll bring it right back after post.
Oh, but Mr. Gary's going to find Vayne as well, so that'll nullify some of that healing and that res as well. Vayne finds a trade, though, with that ult. Now a bit of back and forth. Kratzer has to blast to safety, excuse me. The paint shells will come toward Lamps, and the rotation will go to B.
Yeah, I mean, look at the minimap right now. Nobody is home for Winber. That's going to be a free site. Seekers are going to be popped by the Sky of Greater Altoona. Mr. Gary's going to make his way in through the teleporter. Claw, though, watching it on the other side. Pluto, in the meantime, finds Kratzer. Kills are coming through, and it's just down to Creator in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, I mean, Claw is absolutely popping off on Chamber right now. The whole crew firing on all cylinders. Vale knows it's coming, and the quadra kill for Vale. What a round.
I mean, a quick, clean rotate. They understood that the stack had come through. The rotation's a little bit too quick from the Winber side. They gave up a lot of that B space so early, and it was a perfect read from Altoona. I mean, the perfect take. Seekers popped as well for the extra information. They know that one's coming from the flank. They're able to watch it, shut down the site. They didn't even need to get the spike down.
Yeah, I mean, Greater Altoona all season they've attacked so well. They're such a fast team. Yeah. It's really hard to slow them down. They're really good at overrunning their opponents. And just like there, we saw that early rotation from Winber because they know how dangerous CTC is. They have that quick rotation, and there's no one at B site.
And I mean, we talked about how comfortable map Bind is. Those quick entries can also come with some of the fastest rotations ever with these teleporters. Pluto's going to be all alone on site as the Sky Flash will at least detect him at minimum. Kratzer goes high. Pluto spots him out, can't find the shot through the wall, and is unable to find the head as Kratzer up top's going to find one, drop right back down. And now it's numbers game in favor of Altoona with the spike down.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it with the Phantom, now doing it with the Vandal. Anjas will pop a molly. Good positioning here as well. We'll try to flush him out, but again, the spike is down, the wall is there, and nobody seemingly even attempt to break that wall. I'd like to, even if you choose not to push there, as Bane finds a 2K. Kratzer will wrap it up, but I mean, when the wall goes up, you want to break it as quickly as can. Even if you don't push there, then they at least have to watch one more extra angle.
Yeah, you need to break that gap as quick as possible. Granted, they found those entries pretty quick, and when you're on that save round, when you just have those sheriffs, maybe a frenzy involved, it's really hard to chip down that health without knowing that you have to reload your gun. And then, I mean, Kratzer just exists on the high ground. You have to be careful of that. He hears the sound cue of a reload, and he's just there ready for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with as many round wins as they have, they're really beginning to pad that economy. Yeah. So you're not going to find themselves in trouble if they happen to drop a round. Right now, they have a comfortable lead, and again, behind a map that they just played really, really well on all year.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about how aggressive their attacks are, how quick and clean they are. They need to find a way to slow this down, whether it's rotating Creator over to the A site, making use of those slows, but Mr. Gary, oh man, he's going to be in a 1 versus 2. Boombot's going to spot him out. Can he find Claw? No, the Lear's going to come out, but not in time. And Kratzer's going to get the kill. Going to find the orb as well. Orbital Strike is going to come through, but we'll be able to find Vale, actually. A late kill coming through as the spike is down.
Yeah, nice ult from Anjas there to get that Kratzer through the wall. We'll find Creator, who is just absolutely nutty right now. And Anjas up high will find one. Bucky getting Kratzer in the bathrooms there. The molly will come over the top. Again, the spike is ticking though. Claw Bane here just been absolutely insane.
I mean, they have just been having such a good game. The Judge in the hands of Bane there finding that kill. And Judge is one of those guns that you can invest into these full buy rounds just to be a nuisance. You make your way into lamps, you can find yourself deep in tube, and no matter what, you have to peek that. If you're not finding the headshot with that Vandal or Phantom, you're toast. You're done. You know, there's nothing you could do.
And another favorite thing of mine about the Judge is, much like the Odin, it tends to get in your teammates' head mentally. You know, people get frustrated when they're going up against those Odins and those Judges. But, you know, Greater Altoona, they've used the Judge so well all year. We've seen it with Kratzer time and time again, and they're just certainly doing it here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's disgusting what you can do with such a cheap weapon, as the B site going to be hit again. And this has been a very, very quick half. Hot. We're already up 8-1. Only 3 rounds left in the half, and Winber, all due respect, they need to win all of these.
Yeah, you know, and you talk about Bind kind of being, a lot of these 2-site maps kind of being a little more defensive, but Greater Altoona is just so good at attacking. They're a really well cohesive unit. They push together. They use that utility together, which allows them to get into the site with ease. Kratzer will find one here. Bucky does get a trade. That Sage Res came in as well, and now they have a big advantage here.
There it is. Winber finds himself around a much-needed round, in fact, and Pluto looking really hot on that Vandal. 3 kills for him in that round. Mr. Gary, I believe, 1 as well. As we're looking at this half, Pluto is doing an amazing job. Mr. Gary looking slowly but surely is waking up, and I'm sure that in the next half of this game, once they're on the attacking side, I'm sure that Reyna will come in extra handy alongside Pluto on the Raze.
Yeah, you know, sometimes those first game jitters come into play, or
Yep.
maybe you're just not quite warm enough, but Mr. Gary finally seeming to get there as well. Greater Altoona, though, just came out swinging off rip, and they've never really seemed to look back or slow down.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a wrecking ball so far in game number 1. I mean, this is a nice change of pace, slowing things down and being amazingly quiet as it's a split push as well. Bane's going to fall early to Mr. Gary, who continues to play in ramps, but in the meantime, Kratzer and Claw have been working up B. They have a completely free B site, but the spike is down outside A main.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Gary saw that as well, as he was able to take out Veo. Claw will pop that up there and wait patiently, but again, they're going to have to find a way to get that spike. I think the smoke was there, and they might have been able to grab it. Yeah, it looks like Sky did pick it up.
Yep, yeah, the spike will get planted on this B site, and Greater Altoona, they did make their rotation over early. Winber sticking on the A site for a pretty hefty amount of time, not even sticking a player over to maybe give information on the spike plan until they hear the announcer telling them that it's time to move. As Mr. Gary making his way out of A main, or B main, excuse me. Anjas finds one, Kratzer to make the trade. One player sits in elbow with another in guarded. Yoshi, the Skydog, going to clear things out. Trailblazing around Tube will get some information as the flank is coming through from Pluto in the meantime. It's going to be a nice shot from Mr. Gary as Kratzer sits in elbow. And a beautiful retake from the duelists of Winber as they find themselves another round. And I mean, I think I said it best. I mean, they need to win all these rounds, and so far they've found 2 out of the last 3.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Gary has absolutely come alive at this point. I think he got a 3K in that round as well. So maybe starting to pick up the pace a little bit, starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. But again, I mean, Greater Altoona has got such a nice lead here early.
I mean, it's so comfortable.
Yeah, they're really going to have to fight to get back in this.
Yeah, I mean, look at these players right now. I mean, Greater Altoona having a great time. Smiles. Winber not smiling as much, but I'm sure that they're getting themselves prepared for the next half of this game. One more round for them to defend on, as I'm sure they're hoping very much to take this one out. 4-8 not bad at all on Bine, however. They are going to have to move over to the attack as Mr. Gary getting aggressive here. Bane's going to fall early. The Trailblazer and Showstopper combo going to take down Gary right back, although Sage Res not online. No, Sage is dead early. There's a Res online, but won't be able to be used in this half.
Yeah, on the other side, Winber potentially could use theirs. The paint shells come in toward Lambs. Kratzer's going to find another onto Pluto, making a triple kill, and Kratzer is absolutely popping off.
Yeah, the ace is on the cards here, as it's going to be a resurrection, maybe a 6K even from Kratzer. Won't be able to find Anjas as he peeks out a 4th from the Rays of Altoona as he jumps up on top of you all, making a 5th, looking for the 6K. They're letting him have it, and that's a 6-man ace for Kratzer. And that is a beautiful round from Altoona to close out the half.
Oh my, an ace on its own is insane. A 6K ace in the championship. What an absolute play.
Else. However, Hot Sauce, I mean, 9-3 curse now for Altoona. That's going to be 3 rounds for Winber on their defense. They're going to have to attack and bring things back here. But, I mean, how else can you ask to end a half and start off a Valorant Championship Series here? I mean, we have so much more action. Another map after this, still a whole nother half to look over. And, I mean, Kratzer is going to, I'm sure he's mile high right now, going to be carrying that energy on his defense.
There's no way that isn't the play of the series.
Oh,
I mean,
100%.
unless we see another 6K ace, I mean, that is going to be the play of plays for the day. Kratzer absolutely popping off. And maybe, you know, right when Mr. Gary was beginning to pick it up as well, so potentially slowing them down a little bit. The 9-3 curse, I don't even think it's in the back of their mind because of the way they're playing.
No, and the trademark going to be found early by Pluto as the A hit looking to commence. Mr. Gary and Claw have traded some shots, both down to half HP. Pluto has worked slowly but surely. Going to make noise now inside of Lamps, but unable to find a kill. Claw, though, to open things up instead as the Showers 1v1 goes the way of Altoona. The rotations are coming, and it's going to be Bane. Oh, do they even know? I mean, they're going to see the Sage Wall, but they might have thought he's completely rotated here hot.
Yeah, I mean, he rotated quickly last time. Bane!
Oh, my God! It's done. The round over.
My.
Altoona is here. They're ready to play. And Claw, I mean,
that
what
is
can you ask?
insane.
Bane, excuse me. What can you ask for off that pistol?
You know, normally we're talking about Kratzer. Claw has really been shining through today, and then you take a look at Bane, 11-7 as well. And this is what you want from your team. Every member is capable of showing up and showing out, and they are certainly performing top tier here today.
I mean, Kratzer, 21 kills. Granted, 6 of those come from 1 round alone. If we take those away, let's say he had a bad round, still up at 15. I mean, impressive showing here in the grand finals of Division 1 as the next round underway here hot, and we have Bane playing very close here in A-main with a judge.
Yeah, I mean, Bane plays Sage so well, continuously mixing up the sights, the walls, and, you know, the angles that they're holding. Gary with the classic has to be careful. Claw waiting patiently on the other side. The smoke will come in as well. He did spot the arm of Brim. We'll have to back off, though, because it's really hard to press through that smoke, especially with such little flashes.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a Reyna here for them. Reyna and KO to entry onto these sites. Replace the KO with the Sky, and it's pretty equal on the side of Altoona, but oh no, Bane. They're walking into him hot. It's going to be mass destruction as he finds one, making a second, a third, a fourth. Let's find the ace. It's going to be Adjust sitting there as Bane is looking for it. Ghost out, and he's not able to find it. Claw finds the clean, but oh my goodness, Bane.
Yeah, I mean, Bane was going insane. Claw actually parked at the angle of the wall there and said, go ahead and get your ace, Bane. Unfortunately, he couldn't grab it. Claw will swing out and get the trade, but man, Greater Altoona
These last 3
so
rounds
dangerous.
hot. It's been 6K, 4K, 4K. From 3 players alone, we've found ourselves over 15 kills. I mean, that is disgusting in just 3 rounds alone.
Yeah.
They're up 11-3 now. It's going to be a full buy for Winber. This is where the comeback really has to start.
Yeah, you know, I'm a fan of if you're losing rounds, like no more than 5. You should take that time out, take that pause, talk over some strategies, even if it doesn't help you that much, just to slow down the momentum of the other team a little bit as well. But Vale will find the first one on to Mr. Gary. That's going to be a huge pick for Greater Altoona. The dog potentially spotting one there. If not, the blind will pick the rest of them up.
Yeah, and it's 3 players sitting up long. The angle's going to be held. Spectre, ow, can he find the spray? No, Bucky able to find the kill instead, and the B site considerably open. We have 2 players sitting inside of Hookah right now, but the site itself going to be completely open. We do see Anjas. He's rotating around over to the B site, so there's a lot of support over there. It's going to be all down to Claw on the A side if they make the rotate.
Yeah, Pluto kind of working back toward the B site here. It looks like they have a crossfire already set up in Hookah. Bane starting to rotate out, though, and with that wall being there, it's about to break away. So just kind of being patient at the moment. They'll blast pack in, but Kratzer and Bane with the double judges will just completely end them there in Hookah.
Yeah, and it's going to be Creator 1 versus 2, low HP, but the heal is giving him some extra sustenance. Vale sits in a wall bangable position. If the barrel's spotted, that could be a free kill, but he's going to make noise. The drop comes through. As right outside Hookah, Vale's going to hear the footsteps. The drop is made, and the shots through the wall find Creator, and match point for Greater Altoona in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes back to having great situational awareness. And a lot of teams, you know, a lot of times players aren't patient enough. They want to rotate. Vale locking it down, doing what he needs to do, waiting for that audio cue, and there's that situational awareness, spraying through the wall, finding the headshot, and clutching the round.
Yeah, I mean, those are those small mistakes that are really giving Altoona the edge. I mean, Winber has still been playing amazingly. No doubt that they've been able to make their way onto these sites and get aggressive, and these rounds have been close. Besides the ace in the 4Ks, these rounds have been considerably close. The biggest problem is that these small mistakes, you know, Bane didn't have to jump up on that box there and then drop to make noise. There's these few mistakes in these 1v1s that they're taking. A little bit more team play has to be implemented here to mount this comeback.
Yeah, and I mean, at 1 point away, it's going to be tough here. You really have to start building these rounds for that next game. And although it's not impossible, it's a tall task, certainly. They're really slowing down the pace here as well, Pluto. Everybody trying to check these angles. Gary waiting for that wall to break as well, knowing Bane's probably lurking somewhere on the other side.
I mean, they have to expect it, and Bane sits in lamps. Bane's going to find the opening frag onto Pluto, though, as the opening frag and the numbers advantage go the way of Altoona. 55 seconds left. It's been a slow round so far, Hot, and they need to make a lot of space here, but Bane continues to lock it down.
He is just absolutely on fire, and honestly, the whole team is. I mean, everybody is playing so well. Nobody having a bad game, and I mean, that's what you want in a championship series.
I mean, Mr. Gary looking to maybe put the team on his back in this match point round, but no, Fleer out, and Yoshi Ono puts him away. Rez is going to come through to bring their Vale back online in this fight as It's a 5 versus 2. I mean, that's a huge numbers advantage. And when you're on match point, these nerves have to be getting to these players.
Yeah, you know, with the smoke going down as well, it's going to be so hard to push through this smoke as Brim. And we see him just walk on out with the Bulldog. Vale waiting patiently. We'll find the kill onto Brim. Sage, the lone remaining member. Here's the portal, and Claw with the op will put him down.
I mean, look at that leaderboard. So many kills from Kratzer, 24 in map number 1. And Greater Altoona going to take it 12-3. Winber able to find a couple full buy rounds late on their defending side, but not able to really get anything done while on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a tough start, and honestly, that was Winber's pick as well. Yeah. Ironically, throughout the playoff series here, we've kind of seen teams trade back and forth with their opposite picks, but, I mean, Winber has to come out swinging. I think they banned Sunset, and Greater Altoona picked Split.
Yeah, we do see Altoona, and Altoona's going to start on the attack. So, I mean, if they can keep that momentum going, keep diving in, it's going to be scary. If you're Winber, I mean, I would be scared after a loss like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough loss to take, but honestly, you know, those pro players, these people at a high-tier level like that, you can't let it affect you. It's hard, but you really can't. You have to take a deep breath, find something to laugh about, reset your mental, and go into this game number 2 with a whole different attitude.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have time. They got a couple minutes between this next game. They have to take this time to look over. I'm sure the coach talking them down right now, Mr. Gary, making sure the rest of his team is ready in full force to make their way onto map 2. I mean, they're going to start defense. Split has had its changes. I wouldn't call it attacker or defender sided. It really comes down to how you play as a team, and each round, one by one. I mean, look at the cameras right now. Winber, I mean, they're not looking as much of a team as Greater Altoona right now. I mean, Mr. Gary sitting front and center. He looks a little nervous, albeit, I mean, Greater Altoona, all smiles. They've got the coaches in the background, probably giving them pats on the back after an amazing map 1, and hoping to keep that going.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Gary looking pretty focused over there, pretty intent on getting this job done here on Split. I think one of the big things as well with that comp, though, is we saw the Brims, they had the smokes, but Reyna's flashes are good, but they are destroyable as well, where Sky can flash out of that smoke, help them find those entries. So I think the comp maybe favored Greater Altoona a little bit. We'll see if they opt to switch it up a little bit. We do see Vale going with that Cypher Claw on the Astra and potentially ISO from Bane.
It's actually a locked-in ISO hot. Yes. I mean, that is ISO in this game. Looks like they're having a little bit of fun here as, I mean, listen, Winber and Altoona, they played once this season. They played in the very first week, and Winber was the team that exited that victorious. I mean, not to say that they're the expected team to win here, as both teams, both 6-1 in this league, but in terms of head-to-head, Winber does have a leg up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, it was week 1, as you mentioned, so a lot can change throughout the season as well, but you know that you're able to beat them, so you should have a little bit of confidence there. Hey, guys, we've done this before. Yeah, game 1, it kind of stunk for us.
Yeah, it happened.
But let's erase that from our memories. Let's go out here. Let's take game number 2, put it on an even playing field for game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they just got to reset mentally. That's going to be the big thing. It's a real mental game at this point. You know you've won, but you've just lost. It's a mix of emotions that the team's going to have to work with. And I'm sure that they're getting over them right now, and we're going to have a heck of a map number 2 split up on your screen as the pistol round to commence shortly. 19 seconds left on the clock, and we do see Altoona starting on the attack.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, I don't think there was really any comp changes. I think it's pretty much the same. So maybe these players just kind of sticking with what they're most comfortable with. I do like teams that can swap and play multiple different roles just because there are certain maps that might benefit you as well. So again, Greater Altoona might have a slight benefit on the composition, but again, it's all about how you play and how you use that utility as a team.
It's going to come down to these raw gunfights as the entry into B main. It's going to be Kratzer throwing his paint shells deep. Pluto already sitting at low HP. The vulnerability going to come through. Bane finds 2. He now has a double tap initiated around his body, but Anjas finds one down at the bottom of the ropes. Make it a double, make it a triple.
Let's go.
As he's looking for a 4th and maybe a 5th, sitting at ropes, but you know, Yoshi going to stop that one. Mr. Gary sitting in a 1v2 on this retake.
Yeah, looking for the retake, has to be careful. Will swing wide, does find one. Now with the overhealing as well, looking to get a little bit closer and close the gap. Mr. Gary with a huge clutch and what looked like a round they were going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking close. Anjas, though, able to bring it back, and then It fell shortly thereafter to Altoona, but Mr. Gary
Yeah.
coming in from the alleyway, a 1 versus 2. Reyna in those 1v1s, one of the most deadliest agents to take. Up there with ISO, who maybe we'll see those Reyna and ISO 1v1s. I can't wait to see an ISO Ultimate 1v1 here in this grand final.
Yeah, and looking at the cameras there, we see Anjas looking at the camera. He said, 3, baby. I got 3. Anjas trying to wake his team up. And, you know, we saw some laughs. We saw some smiles. We even saw Mr. Gary crack a smile there. So maybe lightening the mood off of that Anjas triple kill. And this could be the momentum that they need here.
Yeah, I mean, pistol rounds are some of the most influential. That can get you up to 2, if not 3, sometimes rounds if you're able to play your economy right, as Mr. Gary's sitting in A ramp. The orb's going to be collected. He'll have to back away down to half HP. Most likely we'll have to regroup with his Sage and get some heal back as Bane. Double tap initiated, Ghost in hand, looking to secure Heaven alongside the rest of his team as they're actually dumping themselves into fence and maybe rotating over to the B side of the map.
Yeah, this is crazy. There is one over there. I think Pluto is waiting in Heaven as well, potentially. But no, Creator will find one on Bane. The trade does come in. Gary was the first to fall there as well, and it's rough.
Oh no, the trigger discipline.
Everybody knows you got to check your angles, and Pluto will send him packing with a stinger, making a triple kill.
Yeah, and I mean, all Claw wants right now is a plant. Does he find it in time, though? No, he will not.
Go.
4 kills for Pluto on the Eco, and that is a beautiful round from Winber to keep this momentum going. And as I was saying with, possibly finding a third here, if you're able to keep enough of those guns, you can really work into this round, and they're able to keep 4 of them.
Yeah, what a great job by Pluto to tuck into the corner. The teammates calling out that they're, stampeding that way, and I don't think they were obviously expecting anybody to be there because not 1, 2, but 4 people ran by without even looking.
Yeah, and I think the biggest part was the trigger discipline. Pluto let 2 of them run by for free. Finding the 3rd and the 4th was just extra cash on the pile, and it's a beautiful 4K from Winber, from Pluto, as they're now up by 2, and this is the strongest lead we've seen in them all day, and I'm sure they're looking to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, and trigger discipline is hard to come by, especially, maybe at this tier play as well. So hats off to Pluto for doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a beautiful entry from Altoona in the meantime. Mr. Gary's taken down low, although 1 kill is all he needs. Won't be able to find it. Kratzer cleans him up as Anjas just sitting in alley. Cypher trips are down, so can't really make too much movement as paint shells dropped. Kratzer going to be taken down low. Pluto hit with a camera in the meantime as the stars come through, and he's just looking for 1, able to find a frag. It's a 1 versus 4 for the Rays as he dives out high and sent down low. A round for Greater Altoona. Expected for them to win, as now it's going to be a real full buy round for both teams to see where they stand on split.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Pluto kind of blasting out there at the end. He knew it wasn't going to wipe out 3, but maybe just looking for a little flashy play through the air. Obviously a little harder to do with that inaccuracy. Kind of where those judges, shine, those shotguns shine for those raises and those jets.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have a shotgun invested by Kratzer, as I believe he was the 1 player to fall from Winber, from Altoona, as he'll invest a little bit lighter in this round. The rest of his team will still be fully equipped with the rifles from last, as they are going to dodge that KO knife early, and they're still going to keep 3 players on site here. Hot paint shells, Trailblazer all coming through. The site is being cleared. Kratzer has to back away and regroup with his team before they make the execute.
Yeah, and we see the slow coming in as well, and now with the smoke, they're going to have to back off at least for a little bit, trying to get some leeway here at mid. Claw has broke the wall already as well. We see the stars going down, a bit of an early rotation coming through from Winber, sending 2, potentially 3 KO kind of lingering about here, and now the attack through Vince. They are coming with quickness.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise being made, though, as Anjas going to be peeked out, can't find it. It's going to be Mr. Gary with 3, Creator healing himself up. Mr. Gary just has to find Claw, as Claw finds Creator in the meantime. Dipping back towards ramp as the flash comes through. Bucky, a shot to the back of the head as Claw falls, and it's another round for Winber.
Yeah, and again, Winber picked Bind, and they really struggled on that map. Now we see CTC, who has picked Split, and it's Winber who is coming out swinging this time as well. So it's always interesting to me to see how that works out. Obviously, a lot of these 2 sites tend to favor defense a little more, but that's not always true, especially when a team is really good at using utility together.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to how these teams really play together in the late game, in those mid rounds. I mean, we're already seeing great rotations here from Altoona. I really like to see the rotation through vents being used a lot, not only just to go through mid down to the A Heaven, but also just attacking A and rotating all the way through B. I love to see that type of coordination and executes from these guys, as looks like A side's going to be contested right through main. Kratzer's diving in.
Yeah, they're just so fast to attack every time. Gary in great positioning, though, able to take out Kratzer as well. Will dissipate into elbow, but he's going to run into two, and Bane with the Sheriff will upgrade the weapon as well. The plant will go down, and we have ourselves a 4v4.
Yeah, I mean, Eco on the side of Altoona, but as you said, there is a Vandal in the hands of Bane. Claw sitting down underneath Heaven, as we do see the push coming through. Bucky has to shoot this trip. At this point, have to give yourself away. Claw's going to find Anjas as he drops down in a headshot taken from the Sheriff. The suppression actually going to be huge to let them dip past this tripwire as Bane sits behind the train station map. The push comes through. Creator finds one. Double tap going to be used, but broken again. Fail. Able to find two, and a Thrifty for Altoona. And this is what we like to see. We never saw a Thrifty on Bind, but these type of rounds where maybe that early kill from the light by able to really open things up, find the post plan, and work their way through that site.
Yeah, you know, it looked like Greater Altoona was struggling a little bit. Anytime you can get a Thrifty is absolutely huge for the team. You're able to steal a win without hurting your economy, all the while putting a big dent in your opponent's economy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is already looking like a much closer game, and you love to see this kind of back and forth action between these teams. The Thrifties, these full buys, though, going to be coming through from both sides as another B push being made by Altoona. Kratzer, though, going to find Pluto, who activated the showstopper, but taken down before he could even fire it off, as Kratzer activating one of his own. The ISO ultimate's going to be popped, as it looks like they've been sent to another dimension. Kratzer set high. The neural theft going to give information away, and the plant will go down with Mr. Gary in a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, you know, potentially looking for his ace of his own, but only 11 health here as well. Could potentially get that overheal, but has to fight through the first one. Will get one. Bane is the first to fall, and now Mr. Gary thinking about an ace.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, if he could find a second frag here. Didn't get back to full health with that dismiss, excuse me, as he finds a second to make it a third. Last to look low for Kratzer, but Crosshair not in the right position. 3 kills apiece for the top frags of Altoona and Winber, but in the end, Altoona able to tie things up.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to keep Kratzer silent for long. I mean, 5-5, they've done a good job here early, but again, once Kratzer gets going, it's really hard to slow him down.
Yeah, it's going to be a Kratzer and Mr. Gary bout. You love to see these two players going back and forth. These 1v1s, I need to see the ISO 1v1 at least once from Bane, whether it's on attack or defense. Showing love on stream is Bane with the Odin, as hearts given out to the players watching from home, watching here at St. Francis University as an A push being made. Cosmic Divide going to be used. That's beautiful, but Mr. Gary's sitting on the other side, and that peak could be deadly if the timing's right.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it again. Had a 3K in the previous round, but it's Kratzer who finds Mr. Gary first, and with the Juggernaut out of the way, Greater Altoona able to push on with ease and find the plant, the 2-player advantage in their favor.
Yeah, post plant now underway. Claw sits on one side of the Cosmic Divide, now dipping towards the other as it falls, is taking a 1 versus 2, but Vale in the meantime has found Creator. It's a 5 versus 2 for Altoona as Bucky continuing sitting inside of Heaven. Finds one, can't transfer onto Yoshi in time, and Greater Altoona able to take the lead back.
Yeah, I mean, Winber came out, they started very nicely. It was really making it a game, but now Greater Altoona seems to have found their stride, and well, we know that a lot of times when they get going, they don't look back. So I'm looking forward to seeing Winber kind of put a damper in this. They need to make sure they don't allow Greater Altoona to get more than a couple rounds ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a little bit scary for both of these teams, granted within 1 round of each other. Kratzer is sitting at top frag with Bane and Vale. I mean, this team right now, they are all looking so incredibly disciplined. They're all working with each other, these fragging off each other, not having to depend on these multi-kills to get these rounds. They're doing amazing, working together, pushing into these sites, getting their kills, and slowing things down outside of B main as the rotate's being made all the way to the other side of the map.
Yeah, you know, and we talk about kind of Mr. Gary being that juggernaut. We often talk about Kratzer doing that for Greater Altoona, but I think on the Greater Altoona side, I mean, we saw Bane leading, we saw Claw leading. They really have anybody has the potential to just pop off and be that top fragger.
Yeah, and Anjas with the judge cannot do what we've seen Bane do on Bind, as split the ace site going to be given away. Yoshi's going to opt to plant safer as the smoke fades outside of Heaven. Kratzer sits high. The Boombot won't give his position away, and that might be a beautiful hold. It's another 5 versus 2 in favor of Greater Altoona, as Kratzer's going to have to drop, as The KO grenade going to dip him back. Creator finding a resurrection as it looks like they really want to work on this retake.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up Mr. Gary, which is a solid pickup. But Yoshi from down below will pick off Bucky. And now on a 5v2, Mr. Gary has the ult, but most likely won't use it here as Bane finds one more, and now the 2K.
Yeah, flawless round from Greater Altoona. And as you said, they are looking so hot. I mean, they are tearing through. That's, I believe, their 4th round in a row. Yeah, make it 4 as was a shaky start off of that pistol, but they have recovered amazingly. Mr. Gary still most kills in the lobby as he continues to fry and find a couple picks of his own, but he needs the rest of the team to really support him here and, you know, give themselves a proper defense. They need to work together, maybe not over-rotate too much. I mean, we've seen what Pluto, the discipline from him a couple rounds earlier. Maybe the rest of the team needs to step up to his level and really just lock down these sites. I'd love to see the Sage slow, a couple more mollies being used preemptively just to slow down these pushes and, you know, keep them away from the sites in these first 30 seconds as a dive coming through. Kratzer won't be able to find it. It looks like the round's underway as Pluto is able to find Vale with the paint shells. Pushes coming through, and Claw looking to maybe revitalize the Greater Altoona squad in this round.
Yeah, they have the 2-player disadvantage on the Altoona side. Claw, Sky being patient, trying to work off these flashes. The spray will come in, some damage will be done, and Gary will find Claw from a distance. They know Yoshi is tucked in here alone. They push together, and Gary will wrap it up.
Yeah, beautiful team play from those guys to work there on. Of course, Mr. Gary, the man with the better crosshair placement. We can leave it at that as it's much more promising for him to take that 1v1, and he does so successfully. The round does go the way of Winber as they shut down the 4-round streak from Altoona. I mean, you said so that once they start, they get going. Hopefully that's enough to keep them at bay for a couple more rounds.
Yeah, you know, I think in that first game, it was too out of hand at halftime. Certainly much closer here, so you'll love to see it. Wimber still has the potential to push this into game number 3. They certainly seem to be playing better. The atmosphere amongst the players seems to be a little better as well.
Yeah, and the ISO ultimate going to be used by Altoona, but won't find anybody. Clearing out back site for the time being. Bucky's going to work his way around back pillar. And Kratzer, I mean, look at the speed on this team here. Hot as they're going to have the site given to them with only one member down and a trade given.
Oh my, Gary and Pluto will team up though to find a couple kills here and give him the player advantage, trying to make some leeway onto the site. Yoshi finds one, Gary with another trade, and Anjas will wrap it up to tie things up here 5-5.
I mean, we're looking at a tie game here, Hot. It is heating up. Map 3 is looking spicy for Winper. I mean, they are gunning for it. They're doing an excellent job here on Split, locking down some of these sites once they need to. The 4-round streak was unfortunate for them. I mean, they now have to work it back. If they can get these last 2 rounds, though, secure themselves a winning half, that is exactly what they need. That's the motivation they need once they start on their attack.
Yeah, you know, and I'm sure they would love to take it to a game 3. Obviously, Wimber not ready to be done. They've been close to championships before. Really wanting to take one home here, but again, no easy task against Greater Altoona.
I mean, I love the double duelist comps here on Split as Kratzer and Claw working their way on. Kratzer to find the opener onto the juggernaut of Mr. Gary from Winber as Creator has to back away. He's actually going to stick around, going to be met with 2 players, but dips away just in time. The Knoll going to be activated by KO, shutting down these abilities on the side of Greater Altoona as Anjas sitting inside of screens. Pluto looking for anything with the showstopper as Vale finds one, not going to find him with the showstopper, and Vale with 3. How'd the showstopper not find him there?
I'm baffled right now. For a second, I thought maybe he shot at his own teammate because he seamlessly didn't do any damage. And, I mean, that's the frustrating thing about the showstopper. It's really, really powerful most of the time.
Most of the time.
But occasionally you find, like, a funny angle where it just doesn't work. And, well, certainly dodged not only a bullet but a rocket in that case.
Yeah, the rocket dodged by Vale, and the round's going to go the way of Altoona. Certainly not the way that Winber wanted that one to go. I'm sure, I mean, if Kratzer found that kill, that could have been, or excuse me, if Pluto had found that frag, I'm sure that round could have gone much differently.
Yeah, I was just as baffled by the showstopper there as well. Didn't stop any shows, but now a big spray. Just with the Odin, and this is what I like to see. Just throwing a hailstorm of bullets down the field. They'll find one pick, and the retreat will come in from Greater Altoona.
Yeah, they're going to have to back away. I mean, the spray coming through from Anjas, that is just so scary. Claw is been slowly working his way up mid. I'm sure that the wall was destroyed shortly ago, as it's been sitting down for a while now, and Mr. Gary going to leave it alone as Claw, the timing perfect from him and making his way up towards mailroom, towards B Heaven. Anjas continuing to spray down B main, and with only 60 seconds left, they are waiting in B main. They haven't made the rotate because Claw has worked his way back. Pluto, though, holding the angle alongside Creator, and I mean, they might have to rotate here. It's going to be a make or break push for the site as another smoke goes down from Anjas. He has done an excellent job preserving those smokes for B main.
Yeah, just a great job of being patient with them, making sure that they're always up for that push and no rotation coming in. If they don't go now, Unjust with the classic through the smoke, a dirty shot from a distance to give them another player advantage here. The rotation coming in, but they have to kick it in gear if they want to make it in time.
Yeah, it's just down to Vale. He found Mr. Gary, but can't find Creator. Didn't expect a second player there, and gonna try and throw the neural theft, but his life will be thefted instead. That'll be a 6-6 half hot.
Yeah, you know, maybe they found something with these Odins. Maybe we'll see that a little more in the second half. It was certainly working very, very well for them. Anjas absolutely holding down that B site, and to find the kill on Kratzer with the classic was just
I mean,
huge.
that was 2 kills through the smoke. Don't even have to see the players to kill them, and that's just a free round. I mean, textbook Odin use from Anjas as a 6-6 half not in favor of any team. It's going to be a tie game here as pistol round going to come through. I mean, there was Odin's on the side of Winber there. They're going to have to take a couple of winning rounds to get those back up in the utility, as a timeout being called from not sure which team, but a timeout being called as both teams have to, recover from this play and figure out what they have to do to take themselves over the line and maybe not force an overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. I was kind of surprised that we didn't see an earlier rotation with those smokes continuously coming down, but, they felt like they were going to be able to push onto the site. They've done a great job pushing for the entirety of the day, but, Winber in the end able to lock it down.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to that flank from Claw. Claw was the decision maker for that round, and unfortunately, they had 2 eyes on Heaven. Why they had 2 eyes on Heaven, we may never know. I mean, the smoke was down, granted. The smoke was down B main, so not much else to look at other than Anjas' Odin bullets being pelted down. But having 2 eyes on the flank, Claw not expecting it, and I mean, just a beautiful play there from Winber to keep themselves in a tie game.
Yeah, I mean, a great on Creator to not look away from Heaven as well. Claw had an opportunity to make a huge play there, and Creator really just kind of setting the pace for that round, allowing Winber to clutch it up as we get into the second half of things. You talked about it earlier. We are all tied up. Winber needs to win this one if they want to keep that championship dream alive.
They do want to keep this dream alive, and it's going to be 5 players up ramp right into Kratzer. Finds a first, but traded out the frenzy. Not going to do much more than that as Pluto makes the trade. Claw sitting inside events now as 3 players making the way up ramps. The Trailblazer will spot them, and it's going to be Bane with 2 and on Justin Pluto to make the trades.
Yeah, Bane has been so nutty all day. You just have those days where it seems like you can't miss. This whole crew is just hitting the headshots left and right. Kratzer on the other side of things. There's Claw with the Ghost, and it looks like Pluto, has the frenzy as well. Able to tap the head in a 3K, now in a 1v1, but Cypher has all the health.
Yeah, the spike hasn't been picked up by Pluto either. There's still 40 seconds left. He could go anywhere. Doesn't have the spike. The Boombot's going to give him away. That's going to keep Vale here for just a little bit as the spike going to be recovered. 35 seconds left. And does Pluto go through A main? Do they go through Heaven? Do they just wrap through Vents? There's not much time left for a Vents wrap as Vale. He's suspecting a rotate. I mean, he's sitting inside his screens. Camera's still up. And it will detect him. Tripwire sitting in A main. The camera hasn't spotted him yet, but Pluto, the wire being shot, going to give him away. Spike will be planted, but the recon, no, the spike won't be planted yet. The recon dart's going to keep him low HP, and Vale could just spam through here. No, but Pluto!
Why?
Oh my goodness!
No way! Unreal. How in the heck did Pluto win that with no health, playing so well? He knew he couldn't plant. He knew the dart was on him as well. He knew that Cypher was going to look to shoot through the maps. He swung out. Perfect timing. Timing is everything.
Timing is everything. Timing is everything in this game. I mean, there was time left. Vale could have waited. Vale made the push out. Would have liked to see him maybe wrap through elbow instead for a safer 1v1 angle. Instead, swinging wide. The ego's in full force here today in the grand finals. But unfortunately, Pluto not going to let that happen. Winber now with another lead as it's been
it's been flipped back and forth here. Hot and Winber have won both pistols.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're Vail and you're 13-8 or whatever, and you've been dominating all day, it's easy to want to do those ego pushes, but you know it's hard to remain patient. They definitely had the upper hand. Let's head into the next round. Mr. Gary at mid. Yoshi about to get some intel with this bird potentially, and those are some lurking about here as the push kind of has slowed down a little bit here in B Garage.
Yeah, slowed down a little. Not many smokes. I believe the Astra Stars have been expended up in mid, and they're already down in front of B main. So just waiting to be used. Mr. Gary's getting fast up mid. The smoke's going to be down from Anjas as it is going to block off vents, give Mr. Gary some room to work with as Anjas works with him alongside another player of Winber is Claw going to find Creator. Anjas looking for the spray, but Claw has picked up a weapon, and all players of Altoona still unharmed.
Yeah, I mean, again, I believe kind of on an eco round here as well, as we see them finding one with the pistol, able to upgrade a bit. Bane, locked in the corner here, has the double tap active as well, but most of the pressure.
How has Mr. Gary made his way through alley? I mean, did they let him pass for free? And if so, that's going to be a free kill from Bane, and Mr. Gary's going to have another wrap onto Vail.
Unreal. Mr. Gary somehow sneaking in the back lines, will find that pick. Now the player advantage one more time. Kratzer has the pistol, hoping to work with this Astra, who has upgraded the weapon as well, but Winber looking to lock down the B site.
Yeah, post plant. They're going to have paint shells and maybe a star to work with from the Astros. Kratzer has to check his close left, looking high instead as he now knows positions of two players. A nice right click. Wish my right clicks did that, but Mr. Gary going to trade him out as two more players still alive. Claw in a 1 versus 2. Mr. Gary reloading his weapon as it's going to be Claw still sitting in alley. This Brim Molly, though, is staggering him hard.
Yeah, staggering hard, really buying up the time. Anjas will find the pick as well. And Winber now up by 2, looking to push the lead. Here is the important round for Greater Altoona. Now they can buy up into this round. Winber most likely going to be bonusing as well.
Yep. I mean, this has been a textbook Valorant game. We see the teams win the pistols. One team wins the pistol, the other team wins round 3, and then it's really just been back and forth action. Both teams playing off of their weaknesses and making their way onto these sites almost flawlessly. I mean, perfect play from both of these teams, leaving it down to 1 or 2 players around. Haven't seen anything completely flawless. I mean, these rounds have been close. I mean, look at it's an 8-6 scoreline. You have to expect these rounds to be close for a score like this, and these teams continue to work back and forth and playing off of each other.
Yeah, and Winber lost 2 members last time as well, so those 2 members had to force up into this round. If Winber does lose this round, they have at least 2 players who won't be able to buy going into the following round.
Yeah, I mean, this force up is interesting, but maybe it's what they want to work with to really push themselves and give. I mean, that would be a huge snowball hot if they can win this round. They do have a Bulldog invested in the hands of Mr. Gary. Middle of the map being contested by Kratzer as Pluto grouping up, and it looks like it's going to be an execute towards the A side as Pluto's going to wrap up, and the duelists, no, I mean, it looks like they're a little bit indecisive of where they want to go right now as the A and B site, both options here as they work their way up mid.
Yeah, there's just so much space being given up here at mid. Kratzer trying to tuck into the corner, going to be pushed by Pluto, who finds the first pick, blasting in here as well with those flashes. And now Winber starting to use this utility together, making their way onto the site. They will spot one. Pluto from above will send them packing 6 feet under. The paint shells rain toward alley as Anjas gets Bane tucked into the corner as well. And Winber seems to be firing on all cylinders at the moment.
Winber is just looking like a different team than what we saw on Bind here, Hot Sauce. They have the spike down. They're continuing to work these angles. I mean, beautiful post plant. Players are holding each other, and there's just nowhere for this team to go. The Sage Wall in front of the rope. They have to push through alley, and they're going to have, I mean, the Claw going to make his way out, but again, taken down immediately. Vail in the meantime taking down a segment of that Sage Wall in a 1 versus 4 as can't find Mr. Gary. I mean, Mr. Gary has been doing his thing all game, and that is a beautiful 3rd round win from Winber, and that this could be the snowball effect that sends them to a 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, they're really starting to push it collectively now as a team, and they're winning rounds in bunches, right? Giving themselves that cushion, that extra pad to where if you drop a round, you don't quite have to panic. So maybe Greater Altoona leaning forward in their seats a little bit, going pro mode to see if they can pull this back out. But me personally, I would love to see a Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see a Game 3 as well, but Greater Altoona, if a storyline could write itself, it would be a dominant map 1 into a recovery of a map 2 as Pluto and Mr. Gary making their way up a ramp. Aggressive play from the duelists of Winber as Kratzer sits on the other side of ropes. 2 players sitting inside of heaven. That's going to be Kratzer and Claw. Kratzer has a Bucky in his hands here. I mean, pushing into that could be a disaster.
Yeah, you're not going to see Kratzer probably move from that angle there just because it is such a good angle for that Bucky. Pluto bouncing in, will be spotted by one. Vale with a Marshall, gets caught off guard though. Pluto finds one. Creator able to collect Claw as well. A nice headshot. Kratzer knows he needs help. He has the Bucky as well, and it's hard to push down onto that open site with this Bucky.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard. It's another Bucky in the hands of Bane as well, so not much you could do. A Sheriff in the hands of Yoshi, and I believe that's really the only powerful gun that they have at range, and Yoshi's going to be taken down to low HP. Can't heal yourself with Sky as he peeks through map. Bane making his way down low, finds one, ducks away. The ultimate going to be popped. Let's see the point of view on that if we can, as it's going to be a 1 versus 1 inside the domain stance, and Anjas will find the kill. It's a 1 versus 1. Yoshi's camping the body, but
no way!
Finds the kill, and it's a 10th round for Winber.
What a play by Anjas.
Oh my goodness.
Able to go into the 1v1, clutch it up, and then had Sky waiting on him and somehow didn't hit the Sheriff shots. What a phenomenal play by Anjas in a round that he probably should have lost.
That was a very losable round. One thing with the ISO ult that a lot of players don't know is that if you're holding those movement keys, you are moving as soon as you're spawned back into the rest of the map. So you really have to have your crosshair ready to flick left or right, forward or back, down or up for these players once they spawn back into the game. And Yoshi, unable to time his shots properly. The spam not going to be productive, not going to find the kill, and that's another round for Winber. This snowball is looking exciting.
Yeah, I cannot believe Anjas was able to get that. Unfortunately, I think Sky just only had 16 health to work with, so in a bit of a tough bind. Couldn't quite hit that shot when they needed to, but you know, here we are, round number 17. Winber patting them along nicely. They've had a lot of success here in mid because Greater Altoona doesn't really seem to watch mid from Vince or anything. They do give up a lot of retail here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they give up a lot of free space. They do have Claw sitting in vents, but it's not an aggressive vents. It's a very, if I hear shots, I'm dropping a star and I'm leaving type space, which is space enough, but not enough for them to work with when they really need to work these late rounds. It's a lot of extra angles you have to clear. And look how close Mr. Gary has gotten in the kill. Going to come through, and the rotates being made towards the middle of the map. Kratzer, though, holding in through sewers, has a flank here. Can he find one? Make it a first. Can't find the second, though. Has to back away. Showstopper online. As the middle of the map being contested here, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, Bane with the Odin as well. Pluto with a beautiful paint shell. Bane's going to have to back off, and Pluto gets him through the wall. A nice 2K from Pluto. Kratzer from the sewers trying to work his way up. Yoshi will get one before being traded out. The Showstopper comes in big now in a 2v1. Kratzer working his way around toward B site. Knows the spike is going there as well. Has a tough 2v1 retake.
2v1 retake underway. One player sits in heaven. That's Pluto. Then we have Claw sitting, putting a wall on the spike as, it's Creator. Kratzer, though, takes a bullet from the Creator, and that'll be a round for Winber. Yet again, 1 round away from match point here, Hot Sauce. It is looking spicy. It is looking map 3 for Winber.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe a little bit of a struggle on that defensive side. Certainly not having any issues on the attacking side here. Playing very, very well together. Mr. Gary hitting these flicks as well. And it just seems like Winber's come alive. You look at him in the cameras here. You see him smiling. You see him talking. You see him having fun. A much different look than we saw in Bind.
Exactly. I mean, they were heads down in their face, looking rough. I mean, no communication from the guys, but they're smiling, laughing, probably making jokes to each other. I mean, probably placing bets on who's going to frag the most, as it's probably Mr. Gary. But, you know, that's a good bet to place your money on, as Kratzer sitting up on a ramp, about to push into the crosshair of Mr. Gary. Bulldog in hand, as I was about to say, Famas, very CS-like skin in his hand, but, you know, looking to make this push. I was thinking, I mean, that's what happens when you put Counter-Strike skins in Valorant, is the push being made back towards the middle of the map. A very slow start. I mean, they just sat in A main for about 20 seconds and are leaving.
Yeah, you know, they kind of got them to bite on that rotation. We see 4 players from Greater Altoona over here. Kratzer rotating through Vince as well, starting to make their way back toward mid here. Pluto trying to keep an eye on it. Has 2 angles to watch, though, cheating up toward mid. Kratzer lurking on the other side of Vince. Not a single member to fall just yet. They will spot and trade some bullets, excuse me.
I mean, from what I'm looking like at this round, it is a force buy for Greater Altoona. They need to win this round, otherwise this map might be washed. It might be completely over. The slow is going to keep Kratzer away. Can't really work up that rope with that slow in play, as Claw An onslaught of players pushing into his crosshair, finds one. It's going to be Vale to push in, but Creator going to take him down in trade as Claw again sitting up high. Yoshi from the bottom finds one. The spike going to go down in the meantime. Claw has found Mr. Gary as well. The Flash going to find only himself as Pluto comes from behind. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. Altoona numbers up in this retake, looking successful.
Yeah, Kratzer will drop down, kind of play the angle. The showstopper comes in.
Oh,
no! Unfortunate. Pluto has had absolutely no luck with the showstopper. From hitting the target to not killing him to unfortunately taking care of himself there. But again, you have a round or two to drop. It is okay. You have the economy still in your favor up until this round as well. We'll see an Odin come out from Creator. So again, nothing to worry about or panic just yet, but it is one of those unfortunate things that make you shake your head at yourself.
Yeah, it's unlucky. I mean, that showstopper's basically a free kill to anybody who even taps the spike there.
Including yourself.
Including yourself. Including yourself. Yeah, he did not read the terms and conditions of the ultimate, but it will go the way of Greater Altoona as they look to mount a comeback here. One more round win from them, and as you said, I mean, it would look scary for Winber for Altoona to slowly bring things back. Trailblazer comes through, and it's going to find everybody. I mean, that is a ton of information.
Yeah, a ton of information. The bird there as well to just kind of let them know that they are still lingering there in garage. I think we have Mr. Gary lurking around mid as he's done time and time again here, waiting to see if someone rotates over, potentially get that pick. Is blocked off currently from one of those smokes for stars rather, though.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker's in the hand of Yoshi. I mean, it is slow again, but it is going to be sped up very quickly. Pluto pushes out. The Whirlpool going to help out as Kratzer finds 2. Creator's looking for a res here. They're going to keep the numbers kind of in their favor. However, no, Kratzer going to take down Pluto. In the meantime, 4 versus 2. Mr. Gary and Creator, the last 2 alive, and they're looking to recover and group up and maybe try to push towards the A site late.
Yeah, you know, and if you're going to res there outside of B, you need to at least try to hold that heaven angle and provide some cover fire as Kratzer finds the 4K. Creator and Bane will trade out, and Greater Altoona now starting to pad some rounds together.
Yep, 3 rounds difference between these teams, and Winber is going to be relegated to a safe. They're not going to have a lot of money in the bank. I believe they might have 2 rifles from what it looks like. We could see, no, I mean, they're looking pretty broke. They were at enough to rifles to force, but not enough if they want to save that for the team for next round. It is going to be Light Shield Sheriffs all around. Creator with a Ghost instead, as I assume he's saving to keep an Odin for the next round as well. But, I mean, it's not looking too good for Winber. They do have the rounds advantage. 24 kills from Pluto. Mr. Gary, 18. And it's another round on the cards, round number 20.
And I do not like the Sheriff buy here with the light armor. They have 3 or 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy next round as well. They have some rounds to give, so they should be ahead giving them now, saving up that economy so you can buy full rifles as soon as possible. You don't want to find yourself in an economic bind at the end of the game.
It is going to be scary. They might have enough. I think the Light Shield, at least with Light Shield next round, I'm sure that the 3-round loss bonus is enough to give them that little extra cushion that they need. Bane's going to back up around Pillar as Mr. Gary has worked his way up ramp completely for free. There is a tripwire in his way, but I believe he could jump on top of that box to get through it. He is holding Claw. Yeah, he's jumping over the box. Pluto's going to be caught out in mid by Yoshi, though, in the meantime, and Mr. Gary going to find the trade. A 4 versus 4 here, first bloods from each team, and unfortunately that rifle won't be able to be picked up.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Gary did a good job of being patient, waiting for someone to kind of push off of A, able to find the first pick as well. Most of the action here resting around mid. We see some sprays coming through the smoke, but no real damage being done just yet. The bird will find the intel for at least one here. The rotation already to the A site. Mr. Gary trying to lock it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Vale in heaven. The leader's going to keep him away. Bucky is 1 HP, but Vale turns away just before he'll be able to spot him out as the spike going to go down. Yoshi finds Creator in the meantime. It's going to be a 3 versus 4. Make it a 2 versus 4 for Winboard. The orbital strike is in their hands. The showstopper going to be used. Anjas finds 1. Kratzer to make the trade. And that is a beautiful retake from Altoona here, as, I mean, it wasn't safe from Winboard. We talk about that economy. Spike is down. That is extra money to give them that full shield now in this next round.
Yeah, hopefully that all members will be able to come away with that full shield and the rifle. I know a couple of them were very, very low. I think 320 for some of them. So I was hoping that they would be able to buy into this round. We'll see if that is the case. Right now, kind of lingering toward that B push.
Yeah, I like the B push. I like the late A rotate. It's definitely been a game of cat and mouse, dragging players across the map. I mean, we saw what that Trailblazer did a couple rounds ago. It pulled everybody over to that B site and towards the middle of the map. And I mean, here's the thing, sometimes holding mid late is so powerful with these teams not using it all the time, but once they call those late rotates, or those rotates through mid and they're holding down vents, it's exactly what they need to kind of give themselves that edge. As Pluto going to find Yoshi in the meantime. Bane makes the trade, but trades coming through. 3 versus 3, the spike yet to be planted as Kratzer's able to find 2. And it's a numbers advantage again for Greater Altoona, and they are this close, Hot Sauce, from reaching double digits.
Yeah, the paint shells come in perfectly as well. And
the Whirlpool didn't catch out Bucky on the plant.
Crazy. Bucky barely staying alive here. Creator only 9 health as well. Creator able to pop the heal over to Bucky. Bucky finds one on Vale, and now on a 2v2.
2 versus 2 out as Pillar, a heavily contested area from both teams. The spike planted, the wall's down, so they have to push from one angle, and one angle only. The Boombot going to spot out one. Kratzer peeks out. It's going to be Claw who finds both in Greater Altoona. Another retake from them, Hot Sauce, and they continue to work their way back through these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Greater Altoona, they maybe shouldn't have won that round. They had the 2v1 advantage for Winber, but unfortunately Creator KO kind of lining up there and just giving them that easy twofer.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful 2-for-1 there by Greater Altoona, by Claw. I mean, baiting off of Kratzer. Kratzer 1 HP. Not much other you can do than be cannon fodder for the bullets of Vale. Vale, excuse me, Claw, excuse me, as Creator now sitting outside of B-Man with the rest of the squad. It's going to be an 11-10 game here. I mean, we have a real game on our hands, and I'd love to see a map 3, but Winber has to figure out these couple flaws on their post plans.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, they just haven't been able to quite clutch it up here. Now Greater Altoona back into it, down by 1. Kratzer finds the first with the paint shells. Anjas able to trade him out through the wall. Nice shot there. Good situational awareness as they find that equalizer. Kratzer, though, does get Mr. Gary, and that is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, Anjas, oh my goodness, what a flick onto Bane. Kratzer with 3, it's a 2 versus 2 yet again. Do the post plants come through for Altoona? Bucky throws his nade deep. Kratzer to Pluto, to follow up on it. Looking for Kratzer, and he falls. And it looks like it's going to be all up to Claw again. A 1 versus 2. Both players sitting in the deep side of Pillar as Claw waiting for a peek, hoping that one of these players gets antsy. But the spike continuing to tick away. Alley's going to be cleared out by that Boombot as Pluto and Bucky both looking high, but Claw is low. Claw working his way around Pillar. Pluto's made himself deep into Cubby as Claw making the peek, finds the first, is able to find Pluto and Greater Altoona. Another retake. Claw, another 1 versus 2. And the clutch master able to tie things up for Greater Altoona.
Insane plays by Claw, and unfortunately Winber needed to be playing a little bit closer together there. They kind of got a little bit separated. You know, we saw Pluto had almost no health there as well. So once they were able to find that first pick on the KO, it was just an easy picking there onto the raise.
I mean, you really have to play together. They're double up. That's exactly what Claw and Kratzer did 1 round to go on their retake. Granted, Claw didn't have the courtesy of Kratzer, but he used him as bait. It was beautiful bait to work off of there late in the game. And now we're tied up hot. I mean, this is one of these teams is going to secure match point first, and it has to happen in this round. But do we see overtime?
I would love to see overtime. Bane is going to find Gary early with the Odin, though, and that is going to spell trouble. There is no res in play for Sage. 3 points away from that. The blast pack out. Coming out, the paint shells will rain down as well. But
oh!
What a play by Pluto.
What a spray.
He knew he was going to move left from those paint shells. Nice shot. Great awareness.
Great awareness from him as it's now back to a 4 versus 4. Kratzer sitting up here for Greater Altoona. They're all walking into his crosshair. It's 1-2. They can't make it a third. It's Bucky able to clean things up, and it's going to be Greater Altoona. A 2 versus 1. Numbers up for them, and now it's a clutch in the hands of Anjas. He's done excellent work with his utility so far, but can he make it work in this 1 versus 2?
Yeah, his team was pinging up here. They know Yoshi is here somewhere as well. Has to be careful, though. Vale coming through Vince, about to head up the ropes as well, tucked onto the box. Oh, but Vale saw him. And Greater Altoona, after being down by many here in map number 2, now sitting not only at map point, but for the championship as well.
And look at the economy hot. I mean, they are struggling. It's going to be one Vandal. A singular Vandal in the hands of Pluto, who's this close to dropping 30. He has 28 kills in the lobby, highest so far we've seen today. Kratzer right below him at 25, but Kratzer and the rest of his team Look at that. 16, 16, 16, 15. Yeah. I mean, everybody on Greater Altoona has stepped up in this late game looking to bring things back. And they've gone 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, especially with how well Winber was doing there. They really had the momentum. Now things have changed. Winber has to win this round if they want to see an overtime.
They have to win this round. It's the Thrifty. We've seen one Thrifty so far in this Division I Grand Finals at St. Francis University, and this might be the last round we see in the Division I Grand Finals is Claw. Getting sprayed through the box early, though. No, it's Mr. Gary to open things up. Pluto makes the trade as Yoshi can't find it, and Winber are looking for an overtime. Kratzer and Vale, the last 2 players alive, and it looks like the spike might be able to go down if Vale doesn't stop them and sits here on site like a rock.
Yeah, we see Kratzer coming up from heaven as well, rotating around. Mr. Gary about to peek Vale at the same time. They're going to overrun Vale here now in a 4v1. They do have the showstopper, though.
It's Kratzer. Kratzer does his thing best. It's a 2 so far in this round. Has to find a 3rd, but no. And Jess makes it work in an overtime on the cards. Gamers, ladies and gentlemen, overtime here at St. Francis University.
You can't ask for a better tech high school series here in Division I Valorant. Beautiful St. Francis University live at the LAN here at the JFK Center, and certainly all of these players, all of these students not disappointing here today.
No disappointment at all. And here's the thing. They don't have to worry about pistols, thrifties, anything. It is full buy rounds for the rest of this map. Winber needs 2 in a row. Winber needs 2 in a row, and they close it out. They need to find these 2 rounds. Otherwise, Altoona goes home champions.
Yeah, you know, and Winber has been here before. They want this dub. I mean, CTC was playing flawless through bind, really well through the first half of that map. They had a small hiccup there for about 6 to 8 rounds, but then they just looked equally as dangerous here at the end of that game. So, I mean, Winber able to clutch it into overtime. We'll see who has the momentum here going forward.
Yeah, I mean, Altoona had to secure 6 rounds in a row to get to match point. They did so in a beautiful fashion, and it looks like it's a quick B hit. Pluto going to send things through the cage. Haven't seen a lot of cages this match, huh?
Yeah, I really haven't, especially some one-ways, but Pluto, the Roomba go Boomba, and a triple kill to follow. Claw in heaven will find Creator now in a 4v1, but if there's somebody who can clutch it, it's certainly Claw.
It's Claw. 1 versus 4, has to ace this round to put Altoona up 1. Not looking too likely, but as you said, Claw has been the clutch minister. At least half of his kills have come in 1vx situations as the knife going to at least give away the information that he's still in the vicinity. It's going to be broken instead, but has to find the bomb. It's so deep in sight here, Hot. He doesn't have it. The showstopper's out by Pluto. Oh my goodness, it's up and high, and it's down to the ground. An explosion inside of heaven, and Pluto. 4 kills from him, 33 kills so far, and Winber secure themselves the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Pluto up in heaven with the movement, the showstopper, finally connecting for Pluto, finally working in his favor, and now back in the driver's seat here as they are up by 1 in overtime.
I mean, if there's any time for a showstopper to work, it's right there right now when you need it to. Claw has been absolutely disgusting on these clutches. He has been in these scenarios, whether it's 2v2, 2v3, they work it back somehow, some way. He finds a way to work it back, and now Altoona has to work it back. Otherwise, Winber's going to send them to a map 3.
Yeah, and the camera spotted nearly everyone here. Not too big of a rotation. We see on the mini-map there, Winber starting to send 2 over from B. That's Kratzer there at mid, working their way through Vince as well. Vale up top. Has those smokes, those stars to buy some time here, and it looks like Winber just maybe taking a moment to figure out where they want to go here.
I mean, they have so much space to work with. Claw is the only player sitting in heaven, and he'll get headshot through the box, but will stay alive. He'll back up to 100, but has lost almost all of his shield. Yoshi sending a flash out, but 4 players spotted on ramp, the Trailblazer to follow alongside a smoke to keep them at bay.
Yeah, the spray's coming through the smoke. No big damage being done just yet. We see him rotating all the way back down past that Cypher cage as well. The Roomba will spot one close. Gary able to get by as well. And now it looks like they're going to have Pluto just kind of maybe sit here and lurk as well.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going for a re-hit here. Despite 3 players sitting on site, we have seen Yoshi rotate back to B just in case. And no, they're finally leaving. It's taken them a minute, but if anybody is here to stop it, it's going to be Kratzer sitting in mid. Do they check this corner? Smokes are coming down. It doesn't look like, no, it's going to be Anjas to pick it out. But Kratzer finds 1, 2, 3. Can't find the 4th, but Creator to trade things out. In Greater Altoona, looking to send us to double overtime. It's going to be Pluto in a 1 versus 2 to win it out.
Yeah, Pluto, can he channel, the inner claw, so to speak? Can he do only 10 seconds on the clock? He has to move with quickness here. Yeah, and unfortunately with the smoke there, you have to run out blind. Greater Altoona able to send us into a second overtime.
Second overtime, 13-13. What else could you ask in a grand finals? Whether either team loses, we've had one of the most exciting matches of the day. Up there with the Overwatch Division 1 finals, which went to 5 maps as well. That was an absolute heater, and it looks like we've got something hot on our hands too as we head into our second overtime.
Yeah, I just absolutely can't believe it. All of these players putting it all on the line. Obviously Greater Altoona wanting to get that plaque, hold it up high and be champions, but Winbur not ready to be done yet. They had to fight tooth and nail, especially after that first map, to get back in this. So absolutely love the display from all the players out here today.
Winbur is one of the hungriest teams here today. They're only here for Valorant. They haven't been able to take a title here at the Esports High School Championships, but today could be the day. Anjas sitting up ahead and replacing where Vale was last round. So we like to see these kind of switch setups. His smokes will fade, and that could prompt a push here from Altoona.
Yeah, again, we see the Cypher cage come up just so that they can rotate back towards sewers here. So it does look like we have a bit of a rotation coming toward mid. They do have one player kind of lurking around mid here. Mr. Gary waiting on Bane, just the other side of the wall. Bane trying to peek the angle. The Lear comes out, and Gary somehow gets the headshot, the run and gun. That is Valorant.
That is Valorant. The run and gun comes through. He's looking for more, but can't find it. Heal will be there courtesy of Creator as Kratzer getting aggressive. Pluto finds one, and Kratzer able to find Pluto through the wall before the Boombot can get dropped and do some explosive damage as another one sent towards stairs. And it looks like the site given away to Greater Altoona, although numbers in favor of Winbur for this retake.
Now we'll see him coming around through alley, holding the angle, but Gary able to thread the needle. The plant goes down. Claw tries to swing out. We'll find Gary. Bucky with a beautiful trade here as well. Kratzer up top, but Unjust with a big play, and now they will go up again here in overtime.
It's going to be Altoona to clutch things up again. I mean, they did it before when Winbur was so close. Now they have to continue to fight in this overtime. Triple overtime is looking likely, but if anything, Winbur would be the team to close it out, bring us to a map 3, give us another hour of gaming here as this has been an exciting match. I mean, we are going the distance here with these kids. They're doing an excellent job. I mean, they're mental right now, Hot Sauce.
Yeah,
the mental from these two teams.
And, Winbur looks super, super focused. We do see Anjus laughing there, having a little bit of a good time, maybe lightening the mood for the teammates so that everybody can stay comfortable. But, yeah, I mean, no matter what team you're on, you have to be happy with how well you played today. Obviously, Winbur had a bit of a tough start on Bayern, but, I mean, since then, they've been playing phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's a very fast A execute. Kratzer finds it the tripwire, holds Pluto in place and locks him down, and Kratzer able to get away. Vale playing inside of his own cages. Oh my goodness, this could be deadly. It's going to be Mr. Gary getting up nice and close. Vale doesn't spot him. The cage is going to go down, and Vale falls. Winbur has control of the site. The spike going to be planted, and it's going to be Kratzer that has to make the retake.
Oh, Anjus through the smoke gets one as well, and just playing so well on Brim. Last season, Anjus was pretty much a Viper main, but really locking down the Brimmy with the Stimmy here. Has taken a lot of damage. We see ISO and Bane pushing out. Claw trying to get some distance as well. Creator will find Bane. Claw with the trade, now in a 2v2 once more, and this is typically where Claw shines, but Winbur takes it, and ladies and gentlemen, we've got a game number 3.
We've got map number 3, baby. It's going to be exciting. We're not sure what it is yet. It's going to be an exciting map, though, nonetheless. Right now, well, we know it can't be. Can't be Bind, can't be Split, and it can't be Ascent or Sunset. Those are the two maps that were banned by each team.
And so Icebox out of rotation
Icebox
right
out
now.
of rotation, so it's got to be what? Lotus Haven?
Lotus
or I'm
Haven,
missing
Breeze?
One. Breeze.
Which is something that we really haven't seen
we have not
all
seen
season.
A lot of Breeze,
and,
but we do see a lot of Haven.
I love the changes that they made to Breeze.
I
always liked the Breeze map anyway. It did need some changes. I love the changes that they made. I love the map aesthetically as well, but we typically do not see a lot of it
we
here
don't see a lot of it, and here's the thing with Breeze. It's it's the map that you enjoy getting in your TDMs, not in your best of threes, not as a map 3, but Breeze is one of those real raw aim maps. So that's where you see Pluto, Mr. Gary Kratzer. That's where they're going to start really clicking heads here. And I'd be excited to see a Breeze, but honestly, I would probably bank it down to either Lotus or Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Haven's been pretty big throughout the season here for these two teams.
Yep.
We have seen them play Lotus as well. They do like those big 3-site maps, especially Greater Altoona. They're so good at attacking.
It's the rotations. And I mean, we've seen Bind and Split are also pretty quick on the rotations. You make your way through vents in the middle of the map. Bind, especially Lotus, though, is one of the quickest. I mean, it is, especially with 3 sites, you're 10 steps and you're already in another section of the map. It's completely different. It's freshly decorated. It's ready to have a spike planted almost anywhere.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see Lotus.
Yeah, we can see the players there right now probably talking over what they want to do for that map pick. And, I'm not sure if it's going to that number 1 seed or who actually gets to pick or if they'll have another ban. But again,
I think both teams ban a map. I'd assume so. And then the leftover map should be map 3.
Yeah.
I think that's the fairest way to put it. But we'll see what we end up with. I'm excited for all 3 options, though. Game 1 didn't give us the best hopes for the overall matchup, but game number 2, I mean, double overtime. Winber takes it 15-13, and we head to a map number 3.
Yeah, unreal. I mean, what a great job by Wimber to stay in the right mental.
Yeah.
It can be tough losing by that much, especially on a map that you pick. Yeah. And then to come out and beat CTC, at their own map pick in double overtime, to remain calm, cool, and collected and keep that poise. We saw some really good plays from Anjas and the whole crew. So, hats off to Wimber for taking it to a game 3, making this series as exciting as it can be.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not only that. We don't have just another game 3. We have a second matchup after this. We have Altoona coming back again against Richland in the Division 2 Valorant. That's going to be after game number 3, of course. And that's another exciting matchup. I'm looking at Swish. I don't know if you've heard of Swish from Richland.
Well,
unfortunately,
I've been, I've been on the D1 stream, so I know there's a ton of talent down there in D2. I love watching. Richland's another one of these new schools that has come to Tech as they continuously add, these great schools as well. But again, I would love to see what he has. You said he's immortal.
He's immortal. He's a disgusting player. I mean, he's up there with what you'd think Mr. Gary and Karacha's looking at. Oh, we got Swish back there?
We got him hanging out in the background back there.
He's ready to drop 40 all finals, I'm sure of it. But that's later. We still have about an hour of Valorant Division 1, and we're waiting for that map pick. I'm placing bets. I'm placing bets on most likely Haven. I want to say Haven.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're all comfortable with Haven as well, so it's very likely that we could see Haven. And Greater Altoona has the possibility to win 2 Valorant championships today. Not only is their Division 1 team in, but their Division 2 team in as well. And as we're getting from production,
there we go.
It is going to be Haven. So it'll be interesting to see who starts out attacking as well. Again, Greater Altoona seems to do really, really well on the attacking side of things.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a 6-6 on Split, but at least on Bind, their attack was phenomenal. I mean, we say their attack was strong. We didn't really have to see much of their defense on Bind, but from what we saw on Split, both their attack and their defense were in absolute prime, alongside Winber's, albeit. I mean, 6-6 half, and then 2 overtimes going the distance, although Winber able to push themselves just a little bit over that edge, courtesy of Mr. Curry, courtesy of that entire squad. And it looks like we're going to head to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get some time for the players to cool off before a map 3. They've had about 2 hours of gaming, and they've got another hour left in them. We'll be right back. My voice is dying though.
Hey, I see what you Overwatch.
Learn it from me? You didn't know me until like a month ago. This guy's lying.
He's being too kind.
I love the kind words.
You want to bring us back in?
Yeah, I'll bring us back in. Welcome back to the TEC High School Series Grand Finals Hot Sauce. Oof. It's map number 3, Haven. After a disgusting first map by Altoona, 13-3 on Bind, and a beautiful almost comeback by Altoona on map number 2. Winber, though, closes that one out 15-13. We head to Haven.
Oh, I absolutely love it here on Haven. And again, you know, we're going to see Greater Altoona. I think the names are switched there, but Winber on the left there, sticking with that same composition that they've been going on. On the other side of things, Greater Altoona there. Claw's going to be on Omen this time. Bane on Phoenix. Yoshi on, I mean, everybody's playing someone different other than Kratzer.
And we were talking about how this composition stayed very, very similar between Bind and Split. Looks like they have an entirely different composition prepared for this match. As we look at the players all ready to go in this pistol round, it's going to be a hot match. I mean, there's going to be a lot of bullets being thrown, and looks like this pistol round going to be underway in just a couple seconds. Names, I believe, still flipped around for these two squads.
We're going to get that fixed, but it is technically Winber on the left there that you'll see in green. Greater out there we go. Like, production is so good. We got to give a shout out to production.
Shout out to production.
So everybody behind the scenes, Dylan running the show back here. I mean, absolute legends, doing a phenomenal job here today.
No, but back to the conversation. Altoona is on one of the most different comps I think I've ever seen here on Haven. I like the Omen. Pluto gonna start things off strong, making a second onto Bane as he looks for maybe a third, but no, whips his shots, can't dip away in time, and Yoshi's gonna find the trades. Anjas again, oh my goodness, 2 from him, and it's a 3 versus 1. Vale in a 1 versus 3, finds the first, has to look to his left here though, is gonna find it, and it's gonna be just down to Mr. Gary and Vale in a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, I mean, Anjas was popping off there. Vale able to find the triple kill. Now looking for that spike plant. Will opt to fake a bit, and Mr. Gary with the patience will find the clutch in round number 1 to put them in the driver's seat. It's been time and time
look
again.
Look at Gary. He's screaming at the cam. He knows what's up.
He knows what's up. He knows what's up. But there you go. Let him know. Let him know how you're doing out there.
Let him know, Mr. Gary. Beautiful start from him to clutch things up in the pistol round as he takes his singular frag. 2 from Anjas and 2 from Pluto. 2 very quick multi-kills from both of them to start off that round.
Yeah, you know, and Vale almost battled back. A nice 3K from Vale as well. And, I mean, really playing a plethora of different agents out here today, showcasing all of those skills. But right now, Winber takes that first round, should be able to take the second round as well.
An expectation to win the second round. Haven, though, is a lot of close quarters. Those right clicks on that classic, you cannot underestimate them, especially when you're diving into the B site with Ray's mollies and Phoenix flashes right around the corner. Anjas gonna have his molly out, dip away in time. The right click from Kratzer will not be successful, as it's gonna be Yoshi to trade things out with the ghost. Bane finds another one. And this is an interesting round, 4 versus 3 in favor of Greater Altoona, and it looks like they might be able to get the plant down. Pluto can't find it either, and there's guns and numbers in favor of Altoona here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, typically you win that second round, but right now they are in the driver's seat. They were able to collect up on the weapons. Mr. Gary trying to push in with the Spectre. Be patient, looking for these angles as well, but right now, Greater Altoona playing together, somehow getting Bane with the overheal as well. Tries to push through the flash, but Yoshi there waiting.
Yeah, beautiful thrifty from Altoona as Yoshi able to clean things up and send themselves to a tie game off the pistol. I mean, you don't see that very often, but when you do, you know that you have a good game on your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. You nailed it. I mean, it's not rare, but it's pretty uncommon to see that. And you kind of really help that economy as well.
Yep.
Now able to full buy. Meanwhile, your team can't, the opposing team can't buy back in as well or bonus. So it potentially allows you to gather a couple rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, now they're going to be the team that runs down the full buy. And even if they lose this round, they're going to have a pretty good economy off of that extra cash from winning. Mr. Gary, though, right clicks, I'm expecting, posted up here in sewers. Drone's going to follow him. No, he peeks. He didn't expect the players to be underneath the drone.
Yeah, they were just pushed up so far forward. Kratzer with the stinger will find the first pick, and well, the push coming onto A in a hurry. We see Claw is suppressed there. We'll go ahead and push on through. Brim in the corner gets chopped down. Bane finds another one, and Yoshi as well. The two-player advantage, and the spike goes down.
Run it back has already been activated in round 3 by Bane. The flash going to come through, but Pluto, a nice right click to shut that down for the time being. Winber looking to hopefully just take a gun or two off of these guys. I mean, this was a full save for them. All classics, no shield whatsoever. So at this point, any gun that they could just take off, maybe stall things out, keep them on the site, so that way the spike takes the guns with them. Anything from these guys to hopefully give themselves a better chance in the next round.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it looks like potentially they could have a flawless round here for Greater Altoona. Creator healing themselves. Obviously doesn't do as much to yourself when you're that Sage, but now at 56 health, a 5v1. Time is ticking, and Greater Altoona will push them out.
Yep, the flawless coming through from Altoona. They are going to take their own bonus successfully as Winber, despite that pistol, a little bit of a rough start. The full buy is going to be coming through from them now as they were unable to find even a single kill on that save round.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get one. You look to at least get one, hopefully, two, just to kind of put a little bit of a dent in that economy. But, Greater Altoona is a tough team. Not a single member falling yet again, and we'll see if Winber can regroup here.
Regroup indeed. Full buys from both squads as the flawless means not a single rifle lost. Claw invested into that round with a Spectre and a Stinger as the alive players from 2 rounds ago still had those in their arsenal. Mr. Gary, though, going to be playing backside on C. Drone and Paint Shell's going to be sent to try and clear him out. Molly sent in by Anjas, going to keep them away for the time being. No, Kratzer dives right through, but he's taken down to pretty low HP here.
Unfortunately, Winber's already lost 2 members. Gary will find one. Kratzer on the trade as well. Now on a 4v2 is Bane. Will pick up on Pluto. Bucky trying to dodge while blind and somehow still gets one.
I mean, one is better than none, as I always say, and it's going to be a little extra blanket, although, I mean, look at the economy. Yoshi's already maxed out. This is rough. He's buying rifles for his teammates. It's going to be another save for Winber. It is in a more attacking-sided map. These attacks from Altoona are looking very strong. You talked about how strong they are on these attacks. And it's going to come down to how they push into these sites and how Winber groups up and, make sure that they keep enough players on each side of the map to really work with those retakes.
Yeah, it's hard when you have to have 5 members spread across 3 different sites, all the while, your opposing team is pushing, usually with all 5, potentially 1 lurker here as we see Claw kind of holding down long, some shots ringing out in both directions here, but nothing really hitting the mark just yet.
Nope, and it's another B site from this Altoona squad, and I mean, this is the site where you hope that Winber can retake. It takes the least amount of time to rotate. Anjas, a nice flick up, looking for more, a jump shot from Bane, and he'll land and put another bullet into Anjas' face. The heal behind Bell as the spike will go down. 3 versus 2 in favor of Altoona. Spike will go down. It's going to be down to Bucky and Creator.
Bucky and Creator have to retake together, but Claw will find Bucky. Vale will get Creator, and Greater Altoona now up 4-1. Starting to look a little bit like Bind. We talked about how good they do on attack. Would love to see Winber get at least 3, maybe 4 on defense so that they have a fighting chance when they're on attack.
Yeah, I think Haven's one of those 4-8 type maps, maybe 5-7. You can 3, I say 3-9, the curse just always exists with that number anyways. But yeah, at minimum, need 4 to 5 rounds here to really put themselves into a good position for the next half. I think that they can do it. It's going to be up to Winber to really just lock down that B site. I mean, we've seen how fast Altoona's pushing in through sewers, through B, even through long. They're just running it down, even through the mollies that are dropped.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do, and they do it well. They continuously push a site very, very quickly when they decide to go, and they push together as a cohesive unit. They make sure to use that utility to its full potential together as a team, and I think that's why they're able to attack so well.
Yeah, I mean, so much utility on the side of Altoona. You got Paint Shells You have shock darts, nano swarms, mollies. That is just so much, just not even smokes to lock down space. That is just straight space that you can't stand in anymore. As Anjas will stop Kratzer from standing himself as he goes down in the middle of the map. And Anjas looking to re-peek is going to spot out a player and drop a smoke to keep himself protected. Orbital Strike is online, so a plant could be deterred with only a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, and Anjas has been playing so well in these last 2 games. We'll see Creator able to pick up Yoshi here. Claw does find the trade. They have that 2-player advantage, working toward the C site. We'll see him get on there, potentially put this spike down as well. Has a little help from Long, pushing on to site 2 in CT here for Winber. The sprays come in. Bucky, Anjas both find a kill. One on the run it back, stuck in Cubby here. Is going to flash, has to make their way out.
Oh, but he got Gary! He got Gary through it!
The unreal Gary just caught a stray bullet.
Gary doesn't even know what happened.
Yeah.
But what can you do? What can you do in that situation? 2 kills come through from Bane. That's a great way to kind of shut down that economy just a little bit. I mean, that is a great round from Winber.
Yeah,
That's what they needed.
And, you know, we saw Gary there kind of just shrugging it off, not letting it affect him, and that's what we love to see, right? You have to stay in this game. It's very important at this point. Down to game 3, the championship on the line. So, again, head seems to be in the right place. They're playing very, very well at the moment, but it's hard to slow Greater Altoona down.
It's really hard to slow them down on these aggressive pushes. I mean, you just dive in there. A lot of post plants. That's the problem that Winber's going to need to overcome. Not only doing these retakes, but stopping the push before these happen. Because if you keep letting Spike get down and each player gets a couple kills, that's enough for Light Shield and a rifle into the next round, which is really all you need when you're in a full Vandal lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Gary pushing out here early, spraying through the wall. Kratzer takes a lot of damage, tries to get the safety, but Gary will hunt him down. Pluto, with that showstopper, has had a little bit of trouble, spots the barrel at the last second, able to find one. The spray and the 2K all day.
Paint shells thrown down into sewers. Bane has snuck around to the other side. Pluto, full flash, but finds a kill. Finds another onto Vale. And it's a 4K outside of A main. And Pluto does what he does best.
Pluto out of this world. My man is absolutely popping off. And we see the high fives all the way around the team getting excited here again. Maybe the momentum starting to shift in their favor a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe we were going back to that. I mean, we talked about the Altoona little skip and nice aggression off the rep, but maybe we are seeing another back and forth game like we saw on Split. I think both teams now are really in the. There's no driver's seat. This is one of those driver cars where the instructor still has the wheel. They're driving the same car, 2 wheels going back and forth, and both teams full pedal to the metal.
Yeah, absolutely. You couldn't ask for a better way to come through this series here. Kratzer up top with a showstopper of their own. Time ticking away. Most likely going to fire it, and Anjas will barely stay alive. The Roomba is coming quickly, though. Has to backpedal, and Bane finds 2 yet again. Bane is starting to heat up.
Again, another run it back and heat it up as maybe he looks to set himself on fire and dive into the site. Won't even need to use it this round. It's Pluto in a 1 versus 3. Can he do it again? It's going to be all down to him outside of A-Link. Bane waiting to throw the flash as Kratzer holding the angle beautifully. Can't do anything really against that unless you can find a head, which was stuck above that sill, and that'll be another round for Winber.
Yeah, you know, and even if you find Kratzer there, you have the flash and the swing from Bane coming out immediately after. And Greater Altoona is just, that's why they play so well together. They work off of each other. Yeah. It's important to play together like that. We saw, you know, Winber give up a couple 2v1, 3v1 situations because they weren't playing together. So if you wanted to ensure that, you know, you win that round, they're certainly playing together very well.
Yeah, I mean, calling it back to the scoreboard of last round, I mean, we had all four players, besides Kratzer, who was just a man of his own world. All other players were sitting just dead even on the scoreboard. Winber is a little bit of a different tale, where we usually see 2 high and then 3 sitting average, or a little bit below average of what we see Altoona doing. So it's really down to some of these top frags. We see that KO nade clearing out Graffiti. Bane, though, diving in, hasn't found Pluto yet as he's going to stay alive, and Creator's going to be able to work off and find a second, and it's going the way of Winber, looking to close out this round flawlessly, unless Bane can find something through the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, Pluto just barely getting by there. We saw Bane almost catch him, but kills coming into the wayside now in a 5v2 as well, pressuring out the Blast Pack, and Pluto with a triple kill. Claw lurking around here as well. A nice shot to the dome from Claw, though. Crosshair placement from everyone out here has been phenomenal today.
Got a nice shot in the chat from Pluto, giving his respects. Credit where credit is due, but Claw Needs 4 more kills to win this round. Has ultimate on the line, and the spike could have opted to go towards the C site, but will peek out. No utility, and Bucky able to secure that frag. Another round for Altoona.
Yeah, and you love to see the good sportsmanship as well, right? Claw had a really nice shot down the lane on Pluto. Pluto quickly jumping in chat to let him know, hey, that was a nice shot. So, yeah, there's some friendly banter that goes back and forth, but at the end of the day, there's some really great sportsmanship being showed here by both teams.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at that leaderboard, Bane, 10 kills so far. First player on the side of Winber to reach double digits, if I'm not mistaken, as he's doing an excellent job on the Phoenix. Altoona. Excuse me. But, again, we didn't have much to talk about him in the first 2 games. Granted, he was just an all-rounder on Split, and, I mean, Bind, they were just in another dimension. But here, I mean, he is really waking up and proving himself to be one of the best players on this roster.
Yeah, and he wasn't a duelist before as well. So, kind of switching up roles here a little bit, maybe taking that lead role, looking for those entry frags here off of these flashes, already up into the window of Garage. We see Anjas waiting patiently. Will pop the volley and force him out, but Bane steps through the fire and Hellstone to find not 1, but 2. Looks for the heal, but Pluto will shut him down, and Pluto also dangerous, but he runs out of ammo in the magazine. Claw will find Anjas, and we have ourselves a 2v1.
Now let's make sure you don't die a fall damage. We'll opt for the safer teleport onto site. 5 HP and a dream from Claw to secure at least a tied half. 6 rounds for them if he could take this one away, but it's going to be rough. Has to play his positions right. There's going to be Mr. Gary up in heaven, and Pluto rotating in through a link.
Oh, we'll put the smoke out. Does spot Pluto from above. He looked like he tried to get that Lear. Unfortunately, Pluto already had him pinpointed. They will get the defusal, and Winber already 5 on defense. Again, typically this is a little more attacking sided. Not always, but for Winber to put up 5 here early just kind of makes him, as we talk about, gives him a little bit of that breathing room.
Yeah, it's a lot of breathing room, and I liked the way that Mr. Gary used that utility. Lear is it is the worst flash in Valorant. But even just having it in that 1v1 scenario without Pluto in the picture, having that 1v1 scenario where, hey, you have to shoot this, otherwise I'm going to kill you, is a huge type of information that people don't think about in those scenarios where Reyna really works out well. And once your location's given away, you're a dead man when you're 5 HP.
Yeah, Claw stuck in the corner with only 5 health. We've seen him do some crazy clutches, but just a tough position to be in as we head into round number 11. Kratzer with the speed already up into the window as well, and it looks like has a couple teammates to fall. I'm going to work off this Phoenix flash here as well. Mr. Gary is going to find the first one, dissipates away. Vale get one. Gary on the trade. Claw, Bane both find another kill, and they have the player advantage.
Yeah, things are just going back and forth here as the spike going to be planted on the seaside. Bane, perfect use of the wall. He's going to slip into CT, looking for a flank, but won't find anything as it's going to be down to Pluto and Bucky. Kratzer and Bucky.
No, I think you're right. Pluto and Bucky, yep, blasting out, looking for Pluto. Flicks to the head, finds the dome, sends him home. Bane will get the trade. KO in that ult is down. Potentially could find the revive. I like what he did there. Pluto kind of blasting him back in.
That was almost beautiful utility. I wouldn't even think to do that in any one of my games. But I mean, if you had that second pack, that could have been a huge res.
Yeah, it was definitely a very smart idea. Now, just 1 round left before halftime. Winber has the ability to go into this attacking side tied up 6-6 if they can clutch this round up.
Yeah, they're going to need this round to try and just keep things even. I mean, we talked about Haven being a little bit attacker-sided. They want to keep this even. They want to keep this as even as possible moving in on this defense, and that'd be an excellent way to swap sides. As the last round, players investing as much as they can, although I'm fairly certain Winber might have a little bit of a weaker buy here after that loss.
Yeah, we see Bane with a run it back already.
It's like
probably
every
had 3
other
or 4
round.
times in this first half already. Gary, though, with some good early pressure on that flank, finds one. Bucky, unfortunately, caught with the utility in hand. As not many people push through smokes. Gary and Anjas, though, both collect headshots here as well to give them the 2-player advantage.
Yeah, Kratzer's going to be spotted out in Bell, but Claw sitting off site. He's going to find Anjas on the trade as he teleports away. A 1 versus 2. Spike still in hand. It was never planted on the B site, and it will be planted for CT spawn as 2 players making the way in through A-Link. Making a third as Pluto's now going to be res.
Yeah, you know, really just trying to ensure they get this final round before halftime. A big res that comes out. The blind, the blast pack, the moves, the movement from Pluto, and he does it yet again.
Yeah, orbiting around the map, you could say, as Claw falls, and I'm not sure what just happened there. Looks like a little bit of a whirlpool from the Windber cameras.
Yeah, I saw the whirlpool water check.
That is efficient
Let's
water.
Go.
Efficient water consumption from Windber as they are going to tie things up.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful job again. You can't ask for a better series here at St. Francis University, live at the JFK Student Center. And just to go to all 3 maps, we've had an overtime here as well already. So
hey, we're on the cards for another one. It's tied up right now. We've got another half to go. Windber now on the attack. Has the pseudo advantage, we could say, just securing a tied half on their defense. But they still got a couple more rounds to push through, and we'll see if they can make it work once they're on the attack.
Yeah, you know, and this pistol round's going to be crucial. It's not going to determine the game, but it's going to be crucial to kind of get you out in front, give you a little bit of that confidence, that breathing room, and continue that push.
I mean, besides Bind, Windber won both pistols on Split. They won the first one on Haven. I don't want to say I expect them to win it, but they're on a really hot streak of just pushing down these pistol rounds, and especially on the attacking-sided map, I'm sure that they're going to be able to lock down this site and secure themselves another advantage.
Yeah, well, we saw Windber win the pistol round last time. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that bonus round as well. So Claw lurking in the window here, waiting maybe for those audio cues. We'll step out, find one. Gary with a beautiful trade here, blasting in his Pluto, trying to find him his Veil, but Gary with the help as well. And this time it's Windber who is moving with the fierceness.
Yeah, and only one player dead. Believe that's Creator as Mr. Gary going back up into Garage. Kratzer holding the angle, has to shoot a couple more bullets than necessary due to Mr. Gary's overheal, but now it's a 2 versus 3 for Greater Altoona. Kratzer, one of the men of the hour here, as he looks to retake alongside Bane, as he's going to be taken down early. Bucky finds it as well. A beautiful crossfire from Windber, and the pistol goes their way.
Yeah, Pluto and Bucky both finding the headshots, and, you know, now they need to win this round, though. We saw in the previous half, you know, obviously I feel like the scoreline would be different had they won that pistol round. They might be sitting up a round or 2 here, so now they are technically kind of in that driver's seat if they can win this bonus round, which they need to do.
Yeah, no, they need to win this bonus. Altoona doing an excellent job on that initial secondary pistol round, the bonus round, excuse me, in the last half, but can they do it again is the question. They're going to opt a Ghost onto Yoshi, a hero play, you could say, although not a very expensive option, but if any team were to do it, it would be this team right here. We've seen it do it once before. I'm sure they could do it again.
Yeah, we'll see Pluto pushing with the Lear. The blind coming out from Omen, though, and Ball will fire some shots. Has to back off once more at 5 health. We see Pluto and then pushing into Garage here rather quickly. All 5 members. There is a big lurking flank coming from, I believe, Bane here as well.
Yep, Bane on the flank. Veil's already been spotted. Pluto up, down, and Veil sent 6 feet under is Mr. Gary working in the Bane. He's spotted him. The flank is there. It looks like his teammates waiting outside of Garage for him to get the pick, and now a Hero Vandal in the hands of Kratzer as they make their way out the side. Full HP is he's the only one sitting at full HP. No, where's the Vandal? Where's the Vandal?
I'm not sure what happened to the... Oh, yeah, we got it there on Bane. Able to pick it up. Has 74 health as well. Going to drop it down to Kratzer, it looks like. Has to be careful. Don't want to have that knife out. Trying to spray through the wall here and get a little bit of space.
Yeah, I mean, Windber has a lot of space to work with. Losing the Vandal, though, is going to be rough. I mean, Bane, for all he cares, he could just keep this away from them. This is a free rifle into the next round, and it looks like he might actually just opt to do that. That is a beautiful way to save into the next round, although they're not going to win it. That is $3,000 saved.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like in Valorant we don't see as much saving as you would. You know, it's a little more common in CS, but again, certainly a very smart decision to hold on to that rifle going into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, of course his economy won't be as strong, but it is lined up fairly equally with the rest of his teammates, and he will be able to full buy into this round thanks to that rifle, and it looks like they're going to invest another Vandal into this round. I mean, that is a great way to kind of snowball in. They're able to keep so much weaponry that, I mean, these Bulldogs, the Bulldog won't be much if you can land a headshot.
Yeah, I think the Bulldog is one of the most underrated weapons, though. It is such a good weapon. Whether you're up close or at a distance, the 3-round burst can just easily put people down. But again, you have to go against the full rifles here. We see him pushing up through mid. Gary and Pluto have been working really, really well together.
It's interesting seeing them pushing into B with so many rifles in this full buy. I mean, pushing it to B is very scary. I usually only want to do it on Ecos and Claw. Going to find the opening frag, but Yoshi another 2. Anjas with the Spectre to bring things back, and the bomb will go down. Although the numbers advantage the way of the defending squad as Anjas going to send in a Molly. Looks like Kratzer's going to have to back away off it. No, Anjas down to 2, and Kratzer held back for the time being.
Oh, good job by Anjas to realize there could be a flank. Again, unfortunately, does get chopped down. Bucky from the gong will be sprayed away, and Kratzer able to clutch it up to bring it back within 1.
Yeah, I mean, back within 1, amazing. A little bit of poor sportsmanship on the spike, hitting it, tapping it just a little bit of spray as well. I mean, they are getting a little bit feisty in the lobby. It looks like Mr. Gary, though, talking to his teammates, telling them what they got to do to keep things going as their lead diminished to just 1 round.
Yeah, it looked like that maybe Mr. Gary had noticed something the team was doing, so it looked like he was trying to strategize and say, hey, when I do this, I need you to do this with me. So I'd love to see him kind of talking it over there as we head just a little bit further into this championship series. And once again, I mean, only separated by 1 round at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been back and forth. We've seen the lead in both teams so far in this game. And again, I mean, Mr. Gary, the problem with being a duelist and an entry and a top frag is that sometimes being the entry means you're not getting any kills, you're only getting information. If Mr. Gary isn't getting kills alongside that, sometimes it might be hard for his team to follow up. Pluto getting tagged in the feet with the Sova dart, but will have it removed by his teammates swiftly, as it is a very slow start to this round compared to what we've seen prior.
Yeah, it looks like Claw spotted Mr. Gary as well, so they might look to rotate back toward A. It looks like Greater Altoona is sending 2 back to A, so maybe they're kind of sniffing this play out here.
Yeah, a play sniffed out indeed as they rat in through sewers. Mr. Gary pushing in Paranoia. 3 players hit as the Empress being used. Bane, the only man here to stop it. Sprays through, no Kratzer's there alongside, but Bucky takes him down in the meantime. Claws grouped up as well as 3 players sitting outside of sewer. Bucky to throw a nade out. Bane sitting on the other side of the smoke. And Graffiti gonna find 1, make it a second, has to reload, and Creator backs up in the meantime. Molly thrown, and Creator has to back away, able to find the trades. It's a 2 versus 2. Claw able to make it happen, and now it's just down to Pluto. 1 versus 2, has to find the opening. Pick your can, find it. It's a tie game. Altoona brings it back.
All tied up here yet again. Good positioning by Sova there as well. Just so many angles to check if you're Winber trying to come through B there, and unfortunately just couldn't quite make it happen. Pluto has 19, Bane has 20 as well, and man, what a great game, number 3.
This is an amazing game. I mean, we talk about these 3 players at the top of Altoona right now. Bane doing an excellent job here on Haven. He's been amazing all day. Kratzer. It's Kratzer. He's just everywhere on the map, doing so much with his utility, so much with just gunplay in general. His aim almost unmatched, and Claw. He's been a clutch minister.
Absolutely, the Stampede coming on toward B. Claw couldn't quite find one there. It's Pluto with the Stinger. They're going to be able to upgrade the weapon here as well. The paint shells will rain down. The wall from Creator as well, tucked up top. Bane with the spray, and he somehow finds 2 during a run it back.
Kratzer finds another Creator to make the trade, and players stuck behind the wall in C-Link. The Sova drone going to be sent out, but the wall's still not even broken to work off that information. Bane with a 3rd, and it's just down to Mr. Gary. Finds the 1, the overheal is there, makes it a 2nd, but fail. Able to shut down the round, put Mr. Gary in the dirt, and the bomb will get defused.
That's why it's so important to play together there. We saw Mr. Gary popping up, almost getting the final 1 as well, but because Vale and them were playing so close together, it makes it much easier to find that trade.
Yeah, and especially in that post play, just players sitting all across the map. Bane doing an excellent job in that round. 3 kills on, but unfortunately couldn't close it out. I mean, those 2 kills on the run it back were impressive enough. He found that second one within like a second of his ult about to run out, which is just all that extra space that his team needed to get in the site and get that bomb down.
Yeah, you know, I knew he was going to get the planner. I was surprised he got the other one at the back of the site, and really they can't allow him to continue to do that. But, I mean, he gets a run it back every other round.
That's what it's a 6-point ultimate. It's the smallest ultimate in the game, and it has so much utility that Bane is doing an excellent job with. He has at least 2 kills as well per his run it back. And Kratzer with 2 kills in the paint shells, looking for a 3rd. Nobody's telling him. The shock dart to combo as well. I mean, this team is looking so good.
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised that Wimber is still going here now, looking for the ace. Kratzer nearly gets it, but Vale is going to steal it away from him. And that is unfortunate, but I feel like Wimber has had a lot more success at some of these other sites.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a lot more success on A, on C, but B, I don't know if pushing into all this is the right move. I mean, you got Brim Molly, Kale Molly, Paint Shells, and it's hard to work with. It's really hard to push into.
Yeah, I'd like to see him potentially even work a little bit of C there, maybe into the garage as well, and see if they could potentially bite a rotation over.
Their garage has been impeccable.
Yeah.
And
you know, even if they end at B, that might be okay. But again, I just initially pushing B like that, these last few rounds just has not worked for them.
You got to take garage if you want to take B. People think that garage is only associated with the C site, but in reality, it is a hybrid I want to say almost fourth site in a way where you need to take control of that before you take either C or B, and they're just not doing that. They're running 5 men in, and they're not keeping that space once it's given.
I would see Pluto cheating back, Claw inside waiting. There's the leader. They check the angle, and Claw will find one. Pluto does get the trade here. Kratzer up top finds the headshot through the wall. Vale with a two-piece. Creator gets a trade with the Bulldog, finds one more, but Bane will close it out. And now Greater Altoona 1 away from championship point.
They are 1 away from a championship point, not only just a match point. We're looking at everything here, ladies and gentlemen. They have fought through this best-of-3 series, a dominant performance on map 1, a show-stopping performance on map number 2, both them and Winber. But it's going to come down to if Winber can bring it back. They did it once before on Split. We saw Altoona on a tear, and Winber was able to shut it down. They have to do it here again on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and they have to do it without giving up a round unless they want to take their chances in overtime. We'll see him once more working toward mid here. Again, Greater Altoona pretty spread out at the moment.
Yeah, very spread out start to this defense, which I don't mind. I like how they're leaving B side empty. They've actually swapped up their composition level a little with the Nano Swarm or Alarm Bot and turret sitting on top of the B side as Pluto. There's a smoke out, standing a little bit through the smoke, making sure that the angles are clear. And again, they're going towards this B site, but they've completely given up on trying to take over Garage.
Yeah, you know, and they have 3 watching this B site, you know, from these links as well as Gong here. But Pluto on that hurry toward A site. We see Bane already rotating around really quickly here. Kind of called this one out, surprisingly. They know they're coming here. There's the flash as well. The spray is going to be a little to the left as Bane gets 2. Creator will find the trade, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, lockdowns initiated. We haven't seen any of those. This is, I think, our first one of this map, as it is going to send them away. Altoona looking at match point here. Anjas pushing into 2 players, can only find 1, and Claw makes the double happen. Match point for Altoona.
Greater Altoona has a chance to get their first championship here. One more potentially to come as we have Division 2 up next. But, you know, we see Winber is still smiling over there, still having a good time. So that is very, very important.
It is very important. And they do have the economy to force up fairly well. Guardians and Bulldogs still in their arsenal. It's going to be rough, but, I mean, we've seen Pluto and Mr. Gary in some of these wall bangs. I mean, these Guardians are impressive.
Yeah, the Guardian is probably one of my most favorite weapons. It's very rewarding when you hit that headshot as well. It just feels good. So Pluto looking to go long here. Use that Guardian to its full potential. The smoke will come in, though, and unfortunately, they're going to have to buy some time.
Yeah, it's going to be just a little bit of a wait. Mr. Gary, I like the lurk up towards B. I really hope that they don't execute on it without garage control. They really just need to realize that B is not the way to go. Run it back, going to be initiated by Bane. Vale here, going to be sprayed down. Pluto, a nice headshot. Bane finds 1, making a second off the run it back. Couldn't find the 3rd. Pluto sends him back to spawn as a minute left on the clock, and numbers in favor of Greater Altoona as they look to close this one out.
You know, and Bane has been in the right place every time. When they're going A, he's on the A site. When they're going C, he's already starting at the C site this time. So, you know, maybe a little bit of luck there, but Bane just always in the right place.
Kratzer pulls up the showstopper, and it just makes Gary sprint away. There's nothing you can do there. He doesn't even get aggressive with it. He doesn't want to give up his body. He just pops the ultimate. Gary hears it, runs away instantly. And 3 players sitting up towards this garage right now. A is, it's not free. Yoshi's on that site, but they really need to pick a site, and if it isn't A, it might be, they might be moving into multiple members.
Yeah, it looks like Gary's trying to clear the angles. Wanted to get in before the smoke. Unfortunately, doesn't. Claw will find Pluto as well, and now they have to back off. The spike carrier is down. Now in a 4v1, it's all up to Mr. Gary.
Yup, and he has the Empress. Bane sitting on the other side, 14 seconds left to plant, but he can't do it. And Greater Altoona are your Division 1 High School Series champions.
Yeah, congratulations to Greater Altoona on their championship. But, again, no matter what team you're on, you have to hold your heads high. Winburg played phenomenal. They had a bit of a rough start, but they played absolutely lights out on map 2. Anjus was popping off, doing crazy. Mr. Gary, everybody was hitting their shots. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, it didn't go their way. Congratulations again to CTC on their dub, and they got a chance to clutch another one.
Yeah, I mean, Altoona Valorant is looking really good today. A dominant performance on Bind, as you said. Was able to clean it up on Haven after, we can't call it rough on Split, because it was a really good game on Split. It just really, it could have gone any which way. It just happened to go the way of Winber, sends us to a third game, and here on Haven. Winber held it close.
Yeah,
it wasn't
Absolutely.
nearly as dominant as Bind. They held it close. They had some really good multi-frags. But again, they just did not play the middle of the map well enough. Altoona just had them read every single round, and they go home with a trophy in Division 1.
Yeah, and Bane went off on Phoenix here in Game 3. So, again, hats off to all the players, though. Everybody did a phenomenal job here today. It was a lot of fun to watch and cast them. But as we mentioned, we're not done just yet. We've got Greater Altoona taking on Richland, I believe, here in a few moments as well. That one will only be a best of one, however.
Yep, just a best of one for Division 2. A nice hour or so of gaming between these two teams. We're going to have that up on your screen in approximately, I want to say 15, 20 minutes. First, we got to get some awards given out to the Division 1 guys. Get them up here at the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back.
got an interview.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our high school series Division 1 champions. We have Greater Altoona CTC here. Congratulations, guys, on this amazing win.
The champions indeed. Let's go. All right.
We're going to get Kratzer. Do you want to get Kratzer or the team manager
Yeah, I think we're going to
first?
talk to Kratzer for a second, and we're going to talk to the coach right after that. So,
all right, Kratzer.
Yeah,
come
Kratzer.
The headset is yours.
Yeah. So Kratzer came from Division 2 last year.
Yeah.
And now you're like the GOAT of Division 1.
Yeah, I am
So,
the goat of the goats.
Yeah. So, I mean, in bind, we saw you guys dominate. Split was a little bit closer. What were your thoughts going into Map 3?
Map 3, honestly, I was pretty upset because I really expected to win in 2 maps, but we went a lot. It was a lot harder than I expected. I don't know. Map 2 was way too hard, and Map 3, we just went in with like a fresh mental. It's round 0. I don't know. We just went in.
Were you happy that you were attacking first on? Because it seems like your attack is unmatched. You guys are so fast. You push onto the site so quick, and it's just hard for teams to kind of deal with that.
They were with running Sage. We kind of had to run fast, or else we were playing into their hand. And what are you laughing at? Okay. Since they were running Sage, we kind of had to go fast because they had no Cypher trips, no Killjoy util. It really just played into our play style, which led to us winning.
Yeah.
Picking Haven and letting us attack first.
I mean, everybody played phenomenal. Everybody was putting up kills. The use of utility on the site, everything was phenomenal.
I didn't even match MVP that game.
No, Bane was MVP in the last one, like 20 and 10 at one point. So, but again, congratulations on the championship. You guys are legends, and I'm sure we'll probably see you back here next year. Are we all any seniors?
He's graduating next year, but he'll be back for spring.
Okay, back for the next season, but after this year. All right. Well, again, congratulations. I guess we'll take a few moments and talk to the coach over here. All right. I had the pleasure of meeting you at TechCon as well, so it's great to see you back here. But so exactly how did you get into this role of coaching and helping managing the team? I know you said you pretty much just make sure they show up on time, but how did you step into this role?
Well, I'm an old school gamer from way back in the day, like Mario Brothers and Donkey Kong. So it was always kind of in my nature. And one of the teachers, we talked about it a lot at school, and he finally said, let's do it. Let's enough talk. Let's get these guys in it. So we had tryouts and open house, and the rest is history. I think we've been up here at championship times, a few times, so brought some plaques home.
Yes.
I'm proud of them.
Yeah, I mean, you have another team, Division II, about to play here in a moment as well. So certainly, whatever you're doing seems to be working very, very well. And I have to say, it's really awesome to see parents and stuff like that stepping in and filling these roles and being so supportive of kids in video games, because there is a lot of opportunities out there. But it used to be get off the game, go outside. Right. But it's great to see the teachers and the parents and everybody coming together as a community and really supporting it. So we certainly appreciate what you do. Congratulations on your championship once again, guys.
Hopefully we get another.
Yes, sir. There it is, guys. Your 2023 Valorant 1 Division champions, guys. We are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we got one more exciting championship game. That's funny. Just got to a more.
When I commentated Switch, Immortal.
Ranked back up downstairs. Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, well, there you go. Student section. Nobody beats Forest Hills. Nobody.
They were crazy. That was all of their like athletes, like their like football players and stuff like that, showing up for Pig B. Yeah. Oh, really?
That's awesome. Now that's really awesome. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's cool. All right.
All right, you can start. I'll do bracket, then lineup, then we'll start game.
All right. Did you charge the other battery while that one was in?
Just make sure charge battery before the presentation. Then.
Right at the very end of the game. Series 2023 championship. We have one final game left for you here, Division II Valor. I am still in the booth with the legend TJ, and I'm ready to get this final game hashed out.
I am in the booth with the legendary Hot Sauce, of course. And yeah, one more game to decide it all. One map, not a best of 3 anymore for Division II. We have Greater Altoona. We just saw them take the Division I championships. Can their little brothers and sisters do the same here in Division II against Richland?
Yeah, I mean, that would be great, right, if you could take home 2 championships in one day. We know that they're 6-1 throughout the regular season. Richland 5-2, one of those being a forfeit, unfortunately. Meanwhile, as you had mentioned, Swish, ascendant immortal player, so really kind of above the pack on most. So it's going to be interesting to see, is it the whole unit of Greater Altoona that comes out on top, or, can Swish kind of maybe put some people in his backpack and carry him through?
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the bracket, see how Swish put people in his backpack to carry him through. As we see Richland had to take on Blacklick Valley. I had the courtesy of watching in on that match, and it was a pretty close one, albeit I believe it was 13-7, 13-8, so certainly a game. Certainly a game. I was not there for the Greater Altoona and Winber match, although it is very silly. It's like their semifinals was what the finals we just watched a couple moments ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, Greater Altoona versus Richland in this finals. It's for sure going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, essentially without that forfeit, 6-1 and 5-1, so both deserving of being here. And again, I think that forfeit came when they were supposed to play each other, so we really don't know much about how these teams play against each other. We know that Greater Altoona has a solid squad. Again, they're here in this championship time and time again, season after season. And as you mentioned, we just spoke with them a moment ago as they had clinched D1 championships. So I think it's certainly going to be a great match.
Oh, it's going to be a great match for sure. And we're going to get the starting lineups on your screen now. I'll let you know a little bit more about the players.
Valorant Division 1.
Caden Kratzer, Valorant Division 1.
Gage Waugh, Vale, and then D1.
That
Aiden
might be
Quinn.
the D1 player.
Yoshiono, Valorant D1.
Brian Kelly, coach, Greater Altoona Career and Technology Center.
Gary Kirkwood, Mr. Gary, and Valorant D1.
Andrew Monahan,
apologize,
and
that was
Jazz,
the D1
Valorant
teams
D1.
there.
Raymond Stockley,
We'll get that
Bucky,
sorted out
Valorant
for you
D1.
guys here in just a moment.
Jaron Pavlovich, Pluto.
All right, so we'll get these rosters here loaded back up for Division II. We do apologize for that little hiccup, but we'll get it squared away here in just a moment.
Yeah, we're gonna. Of course, technical difficulties comes in right at the very, very end of the day, but you know it happens throughout. And luckily, it's only a small hiccup that we'll have to deal with before we get into map 1, the only map, which is going to be
Augustus, Gus Bunny, Valorant D2. Ian, Pingu, Valorant D2. Alan Alamari, Valorant D2.
John Estelfer, Valorant D2.
Emily Sahara of Chaos, Valorant D2.
Logan Tedrow, Swish, Valorant D2.
Nate Make-It, Nate May, 82, Valorant, Division 2.
Ian Rager, Ian Rage 43, Valorant Division 2.
Brandon Max, Mr. Blackjack, Valorant Division 2.
Dominic Kriak, Signify 4K, Valorant Division 2.
Prince Patel, Prince 18, Valorant Division 2.
Christopher Altscher, MJ Forever, Valorant D2.
Ryan Dorsch, Richland's head coach, Valorant Division 2.
All right, and that is your starting lineup for Division II. As TJ had mentioned, we are going to be hopping into Bind, picked by Greater Altoona. Of course, that ban from Richland was on split. We will see Richland defending first on Bind with Greater Altoona attacking, much like in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if this Altoona squad has the same attacking aggression that we saw from their Division I roster. I'm sure that there have been some tips carried over between scrims and practices. But these two teams, they're looking pretty good today. The warm-ups they're warming up. They're getting ready to play. They got one map on their hands. They just watched, at least Altoona just watched their big brothers. And Richland just watched another heck of a match here earlier today. So I'm sure they're taking some of the pointers that they just watched on Bind into this map.
Yeah, we can see Greater Altoona there kind of flexing for the camera as well, getting prepared for this game. We're just ironing out one audio issue for the players down below, and then we'll get this one underway. But, I mean, Bind is a map that we're familiar with. It's been around since the beginning of time. I do expect to see some more raise action on here as well.
I am expecting some raise action. The two players that we're going to want to look at here, it's going to be Gus Bunny from the side of Greater Altoona and Swish from Richland. Two of the highest ranked players in the lobby. Swish with an Immortal Peak. Gus Bunny currently sitting at Plat. Those two players are going to be the ones tearing house on the opponent.
Yeah, you know, and as these comps come in, it looks like Gus may be going to that raise. On the other side of things, potentially no raise over there. Signify maybe feeling a little more comfortable on that Reyna. And, I mean, Gecko is someone that we really haven't seen much this season, or at least I haven't in Division I.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a tournament a couple weeks ago, or spectating and commentating another tournament, and there was this one team that won the whole thing using Gecko only. Every single composition, no matter what map they played, it was Gecko only. And, I mean, it's recent buffs. His recent buffs have been a reason to select him. A much quicker pickup time. His Dizzy now has a much easier time finding and actually shooting the targets. And I believe the Thrash got buffed a little bit as well. On maybe I think it was one less ultimate point, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot to look forward to as Gecko mains. And maybe Ian Rage is ready to wake up with that here in this map.
Yeah, I like the compositions from both teams. Like I said, I feel like, you know, the Altoona one is maybe not as traditional, but I do like the difference in both of these comps. I certainly look forward to seeing how they utilize these picks. And, again, Richland's going to be starting out defending, and Greater Altoona will be starting out on attack.
Yeah, and it looks like the tags at the top are mixed up for the time being. That will be fixed in just a few moments, as this best of one will be underway in just a few moments. As 15 seconds left, the pistol round yet soon to be underway. Again, Richland starting on the defense.
All right, so we'll get that switched around at the top of your screen. You'll see Richland go to the left there, Greater Altoona on the right side in red because they will be attacking. And right now, all that pressure coming toward B site, getting into hookah rather quickly here. We see that KJ turret up in the background as well. Prince waiting for them to come out. We see the paint shells looking for someone at the back of the site. Switch tucked into garden. The blast packs come in. Swish is able to find one. Pingu has a trade as well. A bit of back and forth here early.
Back and forth indeed, but it is numbers advantage for Richland as Swish has found his second in the round. 5 HP looking for more. We're going to whiff a couple shots. They know he's guarding. He can give that position away as it's been known for longer than needed. He will finally fall. Stoffer is being enraged, finds the trade into Cigar. She is going to fall, and it's a 1 versus 2 for Stoffer.
Blackjack able to find that final kill on the Stoffer and put them up by 1. So Richland currently leading here as we get things kicked off.
Yeah, and that is a nice pistol from them as they look to cook things up. Again, they were supposed to play, these two teams were supposed to play during the regular season. Unfortunately, a forfeit hit the cards in favor of Altoona as they got a free 1-0 in the rankings. Hence why they're one of the #1 seeds here today. Maybe we see a different outcome in that forfeit as we get the actual match on your screen. And Richland starting to strip things off here.
There we go. The names are switched for your viewing pleasure as we get ready for round 2. This time, most of the action appears to be heading toward the A site, TJ.
Indeed, Wingman's going to be instantly sent into showers to clear that area out as Pingu looking to get aggressive. Going to check his cubby and takes a heck of a lot of damage from Mr. Blackjack. He will fall, though, to Stoffer. That is numbers advantage for the team on the save.
Yeah, Gus Bunny's going to find one on to Signify here as well. He is going to get one with the Spectre, looking for another, but Gus with the classic. In the classic, we trust. No right click needed this time at that distance. Looking for that rotation over toward the B side, and all of Altoona should be able to put this down here on B.
Yeah, it's a 2 versus 2. The spike not in the hands, not on site just yet. Swish rotating over, but here's the thing. With all the weapons that have been dropped, we do see that Greater Altoona has, I believe, 2 Spectres in their hands. Gus Bunny's sitting around elbow.
Spike planted.
Wait, no, Allo never actually picked up. He's going to still be stuck with a classic as Swish pushes out with the Spectre in hand. The 1 versus 1s, the 1v1s are going to be taken here. Prince finds the first one, and it's going to be a 2 versus 1 for Gus Bunny to work with here.
Now we see Gus Bunny rotating around behind here. Has to get through too, but Swish waiting patiently. The game awareness is on point, and they will clutch up a second round here.
Yep, Richland going to take their second round, and we'll see if Greater Altoona bounces back here with their first full buy. It's going to be, I want to say that their attacks haven't been strong yet, but again, we haven't seen them on a full buy, so expecting a little bit more. Cigar looks like she might have invested a little bit more than she wanted in the last round, and it is going to be a Bulldog in her hands instead of a Vandal or Phantom.
Yeah, still able to get the full armor, the full shields here as well. And again, Signify maybe a little low on the economy as well. Can't get the full shield with the rifle, so might opt to go with the Spectre here and look to entry as well.
Yeah, the entry underway in round number 3. The first full buy round for Altoona. They're up against some weaker weapons, so it's an expected victory for them, but we'll see Swish continues to hold down Garden as the A site looking to be contested. Mr. Blackjack sitting back with Ian Rage. Flash is thrown and already down. Smoke need to be deployed before the push comes through, and they will be justified.
Now we see the blast back coming in from here from Gus. Able to make his way toward Lamps. Will find one, Stoffer another. Ian does get a trade, but Sagara on the Bulldog will find one as well before being traded out here by Swish. Tucked onto the site, Pingu. Looking for some action here, flirting around Lamps now in a 2v3. They have the player advantage, but Raze is low on health. Still gonna find one on Prince through the rotation.
Oh, and Swish unable to find that shot. It's gonna be a 1 versus 3 for him. Plenty of time to work with. I don't think that there's a reason for him to not try this retake as he is with lighter weapons and his team will be on a full buy next round. As the Spectre in his hands does have Seekers. Gus Bunny's 1 HP. This is really a 1 versus 2 as long as he can find a bullet of anything onto Gus.
Now we see Alamari trying to hold long. Swish with the Spectre could be a tough push for them. I think Alamari might have heard the audio cue of the steps. Swish with the Sheriff in hand, but Pingu waiting. We'll put him down. Greater Altoona will get their first round.
Yeah, beautiful first round from Greater Altoona, showing that their attack is not always stoppable as they're able to make a quick rotate over to the B side. I really enjoyed, again, Bind, one of those, the 2-site maps where you could really get that rotate in super quick and really mess with the enemy team, and that's an excellent example there from Altoona.
Altoona Swish at 5-2, but Ian Rage 4-2 right behind them. Gus Stauffer both with 4 as well. So members of each team beginning to put up kills in that kill column. Swish already has the ult on deck.
Yeah, I mean, he had it last round, but is choosing to continue to save it. Smokes are going to go down outside of lamps, and Mr. Blackjack going to sit inside of it for the time being. Pushes out towards the A side, and Pingu going to find an opening kill on the Swish. That's their top frag down early.
Top frag is down early. Unfortunately for Swish, the ult never came out as well. Pingu is going to have to fight to get through the wall as we see the slow orb coming in as well. Just 2 here to lock down the B site. 2 remaining patient on A, and Blackjack might run into Gus here. He does, and he's able to find the kill. Kill's going back and forth here on both sides.
That's a 2 versus 2. Spike is down, but should be planted shortly. They have control of the B site. Rage grouping up with Mr. Blackjack, and both players going to make their way in through the teleporter and up into Hookah. As the gun updated, skins get wins, and the push will be made up towards Hookah. The wall already broken and will be going down shortly as well. But both players sitting in long. I mean, they have, I'm assuming that Nano Swarms, yeah, Nano Swarms are dropped on the bomb right now. Hot and Wingman only going to be a deterrent.
Yeah, it was just being patient over here in Garden, knowing that they have time to give as well. The turret kind of holding the flank, so they really just have to watch the one angle. The blind coming in during the defuse, trying to buy some time. Alamori will get 1, making a triple kill.
Yeah, Alamari is one of the players that I have marked down as somebody to watch. Besides Gus Bunny being one of the higher ranked players on Altoona, Alamari just steps up a ton when it comes to his utility usage and the way that he plays the game on Brimstone. He's their dedicated controller. I've always seen him on either Brim or Omen, and he does an excellent job both getting kills in the lobby, but also assisting his players with really, really useful smokes.
Yeah, I believe that Alamari is even on the Division 2 Rocket League and Overwatch team, so maybe getting involved in a little bit of every game there as well, but certainly has a lot of talent.
A jack of all trades on the side of Greater Altoona. As paint shells will be sent, and Mr. Blackjack will take a lot of damage. Gus Bunny has to reflick onto him as crosshair timing not in his favor. Showstopper being used alongside a double blast pack, and he's all the way behind. Has to find Signify and Will. It's another 2 rotating in, and he finds the second, but Thrash going to stop Gus Bunny in his tracks, and he will be taken down.
Yeah, Prince will run up and get it with the classic here. Stauffer does find 1 on the trade. Prince has to back off. Alamari waiting just on the other side, potentially with that shorty in hand, holding the close angle. Prince somehow able to find another now in a 3v1. It's going to be a tough retake here.